'cause you're under pressure, under pressure.
Pressure,
You're cooked
pressure,
like your shitty ass book. The pressure is real.
the pressure is real.
The pressure is real.
Pressure,
You're under the pressure, drowning in the pressure. You're now under pressure.
pressure,
Pressure's got you by the tongue, and it's over now. You're under pressure, the pressure, pressure, full force, no lecture, 'cause we're here for pressure.
Hey y'all, it looks like I'm froze to start with. I don't know what the heck. Hang on. I don't know why that's like that. Let's try that. I don't know why I appear to be. Hang on. Can y'all hear me now? Still froze in a different way. You can hear me so well, but the dang but I'm froze and I don't know what's going on here. Let's try this. Well, I'm moving around, but the thing don't seem to be, and I don't understand why. Let me check my settings. Camera, FaceTime, camera, built in. Yeah, I got that's the camera. Advanced restricted firewall. I don't know what that means. Audio. Could you hear me? Oh, that might have made it worse. I don't know. You hear me now? I'm going to go out and come back in and see what happens, because I don't know. Let's go. Okay, am I any better now? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Am I moving? Let's see. Let me go back over here to my screen where y'all are. Oh man. Can y'all hear me now? Am I froze again? What the hell? I don't have these problems. Let me look at my thing over here and see what the heck. But I can hear you, but you look tiny. Okay, well, tiny is better than nothing. But our chat is still not going, so that's not good. Oh yeah, now it's moving. Now it's moving. Let's see. Let's see. Y'all, hang on a minute. Let me try my camera again.
We're on the record in 231-500-139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state and the defense are present. Ms. Richins is present. May we begin by confirming whether or not there's any legal discussion we need to have regarding the text message excerpt that the defense offered during cross-examination of Detective O'Driscoll at the end of the day yesterday.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor, I think we do. May I stay seated so I can read my,
Of course.
okay, just 1 second, let me pull it up.
If we can all look at it at the same time, I'd appreciate it, Katie.
Are you pulling up the Celebrate one or the, okay. So,
If we can all look at it at the same time, I'd appreciate it, Katie.
are you pulling up the Celebrate one or the, okay. So, it's up on the screen right now. So it starts with Bates number state, STATE, 0335281. And this was produced to us before the state went through and updated the time. So this is on UTC time instead of mountain time.
Okay.
At some point in this case, and there have been so many supplemental, I think we're on our 10th exhibit list. I think we're, anyway, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of alterations and substitutions. But this is the one we got before they had changed the UTC time, which was confusing to everybody. And so they went back and redid that. This version, they had not changed it yet to mountain time. This is a consecutively numbered, Bates numbered document. There's no pages missing. This is coming from a Celebrite extraction of Eric's phone that was seized by Mr. O'Driscoll. We just found the Celebrite and extracted by Miss Gibson.
Can you show me the Cellbrite
Yes,
version
sir.
of
We
this?
are. We can, and we're pulling it up right now.
It's a very big file, so what I've done is I've emailed Katie the cover page, and then I'm working on the box download, so she can download
Yeah.
it. Right.
Forgive me. And this is a nuts and bolts question. and
Sure.
Forgive my ignorance. I'm looking at one page that shows 3 text messages total.
Right.
Typically, these are a complete string that has a Cellbrite header. Where is that version of this text?
So not all of the ones we've introduced in this trial have the Celebrite header. Only some of them,
I
not all
don't
of them.
know if, is that true? I thought
That's
all of them had the
No.
Cellbrite header.
No, that is not true.
Hold on, let's pause there for a second, because I think that's how we've been laying foundation for the admission of them so far. Foundation.
Right.
Mr. Bloodworth, is my memory correct? Unless they came from, we've had CDR-related metadata regarding text messages. We've had some non-bubble related or non-bubble depicted cell messages that have come out of other extractions. But in terms of blue and green bubbles, I thought all of them had a Cellbrite header.
Yeah, I believe that's right, Your Honor. If we prepared an exhibit that comes from a Celebrite extraction, it has the Celebrite header.
Right.
There's others where we just, we've got texts from other means. Somebody sent us forwarded as text, right?
Right.
But if,
Screenshots, for example.
correct.
Yeah.
If it comes from a Celebrite extraction, as best I recall, it has the Celebrite header.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, I'll give you the record back here in a second, but it's also unclear to me, is this 3 text messages that we're talking about, are they part of a larger exchange that has already been admitted?
So These are all the text messages he had with Kouri on the day he passed, on the 3rd.
On the 3rd or the 4th?
He died early morning in the 4th, so it's from the 3rd.
Okay.
So,
These 3 bubbles are the sum total of their text traffic on the
no,
3rd?
we have more than 3. There's, just a minute, there's a couple pages to it. It's the last set of texts that they, there's multiple, see, that's the 2nd page. And, yeah. And that's the last text that they had between the two of them before.
Can you go to that one, please? Katie, can you blow up the 3rd one on that sheet? So, as I understand it, among other objections that the state may have, the first one is foundation, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, so that's the threshold objection.
Right. And as I understood it yesterday, the foundation objection was, this is not what it purports to be because the day-time information is inaccurate,
Well,
correct?
Your Honor, the state's question as to whether this is what it purports to be, the genesis of that is that I noticed that the time is not corrected, and I would expect during, for the Celebrate downloads that we have authenticated and laid foundation for, the time change is baked in. Consistent across the board.
Right.
So the fact that this is still in UTC -5 instead of UTC -6 or 7 just caused me to question where this came from, which Celebrate download it came from. And I still don't know.
So that brings us to, is there a version of this that has the Cellbrite header?
that's what's on the screen right now.
And so if you would scroll through this extraction report and show me where it includes the portions that you want to use with this witness, just so we're all on the same page.
Just give us a second.
No
It's
problem.
very long, so we have to go right to it. Just give us just 1 minute.
Okay.
Oh, are you on a Mac? Oh, God. Our millennial has a Mac, so it may take a second.
Well, this discussion doesn't need to be had with me on the record in front of everybody. If you can have it with each other first and then distill down what the dispute is, if any, regarding foundation.
Yeah,
I
sure.
understand there may be other objections that we have to get into.
And perhaps, Your Honor, we could work parallel while they're seeking out the foundation information. We could address, well, a couple things. I think it's hearsay, as best I can tell. These are conversations between the defendant and Eric Richins. The state's further objection is that it's beyond the scope of the direct.
Let's handle those one at a time.
Okay.
Ms. Nestor, regarding hearsay, your client's statements are hearsay if they're offered by you.
Right.
Eric Richins' statements are categorically hearsay if they're offered for the truth.
Right.
What is the non-hearsay purpose of these particular text messages?
So we are actually not interested at all in what is being said, and we could do an instruction to that, excuse me, to that effect. What we are trying to get in with this exhibit is a photograph that was sent on the day before. Technically, Eric died on the 3rd. And that was sent the day before. That is connected to the GIFs, whatever you say, that all got accessed the next morning at 8:30, which the state is making a big deal out of and mentioned in their opening and has called witnesses about it.
Provide a little more context. What is the photograph of and who is it sent by?
The photograph is sent by Eric to Kouri on the 3rd from when and there's been testimony that's come in that he was out there spreading gravel to make it look nice for the closing or whatever. And he sends her a picture of it while he's there, before he gets home that night. That is one of the pictures that is connected to the GIFs that were accessed, the orphan GIFs, the next morning at 8:40 as soon as the police leave. And they're trying to make it seem like Kouri was celebrating he died with these happy GIFs. And it's connected because that picture was, the implication that's being made is that those GIFs were being sent or accessed or sent by or to Kouri the morning Eric died, when actually the picture that was also accessed at the exact same time came from the day before. So it doesn't mean that. And that's what we're
Okay.
trying to explain to the jury. All I care about is the non-testimonial section of the interaction that shows he sent a picture on the 3rd, and that's one of these pictures that was accessed with these GIFs at the exact same time, and it was sent the day before. And that's all we're trying to do. We don't care about what's in the bubbles. We can black out what's in the bubbles. I don't care.
Why are you doing this through Detective O'Driscoll? Why didn't you do it through Mr. Kotradimos? I'm not sure Mr. O'Driscoll or Detective O'Driscoll has the ability to testify to any of what you just said.
Well, he testified that he reviewed Eric's communications the day before he died. He did testify to that.
Right, but this goes well beyond that and is far more technical.
All I'm asking him to do is say, did you see he sent her a picture the day before? The rest of it we'll do separately.
But that's not necessary foundation for the argument that you're trying to make. This is a technical metadata-based argument that I understand why defendant believes it's relevant, and I'm not suggesting it's not. I'm just not sure it's this witness.
I'm not gonna ask him about any of the metadata. I'm gonna say, did you look at Eric's phone the day before? Did he send this picture to Kouri? That's all I'm asking. Nothing fancy, nothing technical. He said he reviewed Eric's phone, that he looked at his communications. And we can even take out the metadata and just show the picture. That's all I
Without the
care about.
metadata, the picture is not relevant.
Well, the
You need the date and time.
We have that. No, we do need the date and time, but I'm talking about I thought there was more information on the bottom of those things, and we can
Why are
take
we
that.
doing this through Detective O'Driscoll rather than through another witness that can testify regarding the relationship between the file path for the GIFs and the file path for this photograph?
Because he reviewed it and saw it. I mean, I think he can testify to it.
You can't testify to any of the technical relationship that you're asking for.
Correct, and we're not asking for that. That's all we're asking him, is to say that the picture was sent the 3rd. That's all I need him to say, and he knows that because he reviewed it, so he's capable.
He knows what he saw. How
Right.
does he know that the picture was sent the day before?
Because it's on the face of it.
But then it's coming in for the truth, right? And so.
But that's not testimonial evidence.
I agree. So if it's not testimonial and it's on the face of the text message, what difference does it make that Jeff O'Driscoll reviewed it? I'm not suggesting you can't get the evidence in. I just don't understand why it's coming in through this witness.
This is the witness we would like to bring it in through.
I don't know that this witness has foundation to give you the testimony you're asking for. What's the question you're going to ask?
I already asked him. I said, did you review Eric Richins' communications the day that he died? And he said yes.
Okay, and then what's the next question you're going to ask?
Is this picture, was it involved in what he sent the day he died? That's all I'm asking.
You just want a yes or a no?
Yeah. I'm
Is
not
that-
asking him for any
I'm not sure that's
technical.
even a dispute. Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Let's never come out before on any other witness.
Okay, but go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
I didn't have anything, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there any objection to him just saying yes or no to that question?
Yes or no to the question of, did he review Eric Richins' text messages from the,
I think that's already been answered, yes or
okay,
no.
yes. Then what's the follow-up?
Did Eric Richins send a picture as part of those text messages?
And so if,
And if Detective O'Driscoll says, based on my review, he did. period.
I still don't know if that is sufficient foundation to admit this.
Well, I'm not sure it's gonna be admitted, I just think they're trying to lay foundation, I guess. Did you want to publish the photograph, Ms. Nestor?
I do want to publish the photograph.
And tell me why the photograph is relevant?
Well, that photograph is already in as part of Exhibit 340, which
It's not in, but we've stipulated.
we've stipulated is coming in next. But I just want to show it's the same picture. That's it.
And forgive me, you're referring to an exhibit that hasn't yet come in
We've stipulated to it. It's about to come in.
through,
O'Driscoll.
and what is 340?
It's the list of all the pictures that were accessed that morning at 8:35 a.m.
What,
Why don't we just do it in the reverse order then?
I can do that.
I mean, we can see, Your Honor, I still think there's a hearsay problem. Based on counsel's explanation now, I also think there's a relevancy objection. The photo that we've been discussing,
The gravel photo?
the gravel photo, was not accessed at 8:39, it was accessed at 10:42.
Well, this is a foundation question, but the premise of the question Ms. Nestor is seeking to ask is, was this photo among the communications or sent by Eric Richins to Kouri Richins on March 3rd, right?
Yes, sir.
Full stop. I don't think that's fairly in dispute, right? And I don't think that's a hearsay issue.
I think publication's the hearsay. The fact that any photo was sent is fine. I think if we get into the specific photo that was sent, there's a hearsay problem.
Are you taking the position that the photo is a statement?
Yes.
I'm not sure that follows without additional context. Just sending the photo it's evidence, it's a fact. I'm not sure it's a statement.
The statement is, I just dropped gravel at the Midway Mansion.
Well, I don't think any of that's coming in, it's just the photograph.
But that's what the photograph says.
I don't understand, is there text on the photograph?
No, Your Honor, but the defense has, the defense is, as part of their case, said that Eric Richins was into the Midway Mansion as evidenced by him dropping
I
gravel.
want to come back to what I understand is being proposed by Ms. Nestor through this witness. Detective O'Driscoll, did you review Eric Richins' text messages with Kouri Richins the day before he died, yes or no? I understand the answer to be yes. Did he send Kouri Richins a photograph as part of those text messages on March 3rd, yes or no? Yes. Is this the photograph that he sent? Full stop.
Oh, I'm fine with that. The only, I think there's a third option. It's not yes or no. It's, I don't recall.
Oh, no, fair
option.
enough. I'm not telling him how to testify, and I don't
Understood.
know what he'll say. But as long as you don't go beyond that, Ms. Nestor, and as long as you don't make any representations regarding time, date is fine.
Great.
Then we don't have a foundation problem. We don't have a statement that would be subject to the hearsay rule. I think the low bar regarding relevance is met in as much as the defense seems to be laying foundation or an argument to come later regarding when images and file paths on Ms. Richins' phone were accessed. Any other nuances here, Ms. Nestor?
I don't think so.
Do you understand, do we have a common understanding of the limits of what you can ask Detective
Absolutely.
O'Driscoll without drawing another objection?
Absolutely.
Do you have an image of just the photograph?
I do, but I think if it's out of context, he won't, it's too hard for him to, I mean, I think it needs
You
to be.
can't show the text messages without provoking the hearsay problem.
No, not to the jury, just to refresh.
Oh, that's
Because I think it's gotta be, he's not gonna know, it's just gonna be a weird picture.
understood.
Should we just go
Are
ahead
you
and?
gonna publish the photo to the jury, though?
No.
Oh, okay.
So, we could just go ahead and admit 340 now, because then the next question is going to be, is this the same photo that is in this picture right here? And then we're done. Is this the same photo?
This is not a question for me, it's a question for Mr. Bloodworth.
No objection to admitting 340.
Okay.
I don't know that, now there's the follow-on. Is this the same photo? That is akin to publishing the photo that brings up the hearsay problem.
You've made a record regarding the state's position that the photograph by itself is a statement subject to the hearsay rule. I'm not persuaded.
Okay.
And so, however, I don't know that just admitting 340 without providing the jury any testimony to provide foundation for context is going to be helpful.
I'll do
So
it.
is
I'll
somebody
do
going
it.
to tell them what 340 is?
I'll do it through him. I'll just do it through him.
Okay.
That's fine. We do have one other, if we're resolved with this. I think we're all clear. I know what I can ask and what I can't. I think we're fine.
Okay,
There's another issue. May I bring it up?
please.
All right. I really need Officer Driscoll to leave the courtroom when we talk about this, because it's
Oh.
about specific questions.
No problem. Detective, if you'd take a step into the lobby, please don't talk to anybody while you're out there, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I'm doing this out of an abundance of caution, to avoid any potential, I'm trying to be very careful to comply with the court's ruling on the motion in limine that, or not the motion in limine. The motion to admit the statements of David Norris. So,
Not.
correct.
Yeah.
Our motion to admit that was denied.
Yes.
So, just to make the record, the defense sought in advance to get approval to, or actually, we gave notice to the state that we intended to call a witness named Mr. Norris, who would testify if called, that on an occasion in 2019, I believe, in 2019, he had an encounter with Eric Richins where Eric Richins asked him if he had any fentanyl. He had corroboration for the interaction, not the statement, but the interaction with Mr. Richins, specifically the check that Mr. Richins had given him, the date it had cleared his checking account, and the invoice for the work he had done for him.
Or for Kouri, but
Correct. The court did, the reason we were trying to introduce that statement, we were trying to get it through the catch-all exception to hearsay.
the residual.
The residual, I'm sorry, I call it catch-all, same thing. The residual exception to the hearsay rule, which requires a head notice, which we did give. The state objected to that coming in. The court ruled upon it, did the analysis under the residual exception, and made a finding that the defense could not call Mr. Norris to the stand to testify because the residual hearsay exception requirements were not met. It is my desire with this witness to ask him the following 4 questions about his investigation. And it touches on Mr. Norris's testimony, but it's a separate matter. But I just, out of abundance of caution, I am giving you a heads up. So the first question is this. You discussed with Mr. Bloodworth yesterday that the way you approached this investigation was to look for evidence based on 3 possible scenarios: an accidental overdose, a suicide, or a murder, correct? Question number 2. And in order to properly investigate whether there was an accidental overdose, certainly any allegations that Eric had a prior history of seeking fentanyl would be potentially relevant and important to look into, correct?
Pause there for 1 second, I got it right.
I'm sorry, I do have these if you want me to email them to you.
No, it's okay. Just
Okay.
give me a moment.
No worries.
Was it prior allegations that Eric,
Any allegations that Eric had a prior history of seeking fentanyl would be potentially relevant and important to look into, correct? And this is the next question. Within the past few months, did your team of investigators become aware that there was an individual contacting the Summit County Sheriff's Department who wanted to share with the investigative team information about about an incident where Eric allegedly asked someone for fentanyl? Want me to read that again?
Sure.
And within the past few months, did your team of investigators become aware that there was an individual contacting the Summit County Sheriff's Department who wanted to share with the investigative team information about an incident where Eric allegedly asked someone for fentanyl? And then there's one more question. Let me know when you're ready, Your Honor.
Sheriff investigative team, give me the last clause one more time.
Who wanted to share with the investigative team information about an incident where Eric allegedly asked someone for fentanyl.
Okay.
And the final question is, did you or anyone else connected to the investigative team ever sit down with this individual and talk to them? Did you make any efforts to see if this individual was credible or had corroborating evidence to back up their claims? And that's it.
Mr. Blood.
No objection to the first question, objections to the next three. This is a transparent attempt to circumvent the court's 807 ruling regarding Mr. Norris by casting some sort of inference that what Mr. Norris would have testified to is admissible. This setup has been long in the making. After the court issued its 807 ruling, Mr. Norris called the Summit County Sheriff's Office. Deputies interviewed him, and he said he was calling on behalf of, or he was calling because defense counsel told him he should call.
Maybe just pause here for a moment. I don't know that we need to go into any of that. I understand part of your objection to be a lack of foundation.
That is the beginning, Your Honor.
I think that's the beginning and the end of the discussion. There's no foundation for the premise of your questions 2, 3, and 4.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand. We have been produced a report from the Summit County Sheriff's Department confirming this call was made and confirming that there was no interview of this individual. It goes not to the credibility of the individual, it goes to the credibility of the investigation that they chose never to even speak to him.
There is no foundation for the premise of your question. It's as if you could make up any set of facts and put them in the question. If there's no foundation, it can't be the premise of the question.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you mean by there's no there is validation from the state that this call happened.
It's not that did you interview a person named David Norris. It's the substance that is the premise of the question. There is no foundation for the premise that Eric had a prior history of seeking fentanyl.
But that's not the way the question is worded. The question is worded, is someone contacting you, asking to give you information about it, and you refuse to interview them?
That's not the question you asked. Read the whole question.
In order to properly investigate,
No. Go to number 2.
that is number 2.
My apologies.
And in order to properly investigate whether there was an accidental overdose, certainly any allegations, not facts, not nothing, just an allegation, that Eric had a prior history of seeking fentanyl would be potentially relevant and important to look into, correct?
Let me ask it this way. What would your response be if Mr. Bloodworth got up and said, certainly, detective, you investigated whether Hayden Jeffs had done all the stuff that I've excluded in my ruling regarding Hayden Jeffs. Would you be like, no problem, you can say that?
That's a fair question.
It would be reversible error for me to allow that question. There were 2 residual exception rulings in this case. Let's be fair about it.
Right, that's absolutely correct. So is there a way, if we scrub out the reference to fentanyl and we don't get into the specifics of exactly what was said, because I understand their concern about that and the court's concern, which is why we raised this in advance, which is why I'm trying to do the right thing here.
I appreciate it.
If we just said that an individual contacted them with information about an interaction with Eric involving drugs, illicit street drugs, and they chose not to investigate it at all, it does go to they've set forth this hypothesis that, well, we eliminated all other possibilities. And that's just not true. They didn't eliminate all other possibilities because they chose not to interview at least one person that clearly would have supported the first hypothesis, that he ingested it intentionally. So that's all I'm trying to get in. I am trying to get that in.
You may be trying to get a little bit more in.
Well, as much as I can possibly get in.
Fair enough.
But I do think it's fair game to say, look, you've got someone coming to your office saying he tried to buy drugs from me and I want to be interviewed, and they are like, no, thank you. I think I'm entitled to get that in, and I'm willing to do it in the most ethical, careful, reliable, non-inferential way possible, but I do believe that's fair game. And I'm open to suggestions. Whatever I need to do.
These 4 questions are not it, Mr. Bloodworth. You look like you're about to say something. I'm sorry.
No, Your Honor, as I understand, the status quo is the court's, I guess this court has sustained the state's objection to those questions.
I have. I think what Ms. Nestor is trying to ward off is another set of objectionable questions that are maybe more general, less specific, some version of probing the bounds of the state's investigation of the charges. Yep.
Your Honor, no, it's the same foundational objection, right? This is all to suggest that there is admissible evidence that Eric Richins sought fentanyl before. And at bottom, there is no admissible evidence that he sought fentanyl before. And I don't think that there is any good faith basis to suggest otherwise, or to suggest that any investigation into it was incomplete. Because the fact is, detectives, that Mr. Norris's narrative has been so thoroughly dispatched that there's no good faith basis to allude to an improper investigation, much less that there may be admissible evidence.
May I respond?
Yeah, hear me out for a second.
Sure.
Or let me make sure I understand the bounds of the argument here. You said there's no admissible evidence that Eric Richins sought fentanyl. My sense of the evidentiary record so far, and the evidentiary record, or the universe of admissible evidence that's available, is that there's no admissible evidence that Eric Richins ever sought or received narcotics except through a prescriber, correct?
Correct. The only admissible evidence that's already admitted
I think it's his knee surgery,
is
right?
a 2016 hydrocodone prescription following knee surgery.
Right, okay. Very good. Now, by the same token, I believe all the admissible evidence of Ms. Richins seeking or receiving narcotics of any kind is already in, correct? In all is putting it strongly, but
Yeah.
yeah, that is, to the extent there was any admissible evidence of Ms. Richins seeking fentanyl, it's either in or it's not admissible. Let me say it that way.
Or it would come in a rebuttal case.
Understood. Okay. Which was the basis, among other things, of, not the basis, but is related to the court's exclusion of the offered statements of Hayden Jeffs to his sister.
Right. Right. So I do wish to correct Mr. Bloodworth's statement that we have fully dispatched Mr. Norris's proposed testimony. To the contrary, the court was very clear that you were accepting, for purposes of your analysis, that everything in the affidavit that Mr. Norris provided was true, and that you did the analysis, the court did the analysis based on the law of the hoops you have to jump through to come under the residual exception. And for purposes of your analysis, you did not go into an analysis of whether Mr. Norris's testimony was credible, not credible. You just said, I'm going to assume for purposes of this ruling that everything in that affidavit is true. And then I'm going to rule on whether it fits the residual exception. And the court went through a very thorough analysis and decided it did not. So I don't think that's a fair statement that he just made, that we fully dispatched it like there's nothing behind it. That's never been litigated in front of this court, nor have we asked it to be.
The difficulty here, though, is imagine David Norris were on the stand.
Right.
And you asked him, hey, did you ever contact the Summit County Attorney's Office, or Sheriff's Office? My apologies.
Yeah.
He says yes. And then you say, what did you tell them? It immediately provokes a hearsay objection that I've already dealt with under my ruling on the residual exception.
Absolutely.
So
And we don't.
if you want to elicit testimony that, did you ever speak to a gentleman named David Norris? Yes. And then move on, fine, but I'm not sure how that's relevant.
Well, that's meaningless to a jury unless I can say, was there a gentleman named David Norris who tried to give information that would have supported the first hypothesis?
But that's the hearsay problem.
But it's not being offered for the truth.
It's
being
100%
offered,
being offered
Your
for the
Honor,
truth.
if I may please, it's being offered for the same reason they've gotten in a ton of other hearsay in this case, by the impact it has on how they did their investigation. They got that in through Woody. That's how they got in Woody, the Amy and Katie's statements, because it wasn't for the truth of the matter that Kouri tried to kill him before. It was how it impacted her investigation from there on out. This is the same exact argument. It's how the fact that they got that information and chose not to even investigate it, how that impacted the hearer. It is irrelevant for purposes of the truth, and the court can instruct it like you've done over and over and over for their witnesses when we had this exact same argument.
If that's true, Ms. Nestor, then
Yes.
the 807 residual exception wouldn't exist, and it wouldn't apply. It does apply, and so you can't use this argument to undermine that.
I know, that's why I'm trying not to undermine your ruling.
That's why the substance of what he told the Summit County Sheriff's Office can't come in.
And I think I could maybe craft a question where we leave out the juicy substance and just say there was an avenue that you chose not to investigate. But I've got to get something in context so the jury understands, hey, you have this road, you chose not to go down it. That was your choice.
I appreciate why you want to present this to the jury, but there are limits
Right.
on both sides of the V about what gets presented to the jury. And those limits are in part defined by the Utah Rules of Evidence. And this substance cannot come in under the Utah Rules of Evidence. For the same reason that the state could not argue that we want to get in Hayden Jeff's statements to his sister just for the effect upon law enforcement in terms of the scope of their investigation. No.
Okay. And there's no scenario which we're going to be allowed to question him about choosing not to investigate this evidence.
There's no scenario in which it's relevant without the substance of the excluded communications. if a crank from New Jersey, I don't know why I'm picking on New Jersey, but I grew up near New Jersey, called the Summit County Sheriff's Office and said, I was in Utah on that day and I saw it happen, and the Summit County Sheriff's Office chose not to investigate it, would we be having this conversation?
That's not this circumstance, though.
It is the same, though, because that evidence has nothing to do. Here, it's even worse because it's inadmissible.
It's inadmissible from Mr. Norris's mouth, but I don't think it's inadmissible, period, in terms of if it was part of an investigation that was ignored or not followed.
The substance is inadmissible. The fact that they spoke to David Norris as a fact is admissible if it's relevant, but without the substance, it's not relevant.
We have just a moment.
Of course.
They are bound and determined to get it in there that Eric was seeking fentanyl. And I have said since the beginning, if he was, there would be an actual person being a witness, not somebody calling up and not. They should call the person who, if they know who it is, call them. Call them. This is just a way to plant a seed of doubt in the jury, in my opinion, allegedly.
Okay, Your Honor, I think we've made our record on that, and I'll, of course, respect the court's ruling on that.
Let me take a minute. Let me just take 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Before I take a break, Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on this issue?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, before we take a 5-minute break, any other issues before we invite the jury?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you.
All right.
Make sure I have my stuff off so you can hear me talk. Wow, that is really something. She's bound and determined. But if there was an actual person who had sold Eric drugs, they would be testifying for the defense, not you didn't call somebody back. Because I said that all along. I said, she has her people, but if he buys drugs, he knows who he buys drugs from. People who are on drugs are selfish too with each other. Like, they might share, but the other one would think the other one was taking too much or something and not being fair. People on drugs are funny. I'm enjoying my coffee this morning. Let's see if I show y'all how the sun's doing now. Hey, everybody in the chat, I want to ask y'all a question. I was going to play a joke on y'all, but nobody's paying any attention to this. Have y'all noticed? Oh, heavens. I'm froze again. man. Maybe I do better if I'm not, I can't tell whether I'm froze or what I'm doing. But undoubtedly, the internet cannot take my face. I was going to put it on there, but it keeps locking up whenever I put my face on there. That thing did get real small, didn't it? Our little circles used to be bigger, it seemed like. Let me see if I can make mine, if one of the views is bigger. There I am. I'm a little bigger now. We're taking a 5-minute break. Let's see. I guess it'll be 9:25. He did not say. He was outdone with that lady, though I could tell that. He's like, I've got to go back to my office, and I got to get my flask out of my drawer. These people are crazy. And I don't know whether, and I just keep thinking about Charlie Kirk's trial ahead. Is this the lady that's going to be heading that? I'm very interested in how that is handled, the Charlie Kirk trial, because all the evidence does not fit together well that the government has pointed out, and lots of people have been digging into it. So I feel sorry for Tyler Robinson if he didn't do this, because I don't know what kind of defense he's going to have on this stuff. Oh, what I was going to show y'all. Let me see if I can. See my owl I put back here to try to freak somebody out, and nobody cares about nothing. I don't know why my mother had a ceramic owl, but it didn't have nothing to do with worship. But a lot of mean people use owls in their worship. And so I told Cresha, I said, I'm going to put that owl up there and see if it freaks anybody out. And she said, well, why did you tell me if you wanted to? I was like, Cresha, I did not want to freak you out. I wanted to freak other people out. I said, you have enough real life stuff to be freaking you out without me trying to joke on you. But anyways, nobody got it that I was putting that owl over here to try and... It's no code. If there's a code, I don't know what I'm sending the code. Okay, let me turn myself off. I'm probably froze. Well, I've never been on any drugs that you had to take drug tests and stuff like that. So, I mean, I've taken a drug test before for a job. That's not what I mean. But taking a drug test for a job and taking a drug test to see if you're going back to jail is two different things, I think. And, I mean, you're either on or you're off. It takes a lot of willpower for a person who is an actual drug addict, or even just takes drugs recreationally, I can't even say the word, to stay clean for months and months at a time. It's a lot to ask from mentally ill people. That's all I'm saying. Let's see, I don't really like me over here. I don't like me over here. That's too little. Wonder how come them things are so little. Maybe there's some settings I don't know about. Maybe that one. I'm hunting for some place where I won't be so little, but I won't be so big. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let me make sure that my deal is going here. This judge is on his last nerve, and I don't blame him. These people are crazy. I wish that my camera would work, because I just think that that part of listening to me is to see the crazy expressions on my face, because I am not a poker face like my icon here. What do these things do? Maximize. See, there's things I don't know how to use on this thing. Huh. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do, but here I am. There we go. I'm just trying it all out live on the trial. Well, I don't know. This trial, I keep thinking that this trial surely won't last 5 or 6 weeks, because I don't know how they're going to defend this girl about all this junk. And then I think about, how long does this woman talk? Defendant just being the cross, how long is she going to talk if she's the lead person? Oh my God. So the judge said to take 5 minutes, and that would be recess until 9:25. And here it is, 9:26, 10:26. I don't know. They don't really probably like you to get up and walk out of the courtroom while it's going on, because it's distraction. But sometimes you gotta go. Are we still spinning over here? Yeah. Detective's daughter says it could, especially if Wendy and Ursula keep up their shenanigans. I know that's right. I thought we were going to have to worry about that long-winded boy with the glasses. But, nope. Nope. I don't have any makeup on today. I was going to put it on, but I hadn't got that far yet. Love Always True says, I have to go to the allergy doctor at 10:20 today, my doctor's day. Then again, one for an eye doctor. So I hope nothing exciting happens. It's always done when I have appointments. I know that's right. Detective's daughter, I don't know if I look beautiful, but I'm awake. I think that I got up drinking coffee early. Fancy Nancy says, Mowgli got out. I got to go chase him down. Yes, girl. Go get that baby. Go get that baby. Brutus has already been out for the long walk this morning, around the front yard and into the backyard. And I had to tell a little fib and tell him I was going to cook him an egg. That dog loves an egg. Well, I think that the judge is going to have to bonk people. So, I dropped gravel at the Midway Mansion. What does that mean? Does that mean that he was helping her with the Midway property? Or did it mean he was dropping off drugs there? What did that mean? When, you know, I can see they could take that all the way around the block. so much going on in the world right now. It's hard to stay focused on one thing long enough to understand it. Well, not to even understand it, just to get the top levels. So we're waiting for him to come back. And Miss, I bet she makes the good money. She said, I don't like a Macintosh. Those millennials have Macs. Millennials have Macs. I don't know what I am. I think I'm that in-between generation that's between the baby boomers and that next one. I don't even know what they are. I was born in 58. Technically a boomer, but not quite. What is that middle thing called? The middle age. I really don't like it when people, Generation Jones. Okay, that's what does that even mean, Love Always Truth, that we're Generation Jones? I know I've never felt like a baby boomer. Detective's daughter. Poor judge is probably taking his time so he doesn't have to hear that bitching. I think you're correct, Miss Detective's daughter. Detective's daughter. I'm Generation X, born in 67. On the stand is nobody yet because they're still arguing about what they're going to ask them. Beach Bum says, I'm driving and a little behind catching up. If there's someone Eric was getting drugs from, the state would call because they have to give him immunity. They wouldn't testify. Okay, let me read that again. It says, if there is someone Eric was getting drugs from, the state would call because they have to give him immunity or they wouldn't testify. Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's true. But I'm just saying that if there was such a person, this lady would not be just showing their emails or their phone calls. She would be dragging them down there. We'd know something about him. It wouldn't be a made-up person. Yeah, more arguing. That's all we got this morning. He's gone 5 minutes over his 5-minute bathroom break. I hope he's bonking the heck out of them in the hallway. I do not know what in the heck I'm doing here. Nate says, I'm not giving y'all no information until the courtroom is back in order. Let's see what the new... Fancy Nancy says they either get a treat, about to get a fly swat. That's what they need to use on this lady over here. Detective's daughter says, why the hell would a drug dealer come forward? I call bullshit. There you go. I think Detective's daughter's right. The only way a drug dealer would come forward is if they was being drug in there by a subpoena. And you know, they can subpoena people. If he exists. That is not making any sense. Okay, Love Always True says, I think it's like Generation Jones means to have a strong, restless craving, desiring and longing for something that would never quite get because of what was going on. We've been left out. I feel like that for sure, but I didn't really realize it was due to the years we were born in. It's just that, and I know I said it, that my parents had a remarkably better life than their parents as far as poverty and jobs and housing and stuff. Like they did twice, 3 times as good. But my generation did not do 3 times as good because the parameters had changed. It was harder. Things were more expensive. Jobs are harder to come by, whatever. So, and a lot of it is the government too. Because for our country to have nice infrastructure, that work has to be done. And that's a lot of jobs. And to keep it nice, it has to keep getting done. And I think our infrastructure could use an update. That would give a lot of people jobs and make everything better for everybody. But I guess the rich people don't use roads now, like the rest of us. Good heavens. Okay, Love Always says, the term highlights a generation that grew up in the shadow of the 60s counterculture, facing economic hardships, developing more pragmatic, cynical, scrappy outlook compared to the idealism of the boomers. Right, because we knew about this stuff. We were less blinded to all the corrupt stuff that it takes to make all of it work. And or how many hands are in the pie to make things better for the average America. A whole lot of rich people have to get their hands in it first. I really do kind of feel that too. Of course, I was raised in a religious, high control religion / cult. And so my experience would have probably been different from the average person in those years. But still, I felt that way. Because we're not blind and we can see around us. Okay. Detective's daughter says, if Ursula thinks he's such an important witness, she can call him for the defense. Then watch him get arrested for drug dealing when he gets off the stand. Exactly. And if he was a real person, they would have got him to, they would be talking to him. Here we go.
Record in 231-500-139. Counsel, thank you for your patience. I've just handed you a copy of State versus McCullough, 2014 UTF 215. I need you to take 15 minutes, read this case beginning at paragraph 25. This case stands for the proposition that what the defense is proposing to do is required, but it raises the prospect of also allowing the state to rebut the defense's charge of an incomplete or improper investigation by also putting in evidence, not for the truth, but for the effect it had upon law enforcement, of how they received and reacted to Hayden Jeff's statements to his sister. Pause for a second. I need you all to be very thoughtful about this. I can't unring the bell once this information is out, and sitting here at the moment without the benefit of counsel's argument after reading this case, I think I'd have to let both sides of that story in to make sure that the state is not prosecuting with one hand tied behind its back. Mr. Bloodworth, I cut you off.
Sorry, Your Honor. We looked at this case while you had stepped out. I think in addition to Hayden Jeffs, it would also cause us to revisit the court's decision yesterday regarding Mr. Bonsavage's phone call with an inmate at Gunnison.
Ooh, I don't remember the detail of that one, forgive me. Oh, I think I do, yeah, a little bit. Foundational requirements. I gave this a little bit of thought after rereading McCullough. There is some precision and some technicality into how these questions would need to be asked. For example, Ms. Nestor, you wouldn't just be able to put the substance of Mr. Norris's statement in a question and ask whether Detective O'Driscoll ever followed up on it, because you would not have laid foundation that he ever knew about it in the first place. You need to lay foundation about whether or not he ever spoke to David Norris, yes or no. If no, did anybody ever relate to you that David Norris contacted the Summit County Sheriff's Office, yes or no? Yes. Okay, after that, what did you do? This information, this statements being made by David Norris to Summit County Sheriff's Office have to come in through a witness with knowledge of them. Now, I'm not sure Detective O'Driscoll's that guy. By the same token, to the extent the state would want to ask or show that the investigating officers or the Summit County Attorney's Office investigators followed up on statements made by Hayden Jeffs to his sister, Aubrey Jeffs, or information received or told by Mr. Bonsavage, they're going to have to call a witness that had personal knowledge of those statements and then lay foundation for what occurred next. We can't skip steps.
Your Honor, agreed. There's a little more to unpack here too, because I happen to know that Jeff O'Driscoll's not the witness for this. We would need time to prepare the witness for this. We also have the problem that
We meaning
the state.
The state. May I ask you just a procedural question before you keep going?
Yes, sir.
Imagine that at some point, imagine it's not Jeff O'Driscoll, as
Right.
you suggest.
Right.
And imagine in the defense's case, they find or call the witness who received the phone call or talked to David Norris, or they call David Norris.
Sure.
And they ask, did you
Sure.
call Summit County Sheriff's Office? Yes. What did you tell them? Did they ever follow up with you?
Yes.
I imagine the state's response to this and the state's offering evidence regarding how it responded to information regarding the Hayden Jeff statements and the Nick Bonsavage statements, that would come in the state's rebuttal case, is that correct?
Not necessarily, Your Honor. I mean, we haven't rested. I think we
Fair.
would like to get out in front of this
Okay.
before a rebuttal case. And while the state has investigated David Norris's statements and to show how they're not credible, the state pulled up on investigating how Norris came about. And the state would want to continue that investigation.
I think I know what you're talking about, but in terms of how it came to be that David Norris contacted law enforcement when he did,
Correct.
I don't know that I have any authority or interest in ruling.
I don't think you,
Yeah.
I don't think so. My only point in mentioning that is it would just take a little bit of time and it would be necessary. The other point, I think, well, the other objection the state has is under 403. I think in proceeding in this manner is both prejudicial and confusing the jury.
If I let in everything, though, so Norris, Jeffs, Savage, does that ameliorate any unfair prejudice or 403 concerns? And when I say let it in, I mean as premise for questions regarding the scope of law enforcement's investigation, not for the jury.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
I tend to agree with you if I let in only one side.
It's interesting because both, that assumes that the weight of unfair prejudice or the weight of confusion is equal on both sides. The state, I don't think it is. I think because of the complete incredibility of David Norris's testimony and how David Norris came to contact law enforcement, that prejudice and that confusion is much weightier than confusion related to recorded interviews with Hayden Jeffs while he has counsel and a recorded jail phone call. There is no doubt.
Doesn't that weigh in the state's favor, though?
No, Your Honor, because I guess the question is whether it's unfair prejudice or confusion. Confusion, it doesn't, David Norris's the purported effect on law enforcement of David Norris's is even way more confusing than the effect, just because the information provided to David Norris is highly in doubt and would be highly litigated, whereas the information Hayden Jeffs provided is recorded. There is zero doubt about what he provided. And the information that Nick Savage provided is recorded. There is zero doubt. We're not bogging down into some mess of who said what when.
When you say the information, you mean the substance of what David Norris told Summit County Sheriff's Office a number of weeks ago?
Correct.
Okay.
Because it's changed. It has changed over time. We have affidavit number 1 from defense, affidavit number 2 from defense, phone call from David Norris, interview of David Norris. What David Norris says is a moving target, and it is a moving target based on when he speaks with defense counsel.
Forgive me. What is your understanding of the evidentiary landscape as to how many times David Norris has contacted the Summit County Sheriff's Office? Is it once or more than once?
I think he's had 2 contacts. Once he spoke with a patrol deputy to take kind of the initial, well, I guess there's once a call into dispatch, which was non-substantive.
Okay.
Then there was an initial contact with the patrol deputy, and then there was a contact with the detective.
Okay.
And then we have the affidavits that he'd submitted, that defense has submitted in the 807 litigation.
But those were submitted here, right, as part of the 807 litigation. Did those ever go to Summit County Sheriff's Office?
I don't know one way or the other.
If it's no, then those don't get shown to the jury, right?
Just to clarify, they weren't affidavits. We just laid out the statement of facts in our motion.
Okay.
It's a proffer. It's not-
I'm familiar with what you're referring to. I'm a little less clear on that.
Sorry,
Yeah.
proffer is,
Yeah.
yeah, proffer's the,
I'm not sure the proffer has any impact here. I'm not sure the jury would ever be made aware of the substance of the proffer. as I understand it, under McCullough, would only be made aware of evidence related to the substance of what Mr. Norris told investigators and law enforcement.
Your Honor, the proffers do tie into this in that, the question would be, did this inform your investigation? Yes, we considered all of his statements to include the defense proffers
Got it.
in determining that they were just flat out incredible.
Okay.
So that goes to kind of the confusion argument. So in the 403 analysis, Your Honor, I do not think the weight of unfair prejudice to the defense is the same as the weight of, well, any of the 403 factors. I don't think the weight is the same for the state and the defense.
And to put a finer point on it, you're concerned that the jury would be confused about who said what when? It's jury confusion that I need
It's
to...
jury confusion.
Right. And
Yes.
so what is it you believe they would be confused about?
I think they would. I think they would be confused about the effect on law enforcement, which is really what this grounds in, right? This is the effect on the hearer, the effect on law enforcement.
Okay.
And I think those waters would be so muddied in the case of Norris, whereas those waters are crystal clear in the case of Hayden Jeffs and Nick Bond-Savage. And the waters are muddied as it relates to Mr. Norris very deliberately. And that and I don't know, I suspect the purpose is to confuse the jury, right?
As you sit here today, have you identified the witness that would testify regarding investigators' knowledge of and response to statements made by David Norris?
I know, yeah, I don't remember the name. I know the patrol officer, I think I know who he talked to. I think I know who the detective talked to. It also involves my office, right? And so.
You would be able to call an investigator, not a lawyer, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So probably 3 witnesses.
Okay. And then who are the witnesses you would call to testify regarding the state's knowledge of and response to Hayden Jeff's statements to his sister? Or, I mean, I appreciate that Hayden Jeff spoke directly to law enforcement in a recorded interview.
Right, that's what we would have to get into. What did you understand, why, with what level of detail, which is extraordinary.
And there, as I understand it, the state's position would be, well, if we're not admitting it for the truth, Judge, there's no Crawford problem, so the recorded interview comes in.
100%.
Okay.
And the same thing, by the way, with the Nick Bond-Savage jail call, right? That entire jail call comes in lock, stock, and barrel. If we're going to mention it, we're going to mention it all.
Oh, I understand.
And then can I just say one final thing on the unfair prejudice? I think the court, in considering the weight of the various prejudice, the prejudice with admitting Norris, versus the prejudice of the Hayden Jeffs and Bond-Savage, I think the court needs to in the probative value part of that analysis, I think the court needs to consider kind of all of the corroborating evidence and the fact that David Norris's assertion is not at all probative, because there is nothing that corroborates it, and it is inconsistent with all the other evidence in the case, whereas the Bond Savage statement and the Hayden Jeff statement is highly corroborated with a ton of admitted already evidence in this case.
And just so we're clear, when you're talking about probative value in this context, we're talking about probative value to the defense's theory of incomplete investigation and probative value to the state's response to that theory.
Correct, under the 403
Got it.
balancing.
I understand your position.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos, this is high-stakes poker.
Yes, it is. I was just going to ask you if we could have a little time to meet with our client next door. She's got some decisions to make about that.
I want to make sure that you explain to her that if you're successful in persuading the court that the substance of David Norris's statements should come in not for their truth, but for their effect upon law enforcement and investigators, for their probative value to the defendant's theory of incomplete or incompetent investigation, that by extension, my view is that I need to allow the state to respond to that theory by, among other things, admitting evidence of their knowledge of in response to statements made by Hayden Jeffs and Mr. Bondsavage, not for their truth, but to show what they were doing and how they were doing it.
Can I just get a clarification on the Bond Savage? I want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Why don't we just get a proffer of it, Mr. Bloodworth, so we're all hearing the same thing at the same time?
Yes, Your Honor. In a March 4th, 2022 jail call between Mr. Bondsavage and an inmate in Gunnison, they're discussing purchasing a PlayStation controller, and they're discussing who's going to pay for it, kind of how to get the money for it. And Nick Bondsavage says to the inmate something like, Carmen will cover it. She just made money selling fentanyl.
So this is already in, other than we
The word
substituted the word fentanyl
We
for
illicit street drugs.
street drugs.
Right. And that's a recording,
It is a recording.
as is Hayden Jeff's interview with law enforcement.
And the upshot proffer of that interview, and this occurs many times, there's pages of transcript on this subject, but the upshot of the proffer is that Kouri Richins asked me to buy her fentanyl. I explained to her, in really colorful language, how dangerous it is. She wants to stay away from it. Who on earth would want fentanyl? And then there's a second phone call where she calls back and asks for the Michael Jackson stuff, and they get into a propofol discussion.
Right. Okay. How much time do you want, Ms. Nestor?
We have 30 minutes.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else before we take a recess, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
We'll be in recess until 10:30.
All rise.
That timing was perfect. I just got my mom's breakfast in there to her. I'm listening. See, I keep the headset on and I can hear in the kitchen while I'm cooking. But yeah, I had to. Oof. I'm take my jacket off. These folks are getting me all worked up and hot. Ah. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, somebody needs to go into styling clients for attorneys because they looked something else. Hey, Hawkeyes. Oof. I just cooked breakfast for my mommy, so I'm going to eat a bite of it if y'all hear me chomping. We had bacon and sausage and eggs, and I was out of bread for toast, so we're having Eggo waffles cooked in the oven. Those things are chewy. Alright, so we're coming back at 10:30. I did know. Well, you know what? I just now cooked the eggs, and when he comes over here, he will have part of my eggs. Yes, he will. Detective's daughter. Oh, he heard me say the word. Did you hear him wiggle over there? He heard me say it. Yep, here it comes, because I said that word out loud. Yeah, you're going to get something in a minute, but you just have to wait a minute. Brutus knows. Brutus knows. Wow. Okay, so they're trying to decide whether to let this drug dealer person come in, but now they're admitting that What's-Her-Face sold drugs too. That What's-Her-Face bought them drugs and then sold them. I don't know what I mean, what else she gonna do? I mean, she could have thrown them down the toilet after she finished with her husband. Love Always Truth has to go to the doctor's appointment, but they'll be listening. Tell Brutus hi. Hey, Brutus. He's wagging his tail. He's looking for some treats. He sure is. Taking a bite of my little snack here. Trying to not freak y'all out. Brutus is waiting patiently for me to give him part of it. Detective's daughter said, I just love Brutus. Brutus is easy to love. He does a few things that I'm sure he knows better than to do, but he's a little passive aggressive. He's never aggressive, but he does a few little things that he knows are wrong. Just to get my attention. Hawkeye Loves Nature says, you're amazing, Donna. Thank you. I don't feel amazing. Oh. Beach Bum says, wonder if the prosecution has complained about her facial expressions and mouthing no and etc. Yeah. I'm complaining about it. I object. I object to her doing that. Each of them says, I call her Sharpay when she wrinkles her forehead. I'm much older and mine are no Botox. Doesn't do that. Prison will look great on her. Oh, I know. I noticed that. Mm-hmm. Yep. What a mess these people have painted themselves into. So, do y'all think that Eric because this would mean that Kouri might get off on murder, but then she would have a drug charge and fraud charges. I don't know. I just don't know. There's two different ways to mute the mic. And if I'm muting the mic so that I don't interfere with the stream, then can y'all hear me? I mute it so that it'd be quiet, but I don't mute my mic. And sometimes whenever I have to cough and I can't get to my mouse to mute the little mute button, I hit the button on my mic. And if I've hit both of them, I forget sometimes. Peach Bums, I like my Botox Miracle for migraines. For me, less wrinkles is a bonus. I don't look ridiculous. Exactly. Anything in balance. In balance. Brutus says, giving up and gone sit down over there. He says, this woman is not giving up them eggs. Oh, I said the word. Damn it, he'll be back over here. Man. See, when he was sick, one time, he couldn't, like, walk and stuff. He had a hurt foot. And I started giving him eggs every day to eat. Oh, shit, I said it again. And he really likes them things. They're just like a little protein snack in a oval shape. Just a little snack in an oval shape. Ursula. Dang it, Ursula. I don't know if I really want to follow that Charlie Kirk thing, but man, this woman gets on my left. Okay, so Nestor asked if she can meet with their client in private. Judge says Nestor needs to explain to Kouri that if Norris's statement comes in, the state can respond, and statements made by Hayden Jeffs and Nick Bonsavage could also come in. There's a recording of Bonsavage saying Carmen could buy a PlayStation because she just made a lot of money selling street drugs. Nestor needs 30 minutes to chat with Kouri. We are in recess till 10:30. Yep, that's what Nate says. I'm gonna put that in the chat where y'all can have it as a record. Oh, Brutus is starting to smoke on me. Don't you smoke on me, Brutus. Brutus is the smoker. Good heavens. All of these people are doing all kinds of stuff. She's selling street drugs, and I mean, she's got to decide, am I going to like become a drug dealer and get arrested for that, or chance on getting out of murder? Excuse me, now I got the hiccups. Dang it. Bridges, I didn't mean to have the hiccups. We did not mean to have the hiccups. I saw where some people on the internet were calling that private investigator the smartest person in Utah. So, there. This poor, I mean, just think about it. They had to get there that early, and they've been sitting in there in that jewelry room all this time. Just sitting there. See, I mean, I guess that's what it gets down to, isn't it? I don't know how they think they gonna make this work. But I feel sorry for that. If Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk, he is in such trouble because this woman, I don't know. If he didn't do it, I'm not sure she can get him out of it. Yes, allegedly, she knew this when she argued this yesterday. Are these private paid attorneys or are these provided by the government? Does anybody know? I'm gonna have a little drink of my Dr. Pepper. Because I don't know how much they get paid for this, but they are dragging it out. Private attorneys get paid by the straight fund list. That's right, but I meant the state's paying for it, not. Look at that, Hawkeye. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna, what do you call it? Show that on the screen. Hawkeye's Nature has sent $19.99 to Cresha. Thank you. We're doing an amazing job over here trying to hold it up for Cresha. You know, at some times when you're taking care of your stuff, you need to, we say to other people, you just need to turn it off and take care of your business. Well, Cresha is trying to turn it off for a minute and take care of her business so she could come back with a fresh mind. And it won't be long. But I want everybody to give her that space to do that. We all need healing time, most especially people who have been through this kind of trauma. Oh, Beach Bum says, it probably costs $2 an hour and no, Kouri is indigent, among other things. Yeah, well, they didn't want Eric's money paying for his defense of him, his wife killing him. That would be no good. Under Cresha. Under Cresha and Donna are amazing, and we stand with Cresha and support. 100% always. Yes. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Let's see if I can find anything going on that might be we could watch, because we got 10 minutes or so. Ay, ay, ay. I see a new video by somebody that we watch quite a bit, and I'm going to play it, and we're going to watch it, and
had a few people reach out, ask if everything's okay, because we didn't put out a show yesterday. Yeah, I mean, look, this is reality, right? I've talked about this before. You know, we're not podcasters. We never started this to be podcasters. We didn't run for Congress because we wanted to be politicians. You know, we ran for Congress because we wanted to expose the corruption in our state and wake the people up to what's actually going on. And when we got shut down from running for office, we realized, you know, we don't need to be a politician to make a difference and wake people up, that we can use our voice and use social media. So we started the podcast, and obviously something that we thought we were exposing was corruption in the state with our governor and with, you know, these Curtis and Romney type politicians. But this has just been a journey for us. Like, we've never known where this thing was going to go. Could have never predicted, you know, what's come and where we are now. But what we could do is stand up for what we saw and speak against what we were aware of. And, you know, while Alexi and I, and, you know, I guess I can just speak for myself, maybe I may be far from perfect. one thing God knows is he can count on me to stand and to speak and to have the boldness to say what needs to be said regardless of the outcome. And this has just been a journey. Like, I don't know where this thing's going. I have no idea. I would have never predicted what's happened now, to where, I'm being threatened to be arrested just to go and worship, God at my own church. But yeah, I mean, honestly, like, it's been a rough season for us. It's been a very rough season. Once we started finding about the child abuse and the sex and the pedophilia, raging across the state and being protected, institutionally, by, our political leaders and yes, I'll say it, within my own church. It's not something I want to say it's not something we wanted to do, be on this path. But I mean, when we see something, when we talk to so many survivors, when we hear so many countless stories of this type of abuse going on, I'm far more concerned of being held accountable by God for staying silent or for walking away because it's unpopular, because of the consequences, than the ridicule and we've been receiving, and the threats we've been getting, and the intimidation we've been getting, because of what we've said. And we will continue to stand up and call out what we see, regardless of what comes. And yeah, sometimes we're going to get knocked down, and we've been knocked down, but one thing, again, God knows, is that we'll get back up, and we are getting back up, and we're going to keep exposing this. But we're also realizing that there's another chapter is closed and another chapter is opening, and so we have continued to interview survivors, and we're going to continue to share their stories, regardless of how much we will continue to be censored, because it's been incredible what's been happening with YouTube with the censorship lately. It's ever since the show with Natalia, we've had people looking at our account, our YouTube, and it's very clear that our account's is being messed with. And so yeah, they can try to cancel us, they can try to censor us, and I'm sure they will eventually find a way to shut us up. But here's the cool thing. People across the country are starting to speak up on this. People in our state are speaking up. And, while, yeah, they can get rid of and then cancel one person like me, but, they can't defeat God. And in the end, these people will all be held accountable. They'll be laid, bare everything they've done, and everyone will know who these people are. And whether that happens in my life or the next life doesn't matter. But what I do know is, this stuff is very real, and this is the defining moment of our day and age, and this is the fight that we will all be held accountable for our actions, when all of us know without a doubt this is happening at the level nationally of Epstein, both parties participating in it and protecting it and trying to cover it up. And yes, it is happening in our backyard, regardless of how much everyone wants to deny it and say, no, this is Happy Valley and our church is perfect and can't be infiltrated. I mean, that's just the biggest lie, and that's always been a lie from the beginning. This stuff has always raged across this earth, and it always will rage until the Savior comes and finally destroys that serpent. But that serpent is strong, and he is powerful, and he wages and grows his power on the blood of children. And it is heavy, and I understand why people don't want to look at it. It's taken a very real toll on us. But the other thing I'm going to say is, people, if you care about this, you need to be on Twitter following LDS Abuse, Justin Riggs' account, and you need to be following Goel on his Substack and investigations into ritual abuse. You cannot understand this world without following those accounts. And then there's other accounts popping up, and when you see other accounts who have the courage to speak about this, I would encourage you to follow them. And while we all see things differently, like Goel and I see things, very differently in different ways, and I purposely don't align myself with everybody, because it's one of their things. If they can take down one person, they take us all down, and we all have different perspectives, and we are all unique individuals. But that being said, I would encourage you to follow those accounts, because everyone has different skill sets and different things they bring to the table. And those are two people who, I will tell you, I respect the work they do. And you do need to be following them if you're not already. And that being said, like I said, we're getting ready to start a new chapter. From what you see, you won't see anything different, because we're going to keep just bringing survivors on and having them share their stories. But behind the scenes, we are doing some very different things. And I would continue to encourage anyone who has been affected by sexual abuse or ritual abuse any form of systematic where your abusers have been protected, whether it's by state or whether it's by the church's law firm. If you have been abused and there's systematic abuse, not just random abuse, not just a single perpetrator, but where there's systematic abuse, please email us at abuse@wearethepeople.org. And not just in Utah, other states too. This stuff needs to be stopped, and so we are looking and we want to hear your stories. So please, if you have been a victim of any form of systematic abuse, again, where systems in place, whether it's political or organizations that should have been there to protect you did not, please let us know, because these organizations have to be held accountable. So thank you guys for all you do, and to all you survivors out there, we love you, and God sees you, we see you, and I want you to know you guys are not alone, and no one is out there going to get away with this garbage that you guys are crazy or it's false memories or any of that type of ridicule. You guys have been ridiculed your whole lives, and I think God has had enough of that, and so have we. So thank you guys for all you do, and for those of you who are standing and joining this fight, tell me a fight that matters more. Tell me any fight, anything you could do on this earth. I don't care, going to the gym and getting shredded. Tell me anything, making 6 figures, making millions of dollars. Tell me anything that matters more than standing and fighting for children. This is, like I said, the defining issue of our day and age. This is why we are here, and especially a lot of you youth. It's time to stand. It's time to fight, because they can take down one person, they can shut down one account, but they can't stop the army that God is raising up. And so if you feel that in your heart, I would encourage you to stand and start finding what your purpose is and get involved. So anyways, appreciate you guys, and we should probably have a show out next Wednesday, but we just want to let you know that we're here and everything's good. So see you guys.
So that was Jason Preston, and Jason is the channel We the People Utah, and he interviews people who have experienced abuse, and also some current people who are going through this kind of thing. And it's they have been told they can't come back to church. I mean, can you believe this? Like, these people who are talking about abuse and please stop doing it get told they can't come back to church. And people like Lori and Chad, who kill people, they say nothing. Sorry, I'm not just talking about them. I'm talking about all organized religions who pull this kind of crap. Okay, let me hide my current comment. Let's see, we got 7 more minutes. That was very interesting. Like I said, Jason and his wife have a show where they interview survivors, and they have talked about the same stories that Kresha has talked about the Hamblins, and she's talked about that attorney David Levitt, who we've talked about him many times. He's the Utah County district attorney, I believe, and talking about cannibalism and stuff. So he is talking about some of the same things we are, and he also recommended to people that Kresha also recommended to people who are interested in this, and that's Goel and Justin Riggs. And like Jason said, I don't agree with everything anybody says. Not my mom, my son, my kids, any of us. So we don't always agree with everybody. But almost everybody can agree that this is no way for children to be neglected and left to this. It's abuse. In some cases, it's murder. And we need to keep digging in that pile. And since all of this stuff has come up with Jeffrey Epstein, the pieces kind of all keep fitting together. And this is if now is the time to speak about this. It's out there. People know about it. We should talk about it. And I need to make a video and talk about Jason Preston and his wife Alexia, because they have some very interesting content. It's not necessarily something that people want to hear, but I think it's something that people should hear. Not because you want to get a trauma excitement or something, but because we need to appreciate that these stories are true and real, and there are really monsters amongst us. If you haven't met one, be glad. So, Beach Bum says that, where is it? Okay, Kelly Blue who says, exactly, Donna, it's no longer acceptable for child sexual abuse to be denied because it's uncomfortable to comfortable people. Exactly. Let's see, there was another message here. Let's go back here. So, Beach Bum says, it's a delay allegedly. She's confirmed with her client, but bullshit. She's trying to figure out where this move will go. Hopefully it blows up. Yeah, because they're wanting to bring in Eric's drug dealer, but they're not really wanting to talk about the whole conversation. A rusty tool. Kelly Blue who says, talk about high demand religions. Phew, sometimes I call them, when I know them, terms might make other people turn out. Yes, exactly. But high control is a good description too, and undue influence is also a good description, because they do use undue influence. And I know when I was talking to Crush about this, and we were talking about, well, surely so-and-so is on drugs for them to be acting this way or something. But, you know, you don't need drugs to I mean, of course it helps when people are trying to brainwash people, but you don't always have to have them. Aw. Kelly Bluehoop says, Donna, you're the best friend imaginable. I always just consider it an extra delight if Crusher shows up too. I hope she takes all the time she needs in space and needs it guilt-free. I do too. It's like we just sometimes have to take care of our family business. We just do, and that's how it goes. And it's fine. And there are going to be days when, because I guess it's only going to be 2 more weeks, 3 more. I'm not sure how much longer this is. But that being said, you know, if I have to take off, she may be in here all day, or somebody else. We're liable to dang draft one of y'all to come help online. Okay, okay, I'm going to have to sing my song to get him lured back up in here. Mr. What is it? Excuse me. Here he is. Well, he's saving y'all from having me sing.
Record 231-500-139. Councilor present, Ms. Richins is present. Ms. Nestor, you've had an opportunity to confer with Ms. Richins. How does the defense want to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for the break. We appreciated that. So we have reviewed the case. We clearly understand the court's ruling that if any of it comes in, all of it comes in. We get that. We also understand and appreciate that the court is going to require proper foundation, and we're not skipping any steps. We accept the state's representation in good faith that Officer O'Driscoll, he's out still, right? He is not the foundation witness because he is not the individual who communicated with Mr. Norris. And we will, if we proceed with this line of questioning and we decide to introduce this evidence, we will do it through the proper foundational witnesses, which we accept as not him. So to avoid confusion now, since it's not him, we will wait and not ask the questions that he doesn't have, because it's like you said, there's no way to ask the question without introducing the substance. We couldn't figure out how to do that. So we're gonna wait until we have a foundational witness, and then we will proceed that way if we can lay a foundation.
Okay.
And if we decide to go forward with that evidence.
I appreciate that. If you make that ultimate decision,
We'll give everyone a heads up.
I appreciate that, and one of the reasons I would need that is to make sure I give defense an opportunity to state on the record, or at least summarize on the record, their strategic balancing of the risks and benefits so that there is a record of that going forward.
I appreciate that, and I think that's probably a good idea for everyone,
Okay, very
including
good.
us.
So, Mr. Bloodworth, because the defense will not be opening the door to any portion of its incomplete investigation theory related to David Norris through Detective O'Driscoll, I don't believe the state would be permitted to respond to it yet. Is that your view of it?
That is my view of it, Your Honor.
Okay. So, as a matter of status quo, we are going to proceed with additional cross-examination of Detective O'Driscoll, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did we reach oh, I'm sorry.
Could we just go ahead and, well, I can just do it through, I think we just thought I would just ask him about 340. I'm sorry, nothing, I apologize. I
Okay.
withdraw.
I was about to ask, did we reach an endpoint regarding 340 and the photograph?
So the plan is to introduce the stipulated 340, which we'll get in. And then I will ask him if he can identify the photo. If he can't, he can't, but I'm gonna try.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna get into the substance of any of the bubbles, and I'm not going to introduce the bubbles or any of that.
Okay.
The only thing I'm gonna display to the jury will be the picture on 340. And then I may have it side by side in front of O'Driscoll so he can compare and refresh on the one that's not getting introduced.
And to the extent you ask him about whether it was sent as part of text messages between
Only the date.
Eric and Kouri on the date, it's a yes or no question?
Correct, just
Okay.
on the date, not the time, because I don't want to confuse anyone or require UTC time or any of that conversation. And the time really is irrelevant to us.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor.
We are, Your Honor.
Zach, please. please have a seat as you come in. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We will now proceed with additional cross-examination of Detective O'Driscoll by the defense. Detective, let's have you come in the courtroom. Detective, please step in front of Brittany and we'll get you sworn back in.
Hey Donna, try and refresh your browser. 'Cause it's so choppy.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, Detective O'Driscoll.
Good morning, Ms. Nestor.
I believe when we stopped yesterday, we were talking about the GIFs or GIFs. And I want to start by having you review a document that's been agreed to by the parties. It is exhibit number 3-40. And at this point, Your Honor, we're asking to admit it per stipulation of the parties.
So the witness can see 3-40. And do we want to publish now, counsel?
Please.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No objections.
State's exhibit 3-40 is admitted.
All right, and this was talked about when, I believe it was Mr. Kostradimos, I think, it's all blurring together now, was on the stand, but this is the group of all the GIFs or the GIFs that were in kind of a group, and included the ones that were accessed on the morning after the police left Ms. Richins' home, after Mr. Richins passed. Do you remember the testimony about that?
Yes.
Okay, can we go to the page that shows the GIFs in question? Maybe blow that up at the top. Okay. So I think that's two of them. One of them is from, I guess, the movie Dumb and Dumber. And the other one is our president. And I think there was a third one, but it's, yeah, Mr. Spacey and in a TV program, right? And those were the three GIFs that were talked about. And if you blow up the time that they were accessed, they all were accessed at 8:29:03 a.m. on March the 4th. That's the day that Mr. Richins was found deceased, correct?
Correct.
All right, and I know we've already heard the testimony that these are what we call orphaned GIFs. You can't really tell which text they came with and exactly when they were sent or who they were sent to or by. All we know is that they were somehow accessed at that point by her phone, correct?
That was the testimony, Mr. Kostradimos, yes.
Okay, can you pull up another one of the photos that is the picture from the house? That's it. All right. This is another picture that was accessed at that exact moment at 8:29. And can you blow the picture up a little bit? Do you recognize what that is, that photograph?
It's the legacy home.
It's the legacy home, right? And was there another photo that was accessed that same morning, also orphaned? Can you find that picture? It's right above it, I think. There we go. Can you blow that picture up a little bit? Thank you. All right. And is that also just a closer up view of the legacy mansion?
It appears so. It's very blurry on my screen.
It is. I think it is blurry. And then can you back out and show the time that one was accessed according to this same group of photos? That one appears to have been accessed at 10:42 a.m. the same morning.
That's what this document says, yes.
Okay. Now, if we could put just on the witness's screen, Exhibit JO, I think it's 11, not for the publication yet, Your Honor.
Understood.
All right. And can you take just a moment and blow that up just a little bit so he can read it better? All right. Just take a second and scroll through that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about any documents you reviewed about Eric's final communications before he passed.
Your Honor, objection. There's no foundation to get to whether or not his recollection requires refreshment.
Yeah, let's pause there. Would you lay a little bit of foundation before we get there?
Sure, and it requires us to go back to yesterday. So yesterday, I had asked you, right before we stopped, if you had, as part of your investigation, reviewed the final communications of Eric right before he passed away, and you mentioned you had. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Based on that, if you could refresh, do you recall the communications you reviewed that day?
Not all of them. Some of them, yeah.
Can we then please blow up this document in front of him and see if this refreshes your recollection as to what you reviewed?
Mr. Bloodworth, the witness doesn't have it yet. Any objection to that question?
Your Honor, I think the objection foundation, I think there requires additional foundation.
I think the question pending is, are these among the things he reviewed, correct?
Maybe I misunderstood the pending.
Yeah.
That's the question.
So I think,
Can we back up a step? Maybe I'll catch up.
sure. Ms. Nestor, ask your last question one more time, please.
Are these texts that are before you part of what you reviewed from Eric's final communications on his phone?
Go one step before that. He hasn't seen these yet. He doesn't currently have them in front of him.
Do you recall all of the communications you saw that day when you were reviewing Eric's final communications?
All the texts from his phone?
Yes.
On the day before he died?
Yes.
I don't remember all of them. I
Okay.
remember some of them.
So then, would you please look at this document and see if it refreshes your recollection and as to whether these were included in his communications?
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Okay. The witness can now see what you're referring to, Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And can you go down just one more? And maybe blow that up a little, that photo. Does this refresh your recollection, these communications of Eric's and Kouri's the day he died?
These are time-stamped March 3rd. That's not the day he died, but the day before he died.
Totally correct, because he died in, we think, the early morning hours of the 4th, right?
Yeah, he was pronounced deceased on the 4th.
Okay.
Yes, Your
So,
Honor, sorry, objection. Foundation is to the meaning of died, right? He was pronounced dead.
But I think the witness and the questioning lawyer have a common understanding here. Overruled.
thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so were these included in what you reviewed in the communications between Eric and Kouri on the 3rd of March?
Yes.
All right. And this photograph, if you could blow that up.
Your Honor, objection. His recollection has been refreshed. I think the exhibit can now be set aside.
I'm not publishing it. I've just got one more question about the photo and then I'm done.
I'll take it down, ask your question. If we need to refresh again, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Wait, did you tell me I could ask the question?
Yeah, I took the photo down. Ask whatever you're about to
Yes,
ask next.
yes.
Okay.
Does the photo that you just refreshed your recollection with match the same photo that we just saw in 340? That was the corner of the Midway Mansion.
Your Honor, the photo's still up on my screen and the witness is
My apologies. There you go.
staring at it.
Sorry.
Ooh.
Is it the same photo, sir?
This one that we just saw that was enlarged, you're asking if that's the same as the one in the text message?
Does it match the one that we just put on the screen for the jurors that came with all those other pictures that morning?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have. Done with that. I'm sorry, maybe I'm not. Can I have just one moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
One more step, if we could go back to 340, which has been admitted, and pull up some additional gifts that were accessed at that same time. If we could pull those up, please.
Sure. There you go.
Okay, so there's the picture on the bottom left-hand corner of the Midway Mansion house, right?
Yes.
And that one was accessed at 10:42 a.m. the morning of the 4th?
Yes.
And the one with the champagne is also that exact same time?
Yes.
And the one with the farmer is that exact same time?
Yes.
And we know for sure that the one on the bottom left was sent the day before. Because we just looked at that, right? And you refreshed your recollection.
Yeah, I don't know if the part of the extraction that we're looking at right now is saying that that's where that came from. I don't know if that's the same file path, but that photo is the same.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, we can take that down now. All right, I also want to talk to you about, sorry, startle me. I also want to talk to you about the Google searches that were testified about here that were on Ms. Richins' phone or computer or both. Did you review those as part of your investigation?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to determine dates on all of those searches when they were made?
I don't believe so. Yeah, that would be a question for Mr. Cotrobimos. I remember seeing the searches and the text of the searches, but I believe he testified that that there wasn't a timestamp associated with them and that they differed from the action in the phone that showed that a link was actually clicked on from one of those searches.
Okay, perfect.
And I believe those had timestamps.
Okay, the links, but maybe not the searches.
Correct.
Thank you for that clarification. And you agree that as of April the 13th of 2022, approximately a month and a few days after Eric passed away, that Ms. Richins' house was searched and she was detained in a police vehicle, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Foundation.
Foundation, yeah.
Sustained. Lay a little foundation there.
Are you aware that there was a search conducted on her house on April 13th?
On Miss Richins' house?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you aware that while that search was being conducted, Ms. Richins was temporarily detained in a police vehicle for a period of time?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled on that.
Go ahead.
I think the word detained is the problem there. I think there's been dispute over whether or not she was detained. But she was spoken to, she was asked to wait in law enforcement's vehicle until the lead detective could come speak to her about what was going on with the search.
Okay. So the searches on the website, fair to say that all of those searches are believed to have occurred after April 13th of 2022?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know there were timestamps on the searches, so I can't be sure.
Did you ever interview any of Kouri's family or friends and ask them if they were responsible for any of those, or if they'd ever seen Kouri do it, or who did those searches?
No.
Okay. All right, I'd like to talk about the orange notebook for just a moment. We pulled up, do we have the, do you have that orange notebook exhibit? I can't remember the number of it. Court's indulgence for just a minute, I have the number. I've got it. I'll tell you. Just one moment, I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's hard to keep all these exhibits straight. Can we put up Exhibit 2-66R? It's admitted, Your Honor. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Before we do that, can we put up Exhibit, 2-66R, that's correct. Oh, we don't have they redacted part of it, and we don't have that.
Scott, 2-66R, please.
Would he be so kind? I don't want to accidentally put something up that was redacted, Your Honor.
My apologies, we'll fix that. It's okay. One moment, please. Scott, if we do our normal dance, I'd appreciate it. Two 66R, publish.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
All right, and can we, that's what we like to call the orange notebook, right? Because it's like in an orange kid's school notebook, right?
Correct.
Okay, and can you fast forward, Katie, until I tell you to stop? Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, right there. And can you blow out the bottom third of the page? All right, so this orange notebook that was recovered from the house, you don't have any knowledge about the circumstances under which it was prepared, do you? Or why it was written?
I do not.
And you don't know when it was written?
No, I don't.
And this was seized the day Ms. Richins was arrested, which was May 8th, 2023, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
So over a year after Eric's death, right?
Correct.
All right, and here on there is an entry that says on March the 22nd, can you highlight that please, Katie? Kouri starts counseling. Do you see that? You need to say yes.
Yes,
okay.
sorry.
Did you take any steps to verify if that actually was the date she started doing mental health counseling?
I didn't learn anything about her counseling from interviews that we conducted. We did get Kouri's medical records, and I don't remember if a mental health counselor was part of those, but that's possible.
And I imagine as I forgot the word you used, as a serious crime investigator, homicide investigator, detective, death scene investigator, you've dealt with a lot of victims and family members who've been traumatized by a death and have required counseling. Is that fair?
My involvement with victims doesn't usually go that far to know whether they sought counseling or not. We refer them to the Victims Advocate Service, and they're much more equipped to help them with that.
Great. And have you ever heard of what's called trauma journaling?
No.
Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay.
Your Honor, maybe approach on.
I'll move on. I'm done with that. You
Are
don't know,
we
so I'll
approaching
move
or moving on?
Why? We're moving on from the subject matter, no need to approach.
Got it.
on. We are moving on from the subject matter.
Very good.
All right, you also talked about the fact that you found it, I think you said suspicious, but I don't want to put that word in your mouth, but it was of significance to you that Carmen had placed a Mr. Richins' obituary on her memory wall or her inspiration wall or whatever. Is that right?
I noticed it, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it was something that caught my eye.
Did you happen to notice if there were any other obituaries right around it or next to it?
No, I didn't particularly notice.
Can we pull up exhibit? Yes, thank you. The second one, 816R, I think. Oh, it's 15? Okay, 815R. And that's in, Your Honor, if we could publish it.
I can't see it yet, Katie. Oh, you don't have it. My apologies.
Oh, that
Scott,
one's got things
would
blurred.
you help us out? Thank you. let's see, this is
Yeah.
8-15R. Let me just make sure this is the one you intended, Ms. Nestor.
That is the one.
And Katie does have this one if you wanted to switch back.
Okay,
Yeah, because I'm going to need her to blow it up. Can we
One
switch it
moment.
back to her, please? I'm so sorry.
no problem.
There was a recent version where they blurred a lot of children's faces out and stuff. Okay, do you remember this picture we introduced of Mr. Richins' obituary on her memory wall?
Yes.
Can you please blow that up, Katie, to show what's right beside it, or right under it? Do you see another in loving memory right below it?
Yeah, it looks like a program pamphlet from a funeral.
Okay. All right. Also, the C&E hat, I believe, that was on that wall that you noticed. Did you do any investigation to determine if Carmen actually, if Carmen actually did any work for C&E?
Yeah, based on our conversations, she never worked for C&E as a company. She did work on the Richins house. She interacted with Eric, but she was never employed by C&E.
Okay. All right. I also want to show you a text. As part of your investigation of reviewing texts between Eric and Kouri, Katie, if you could pull up Exhibit 2 dash, I believe it's 9. 2-3. Thank you. That's it. Before you look at that, do you recall trying to determine, investigating whether or not Kouri was aware prior to Eric's death that at least some, maybe not the house, but at least some of the assets that belonged to them or to Eric were shielded under some kind of a trust, if she was aware of that before he passed?
Yeah, that was part of our investigation.
All right. And did you review conversations she had with people about that and texts about that and things about that?
I didn't have any recorded conversations that she had. I guess it depends on the timing that you're asking about.
Okay, I'd like to refresh your recollection and see if you look at these texts, if it reminds you if this is one of the things you looked at in trying to make that determination, okay?
Okay.
Can you blow that up? It's Exhibit 2-3D as in Delta. And just let him look at all of them, please, just slowly. Give him plenty of time to read. Can you go back up? I think we're missing that one. There you go, the next page. Does this refresh your recollection? Do you remember looking at this set of texts between Kouri and Eric?
No, I didn't have time to finish reading that.
Oh, sorry. Keep letting him read it.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection? Do you remember reviewing this series of texts between Kouri and Eric relating to the trust?
I don't remember, and the context of those messages, I can't say that that's what they're talking about.
Okay, so this does not refresh your recollection.
No.
Okay, court's indulgence for just one moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach the state? we're working on something, but I'm going to ask a couple more, move back, and then we may come back to it once she's done looking. So was it your understanding, without saying anything anyone told you, when you were conducting your investigation, did you become aware that Kouri knew of at least some portion of the, some aspect of the trust being created before Eric passed?
Objection, Your Honor. More foundation, otherwise it's based on hearsay.
The foundation objection is sustained based upon the witness's prior answer. If you can start smaller, maybe build up to it, there may be some foundation here.
Did you interview people, look at documents, review texts? To try to inform your investigation as to whether Kouri knew that Eric had created a trust for at least some portion of their assets prior to his death?
I reviewed information about the trust from several different sources. Everything that I reviewed suggested that she was not aware of how the trust worked or the consequences of the trust.
Totally fair. I think you're right about that. But was she aware that it existed?
Objection, Your Honor. Same. Foundation objection.
Overruled based upon his prior answer. You could
Y'all hang on, I'm restarting these things. Sorry, it's just messed up.
Pen device in the master bathroom that was recovered during the first search?
Probably. I know that there were some located in the refrigerator on one of the searches. EpiPens, that is.
Did you ever investigate whether Eric discussed this allergic reaction with his doctor, his allergy doctor?
I believe one of our investigators contacted the allergy doctor and conducted an interview. I don't remember what the results or content of that interview was.
Did you determine what Eric was allergic to? Was he allergic to avocados or wheat or peanut oil? Do you know?
From what I remember being told by the investigator that had that conversation, it was like seasonal allergies, trees, grasses, dander, things like that.
Okay. Were you ever able to confirm that Eric ever sought any medical treatment for what allegedly happened to him on February 14th?
Just that in his text message, he mentioned that he might go to the hospital. So I don't know for sure if he did, but he was feeling bad enough that he thought he might need to.
Were you ever able to confirm that he did?
No.
Okay. All right, I want to also talk to you about Miss Susan Kohler. Do you know who Susan Kohler is?
Yes.
Who is Susan Kohler?
She's an associate of Carmen Laubers. She worked for Doreen Kouri cleaning houses with Carmen Lauber.
Okay. And in the course of your investigation, what did you determine, if anything, was the role that Susan Kohler played with respect to this case?
We determined that she sold, I think the number was 15 to 20 Roxy's or prescription narcotic pain pills to Carmen at the request of Miss Richins.
Okay. And was Miss Susan Kohler offered immunity like Crozier and Carmen Lauber were?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know?
What's the basis of the objection, Mr. Bloodworth? Or do you need to approach?
Relevancy.
Approach for 1 second.
Beach Bum says Sky left over the walk and the dog letter. Kouri was trying to use her to get info out to mom and brother. She also called Sky stupid. I mean, I was
The
consider.
relevance objection is sustained. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Did you ever find any evidence or suggestion that anything Susan Kohler sold to Carmen Lauber contained fentanyl?
We found a bag of loose, I believe they were hydrocodone pills, in the mudroom walkway cabinet in the house. They were tested. They did not contain fentanyl.
Thank you. You also testified, I think, yesterday that shortly before Eric passed away, he went on a hunting trip to Mexico. We talked about that a little bit, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Was there any effort made to try to track Eric Richins' phone movements while he was in Mexico during that time period?
I don't believe we were able to get any kind of GPS location data from Eric's phone. I think the location data came from call detail records, as was demonstrated by Mr. Kotradimos.
And you also reviewed the phone calls. Well, strike that. I'll strike that, Your Honor. Okay, I think I'm almost done. If I can just confer with counsel, I'm going to wrap it up. All right, we're almost done. So just to recap a couple of days of testimony that got interrupted a lot. This investigation has now extended for a period of over 4 years, right?
Correct.
Okay. And during that 4 years period of time, as recently as less than a month ago, you were still issuing search warrants. Is that right?
Yes.
And there were a total of at least 10 searches by law enforcement of Ms. Richins' home. Is that right?
There were 10 search warrants issued, yeah,
And
or around 10.
you heard that there's also at least 5 multi-day searches by a private investigator. Is that right?
I don't remember if it was 5 days. He said a couple days.
And the agencies that were involved in this case were the Summit County Sheriff, right?
Correct.
The Medical Examiner's Office.
They're not a law enforcement agency.
Well, they have investigator, right? She testified here.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're a civilian investigator.
fair. Also, there was a private investigator that was involved in this case and communicated with you and provided information.
No, he was involved in the civil case.
Did he provide you information?
He provided our office information. I never talked to him personally.
All right. The DEA was involved in this case, at least briefly.
They never took any official action. Well, I should restate that. They assisted us with forensic tools,
Okay.
like call detail records and things like that.
Homeland Security agent, or I'm sorry, U.S. Postal Service agent was at one of the searches, right?
Yeah, I was aware of that. No,
Okay. You can't say how the fentanyl was administered, right?
orally.
Besides orally.
That's all I know is that he took it orally.
We don't know exactly when it happened and what time of night or morning.
We know a time range.
Okay. You can't say the dosage that was ingested, right? 1 pill, 2 pill, 20 pills.
Illicit fentanyl does not come in dosages.
Okay. You can't say what was ingested on Valentine's Day at all, correct?
Fentanyl is definitely ingested. Oh, I'm sorry, on Valentine's Day.
Yes, on Valentine's Day.
No, we don't have any kind of medical examiner's report of his stomach contents from that day.
And on insurance fraud, we have not heard any testimony about any representations that Kouri Richins made to her insurance company, have we?
Objection, Your Honor.
If you put a word to it. Foundation.
Well, foundation also probably then hearsay.
Would you approach her like that? State's objections are overruled. If you would restate that question, if you can, exactly. as
I will.
necessary.
And we've not heard any testimony in this case about statements or representations Kouri made to her insurance company, correct?
Not statements. We've heard evidence about it.
Okay. And with respect to the forgery count, we've not heard any testimony one way or the other whether Eric gave Kouri permission to sign his name on documents, have we?
I don't think that's required to meet the forgery statute.
Have we heard anything about that? Do you know one way or the other whether Eric allowed Kouri to sign his name on documents as a married couple?
No, but that's still signing someone else's name, even if they give you permission, purporting it to be somebody else's signature.
Okay, well, the judge is going to instruct the jury on what the law is about that. But what I'm asking you is, as the investigator, do you have any knowledge one way or the other if Eric ever said to her, hey, it's okay with me, sign my name, I don't have time to deal with it?
I don't know.
And in fact, what we have heard is that he did give her at least one power of attorney at some point years ago, right?
Objection, well, not objection, may we approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll withdraw that question, Your Honor. And you were here when Mr. Throckmorton, the handwriting expert, testified, and you heard him say that he could not say that Kouri Richins was who signed that document. Did you hear him say that?
I heard him say that it was probably
Not Eric.
probably not Eric.
But he could not say that it was signed by Kouri, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think that's it. I appreciate your patience. Thank you, Detective. Thank you, Your Honor. We tender the witness.
Mr. Bloodworth, within the scope of cross, please.
Detective O'Driscoll, in this case, are you the lead investigator among many investigators?
Yeah, it's a large team. I've had a lot of help.
Does your job in part involve coordinating the activities of all the other sheriff's office investigators?
Yes.
And are you the lead investigator for the sheriff's office as opposed to the county attorney's office?
Correct. I have no authority over what the prosecutor's investigator does.
And does the county's, well, you may have just answered this, but does the county attorney's office have its own investigation capability and authority?
Yes.
Is it your job as lead investigator to be omniscient regarding every investigative detail in this case, to include details of the county attorney's investigation?
No, I can't know every single detail. It's, as defense knows, terabytes of information.
And in early 2023, was your personal investigative focus on determining the source of the fentanyl that caused Eric Richins' death?
Yes, because like I said at the beginning, I came into the investigations division as a narcotics officer. Before I became the lead investigator on this case, that was our focus, is investigating drug-related crimes.
In early 2023, did the sheriff's office have a digital forensics capability even remotely close to the capabilities of Mr. Cotodimos?
No, that's why we hired him.
And in early 2023, did the sheriff's office have any forensic accounting capability whatsoever?
In which year? Which date did you say?
Early 2023.
They had a little. I mean, how early? Not until March and April.
Well, let me ask you
January, zero.
And any forensics accounting capability close to that of Brooke Carrington?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say forensic accounting?
Forensic accounting.
I'm sorry. I misheard. I thought you said digital forensics. No, the sheriff's office has no experts in forensic accounting.
And is part of the reason that they have no forensics accounting experts and minimal digital forensics experts because you have a small office, right?
Yeah, it's relatively small.
Did the county attorney's office become involved in this case in early May of 2023 when me charged Kouri Richins?
Yes, we only met with the prosecutors about a week before to give them our probable cause information.
Subsequent to charging Ms. Richins, did the county attorney's office engage Mr. Cochadimos and Ms. Carrington?
Yes.
And is Mr. Cochadimos the investigator who analyzed the digital forensics, including cell tower mapping and cell phone data?
Yes.
And was it Ms. Carrington that investigated and analyzed the forensic accounting, including the closing on the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
And does the state provide the material from each of their investigations to the defense in discovery?
As far as I know, yes.
Do you recall in cross-examination when defense counsel picked a sentence from a May 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber, where it was either you or Detective Maynard told Carmen Lauber that she was something like the biggest piece of the puzzle?
Yes, I remember that.
What was the context of that comment?
She said something about, can we just lay out all the information, all the pieces in front of us? Because we were trying to establish a timeline. And we told her, you're the biggest piece. You're the biggest part of the information that we don't know.
And
She
did-
had the information.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. And did that context involve a piece of the drug purchase timeline rather than a piece of this whole giant case?
Correct. The timeline of her involvement, not necessarily the entire case.
And did that interview predate any information on the forensic accounting?
Yes.
And
We
did it,
didn't even get into that until well after.
and did it predate any of Mr. Cochadimos' investigation?
Yes.
And did it predate your understanding of Kouri Richins' relationship with Josh Grossman?
Yes.
Do you recall whether that empty 2016 hydrocodone bottle that went with Eric Richins' body to the medical examiner's office, was discarded by the medical examiner's office in August of 2022?
Back to hearsay.
Please lay some foundation. Sustained.
Do you recall what happened with the empty 2016 hydrocodone bottle?
Made my objection.
Detective, it's a yes or no. Start there.
Yes.
How do you know what happened with the 2016 empty hydrocodone bottle?
I was told by other investigators that they're,
Objection.
Sustained on hearsay.
Did you or Detective Maynard give Carmen Lauber a ride to anywhere other than Wasatch County Drug Court or her attorney's office?
just here to this building,
To this building?
to
or
meet
this
with
building?
prosecutors or talk with her attorney. They're here.
Can investigators force someone anyone to speak with them if that person does not want to speak with them?
No.
Can investigators seize someone's cell phone without a warrant based upon probable cause?
No, it has to be consent or a warrant.
At any time, have you believed that the walk the dog letter gave you probable cause to seek a warrant to seize Ronald Darden's cell phone?
No, it didn't contain enough information for me to have gotten a warrant.
Did your investigation determine that the EpiPens recovered from the Richins home were for one of the Richins children?
Yes.
The GIF image, the one with Kevin Spacey that says, "Idiots, idiots everywhere." Is that from the TV show House of Cards?
From my understanding, yes.
Thank you.
remember what the results are.
I'm sorry, is he finished? We have no further questions, thank you.
May we release this witness?
Mine's choppy too, but not until I come on here. Sorry. There it goes. Level out, but it's still choppy. Huh.
I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's the weather or something.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. I mean, it's going. I'll make it full screen. I'm kind of scared.
Y'all just lay down and don't look at it. Listen.
Right. Yeah, Donna's going to restart her,
Stipulation
her
of
her
fact,
modem.
Preamble and
And
to the jury?
allegedly.
Or do you want to
I
just
don't know.
admit it?
Your Honor, I think if we can just admit it now during jury instructions, when the court would instruct on that, we can read this.
All right, we'll have a discussion about whether to convert this into a stipulation of fact instruction when the time comes.
Right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. States Exhibit 8-65, titled Stipulation of Fact, is admitted by stipulation between the parties. Mr. Bloodworth,
Your Honor, state's in an interesting posture.
do you need a moment on the record outside the presence of the
We
jury?
do.
Okay. I think this would be an appropriate time to just set a schedule for the rest of the day. Are we going to be able to, it seems likely to me, you tell me, that we'll be taking a recess now, but not coming back for about 90 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Your Honor, that's my sense of it. I'm waiting on a defense decision.
Okay. Well, in either way, I'll bet you a steak dinner it's going to be about 90 minutes, but we're going to rise for the jury, and I'll send out word through the bail.
All rise for the jury. It's a lot of steaks.
We have lunch coming today, right? Okay, very good. Yes, I appreciate that. Have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, Mr. Bloodworth, we're on the record. The jury is not present. Tell me what's up.
Your Honor, the state's waiting on the defense's decision regarding the Norris matter, because if they want to proceed in one fashion, the state will call some additional witnesses in its case in chief. If they want to proceed in another fashion, then the state will rest.
This is what I was trying to tease out, and I apologize for not being more specific. Given that they did not open the door to this issue through any of the state's witnesses in the state's case of chief so far, I understand the possible order of events from this point forward to be they'll make a decision about whether in the defense case to open the door to it. If they do, the state would be able to respond by, among other things, publishing evidence of Mr. Jeff's statements and, forgive me, the other gentleman,
Bonsavage.
Mr. Bonsavage's statements as part of the state's response to or rebuttal of the defense's theory of a failure or to investigate or incomplete investigation. But they haven't opened the door yet, so I don't think there's any need or ability for the state to get into it in its case in chief.
Okay, Your Honor, then the state rests.
Okay. With the state having rested, Ms. Nestor, does the defense have a motion?
We do, Your Honor. Mr. Ramos is going to take care of that.
Your Honor, under both Rule 17-0 as well as 77-17-13, discharge for insufficient evidence, the defense presents the following and moves for a directed verdict. At the conclusion, this is just for the record, Judge, as Your Honor knows, at the conclusion of the evidence by the prosecution, which has just been done, the court may issue an order dismissing any information or indictment or any count thereof upon the ground that the evidence is not legally sufficient to establish the offense or offenses charged therein or any lesser included offense. Judge, based on the evidence that has been presented over the past 10 days or so, including all inferences, of course, that can be reasonably drawn from the evidence, it is a position of the defense that some evidence exists from which a reasonable jury could find that some, however, not all of the elements of the crimes that have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In terms of the sufficiency of the evidence, Judge, I'll start backwards, starting with count 5. With regards to the forgery, even looking at all the inferences in favor of the state, we do not believe that the state has proven a specific intent to defraud as it relates to the forgery. There's no proof that the signature was done without Eric's authority. And even assuming that the defendant, Ms. Richins, signed on behalf of Eric with or without permission, that itself does not conclusively presume that because she signed the name of Eric, that a forgery has occurred. The act, in other words, of signing another's name without permission doesn't constitute forgery, again, unless it was done with the intent to defraud, which we don't believe it has been met here. In terms of count 4, and forgive me, Judge, the way I'm approaching this is based primarily on the information, the criminal information, as the facts were laid out there. It was a bit difficult to follow through the testimony as to exactly what the state's position is. According to the criminal information, the basis for the true stage count 4 insurance fraud is that Ms. Richins, or rather True Stage left the voicemail with Ms. Richins requesting a copy of the prescription, any prescription Mr. Richins had for fentanyl. Then later that same day, Ms. Richins informed True Stage that fentanyl was not prescribed and that she had no idea how Eric obtained the fentanyl.
I think it's that last clause of that sentence that this is the state's prima facie showing. Do you see it differently?
And taking that as their basis, what the evidence has shown thus far has been that Ms. Richins sought and procured oxy from Ms. Lauber, that while Ms. Lauber indicated that it was fentanyl, her source, Mr. Crozier, provided fentanyl, that Mr. Crozier did not provide fentanyl. Rather, he provided prescription grade oxys. From that moment, from the supplier, Mr. Crozier, to Ms. Lauber, the evidence is that what was provided was oxy.
May I ask you a direct question about that?
Sure.
Why couldn't a jury, properly instructed on the law and consistent with the court's duty when considering a motion for directed verdict, drawing all inferences in the state's favor, view the evidence as showing that Robert Crozier sold to Carmen Lauber 15 to 30 bluish pills marked M30. Carmen Lauber provided them to Kouri Richins, and then based upon the testimony of Eric Haskell that during that time frame, bluish pills marked M30 likely contained fentanyl?
Two responses. One, the testimony from Mr. Crozier as to the quantity and the amount per pill does not jive at all with the Haskell testimony as to how much fentanyl grade, or I guess street level non-prescription pills were going for. What was indicated in the evidence was the amount that was paid was consistent with prescription grade oxys. So that's how I would answer your Honor's question.
Okay.
Count 3, as I understand it, is that Ms. Richins, again, according to the criminal information, had indicated a phone number with an incorrect digit. The signature on the application that purported to be Mr. Richins is a forgery. We talked about count 5. And then in the context, and I think it was also the P.O. box. I imagine they were trying to establish that Mr. Richins didn't have access to that or something to that effect. I don't believe any evidence has been presented to that degree, or
The P.O. box circumstantial evidence that Eric didn't know about it.
not necessarily.
If I view the inferences in the light most favorable to the state.
And even with that, Judge, I mean, there was no evidence presented at all that from the Postal Service or anybody saying that Mr. Richins had no idea that that P.O. box existed. There was a statement and a question made by, I believe, the state, but no evidence was presented to show that that was actually the case. That's how I would answer your Honor's question. Also an interesting point. Term life insurance. At the moment that she allegedly signed on behalf of Eric and was submitted and was paid from her account, I am not certain that Your Honor could find that that term life insurance actually had value. What I mean by that is that there is case law, of course, in the civil process or context, that in the context of term life insurance, Utah courts have specifically addressed whether such policies have value as property. And the Court of Appeals in Beckham v. Beckham, I didn't write down the citation, I'll provide that, Your Honor, held that term life insurance policies generally have no cash value and therefore no property value. This is, of course, in the context of marital assets. So I bring that up. I think that's an interesting point. Obviously, it was marked for $100,000, but the actual value of that, I don't know, it raises an interesting issue.
Doesn't the statute talking about the elements of that particular crime for count 3 talk about property, money, or things obtained or sought to be obtained?
Correct. And that was going to be my last point, is at that moment, what the state needed to provide or prove, put forth evidence, is that at the moment that Ms. Richins allegedly signed on behalf of Mr. Richins for $100,000 term life insurance, that at that moment she knew that she was going to attempt to take her husband's life. And I don't believe they've met that, Judge. That's how I would answer that.
Okay.
With regards to count 2 and 1, most of these arguments overlap, but I will attempt to keep them separate, Judge. As I understand it, in order for them to have met the elements, in order for Ms. Richins to be found guilty of an attempt, she must engage in conduct constituting a substantial step towards the commission of the offense. Here, evidence has been presented that she did seek to obtain oxy. We've had that discussion. Obtaining that oxy, just obtaining the oxy itself, is mere preparation. There is case law, as I'm sure Your Honor is aware, in State v. Johnson, 821 P2D 1150, that indicates that that is not enough. Coupled with the information that we just discussed as to whether it was oxy, whether it was fentanyl, I believe that's even Ms. Richins' case currently is even in a better posture than Ms. Johnson. So with that, if we look at it in the context of the Valentine's Day, there is no evidence at this point that what was obtained was fentanyl, one. Even if it was oxy and she sought to obtain that, beyond that, there's nothing else, no other evidence that indicates that Ms. Richins took those pills, the greenish blue ones, I think at that time 15 milligrams is what Mr. Crozier said, and did anything else with it. I think the evidence as to Mr. Richins ingesting a sandwich is clear in terms of Ms. Richins picking it up. Absolutely. That his reaction was a result of that and not anything else. I believe that the evidence is scant. Your Honor has a question.
No, I'm following.
I will say that even in the Johnson case, the evidence was clear that the defendant in that case had actually obtained a specific type of drug, methamphetamine. So even in that case, they knew exactly what was obtained. Here, it's unclear what was obtained. I will add this before I forget. It relates to all of this in your prior question. In terms of the pills, Ms. Lauber testified the amount of pills that was significantly different from what Mr. Crozier had indicated, as well as the packaging. I believe that's important in the court's consideration in terms of what type of pills ultimately were given from Mr. Crozier to Ms. Lauber. This same argument, not to rehash it, applies to count one. And it leaves us with the administering of the drug. Zero evidence has been presented besides that fentanyl was in his system, in his gastric, and it was possibly orally ingested. There has been no evidence in terms of the administering of whatever it was at all. Judge, for those reasons, the defense requests that Your Honor exercise your duty under both the Rule 17 as well as the code, and we move for directed verdict on those counts, Judge, for those reasons, unless Your Honor has any questions.
I do not. You'll get the last word.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can I perhaps begin by asking the court if the court has any particular element that they would like the state to speak on?
No, I understand the standard. I believe I understand the state's theory on each of the counts, especially 1, 2, 3, and 4. Speak to count 5 if you want to. Specifically, Mr. Ramos's argument regarding lack of believable evidence regarding intent to defraud.
Your Honor, it ties into count 3, right? It's the same insurance. This is the $100,000 true stage policy. And the scheme charge, the scheme fraud in count 3 is that Kouri Richins, at the time she took out that $100,000. Well, this is interesting. The timing doesn't matter for count 3, but the timing does matter for count 5. That as it relates to count 5, at the time she forged Eric Richins' signature, she intended to fraud. I think
What the hell? All I did was open.
the
Okay.
evidence that supports her intent is the fact that nothing on the face of the application indicates that Eric would know of this application, right? The mailing address, the email address, the phone number, everything, the payment, everything comes back to Kouri Richins. And she signed this, I think it was late January 2023, at a time when she had,
January 29, 2022, correct?
I'm sorry, 2022. It was the end of January 2022, at a time when she had already begun asking Hayden Jeffs and Carmen Lauber for drugs of some sort, at a time when she had already expressed her interest in starting a fresh life with Josh Grossman, and at a time when, she had told Becky Lloyd that she would be better off if Eric was dead. And at a time when she had told Josh Grossman if he would just go away. So there is sufficient evidence in the light most favorable to the state that a reasonable jury could find that on January the 29th, when she forged Eric Richins' name, she had intended the entire fraud scheme that's charged in count 3.
Understood. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, anything further, sir?
Just briefly, and this is, of course, if Mr. Bloodworth wants to respond to this, I did neglect in my argument initially as to count 2, the testimony regarding the joking nature conversation that Ms. Stakings had that she testified to with both Ms. Richins and Mr. Eric Richins.
I hate my computer.
Of course, Your Honor, heard that, so I would just add that for the record.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, folks. Appreciate the argument. This is an important motion. Let me just take 5 minutes to collect my thoughts, and I'll give you a ruling. We'll be in recess until 5 of noon. Thank you.
You got 5 minutes to figure it out. Hurry up. It probably ended 5 minutes ago, but my computer's like, whatever. Yeah, I have one of them computers. We're probably midway through the break. Hold on. All I did was amplify the sound, and it's like, oh no, I'm so sensitive. My computer is sensitive. Did you know that? Let me hit live. Just for fun. Let's practice. Anyway.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't know what's the matter with these damn things.
My power went out for a while last night after the storms. I was like, okay.
Well, I know that surely the Iranians are not messing with me and you today. They got bigger things to do. But my cousin works for, I used to work for an orthopedic company in Memphis, and he works for the same company. And I think it was yesterday or it was the day before, their company had a cyber attack from Iran, and it has shut all of their computers down.
And what kind of company was this?
Orthopedic company, medical devices. And see, I asked him, I said, because they just make orthopedics where my cousin works. But this company owns devices that go inside your body to hearts and all that. And I was like, oh, dang. I'm
Is your
sorry.
fan on? Or is
Yes,
it okay.
I'll turn it off. I'm sorry.
I live in a wind tunnel, and that's why I never like jump on, from just anywhere in here. I have the most oldest. This it's a mobile home. There's only so many ways you can like split the floor plan. You know what I'm saying? And it is ridiculous. Whoever laid this one out, I mean, it was above their pay grade because they're like, yeah, let's have it to where whenever you're in your bedroom, I mean, all the way to the bathroom, you can see from the living room to the bathroom. If the doors are open, you can see somebody sitting on the toilet if you look. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. And I mean, I live here with boys, and so I'm like always ducking around,
Good
Anyway,
grief.
I can't wait.
I did turn the fan off, and I'll turn it back on when we start. I think it's the heat is one thing that makes the computers. I mean, I can touch the back of and it's pretty warm back there.
It's just you, Donna. You have that effect.
Hot flashes.
Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way, but okay, I get it.
It's making my
totally
computer
get it.
having a fit here. Ah,
Yeah,
so
nothing like a good view from the not only from the toilet but to the toilet. Okay, I swear I'm like, wow, just offset it. It's really cool. And then, anyways, again, I need to move, is what it is. So it's just
I'm
that's
gonna
what it
have
boils
to
down
move, and I'm sure I'm gonna be looking back and thinking this was a mansion compared to wherever I'm gonna end up next. But
Right. Oh man,
you cannot see the toilet from the front door in this house, but
well, you're winning then. Okay.
it's a really old house, and it's built onto and has different it's it's so in the back.
Addition.
Yeah, in the back we're on the second story because the basement you can't there's a hill, and so we're on the second floor from the back, but the first floor from the front. And I can look out my window and see my mother's bedroom windows because of the way that and I can look
You
out
have
and see.
wings, is what you have. It sounds like you're like, I'm in the West Wing, she's in the East Wing.
Yes, exactly.
That's pretty cool. We
And
don't have basements here because we're right at floor level.
well, people do have basements here, but everybody that has a basement here has a sump pump because we're
Prone to
pretty
flooding?
close. Yes, we're pretty close to the river too, and so the water doesn't absorb up very good here either. And we have the I know I've said it before, but there's water all the way around me, really, and we have they're not.
You have a moat.
Yeah. Well, it's
You're in the
rivers.
castle is what you're trying to tell me.
There's
you
a
live
bunch
in a castle.
There's rivers on one side and rivers on the other side, and the backwater of the rivers sometimes meets.
Don't tell Dr. John. Just saying.
Oh.
Wait, no, I'm thinking a river runs through it. Isn't that with Brad Pitt? A river runs through it?
I don't think I'm not up on my Brad Pitt movie, sadly. I'm not up with him.
Yeah. You're not missing nothing. He was cute for like 10 minutes and that was it. And then, everything else that came out,
Yeah.
he's not such a lovely fella. So
I saw him the other day. I thought, I'm just going to turn on this, and I don't remember. It was him and her both. And he was talking I don't even remember what he was talking about, but I didn't tune in very long because I didn't think that I was learning anything. But like I said, I just play them off mainly.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. Oh, how relaxing sitting on the toilet watching the ocean. That would be nice. Yeah,
Well,
quit bragging. I forget
yeah.
who said it, John Smith. Was it John? If you tried to stick your head in a bucket, you'd have a fork in your hand before you could pull it out. Y'all are funny. No, it was salt and pepper. When I was in Maui, I could see the ocean from the toilet if I leaned a little. And put the seashell to your and
You
a
sound like,
seashell.
you sound like my trip to New York. If I stood on the dresser and looked real hard around the corner of the window, I could see the Hudson River.
It reminds me of my dad's camper, and I used to call it the cramper because I swear you could take a shower, shit, sorry,
Oh,
and stir the food on the pot. Oh, I mean on the stove. I'm like, this is just a little too easily accessible. It's been
yeah.
5 minutes. He
Okay.
figured it out, I guess.
We're back on
There
the
wasn't
record.
proper lighting either.
500-139. Counsel for the state are present, counsel for defendant and the defendant are present. The issue before the court is defendant's motion for a directed verdict, seeking dismissal of counts 1 through 5 in the operative information. It has long been established that the elements needed to make out a cause of action may be proven by direct and by circumstantial evidence. And if there is any evidence, however slight or circumstantial, which tends to show guilt of the crime charged or any of its degrees, it is the trial court's duty to submit the case to the jury. When evaluating a motion for directed verdict, the court is not free to weigh the evidence and thus invade the province of the jury, whose prerogative it is to judge the facts. Rather, the court's role is to determine whether the state has produced believable evidence on each element of the crimes from which a jury, acting reasonably, could convict the defendant. Not will, not would, but could. Moreover, the evidence must be viewed in the light most favorable to the state. Applying these legal principles as announced by the Utah Supreme Court in State versus Montoya, 2004 UT 5. The court finds that the state has established a prima facie case against defendant Kouri Richins by producing believable evidence of each element of each crime charged in the operative information. Defendant's motion for directed verdict is respectfully denied. Ms. Nestor, you asked for time to speak with your client to make some strategic decisions. Is between now and 1 p.m. sufficient time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further before we recess until 1 o'clock?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right. We'll be in recess until 1 p.m., just confirming that to the extent the defendant will be putting on evidence or calling witnesses, you have a couple in the wings. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 1 p.m. Thank you for your time. Court's in recess.
What is the matter with these people?
They don't know.
I'm gonna tell you something. If I was the jury, I'd feel like I've been jerked around by now.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm like, oh my God, how many breaks can one take? How many times do we have to, meet at where he's sitting? Like go up to the bench. Why do we have to do that so many times too? It's like they were way more efficient, I guess, in Idaho with William
Yes.
Chad and in Arizona.
John Smith says no witness going to see if Kouri will testify. So do we not have witnesses lined up from him? That's an interesting thought.
Why wouldn't they? I remember them saying they had expert witness or something. I just don't remember what it was.
Well, the
I've
expert
had to make myself be interested in this case a couple
exactly.
times. I'm like, I can't. My ADHD is like, no. And it sucks,
It's because we got so much else going on at the same time.
That and they're boring.
Well,
I'm
that's
not here for entertainment, but I mean, it's just, I'm not seeing, I guess maybe because of the way the case
The way it's
has
presented.
crawled over the course of the last couple of years. It's just kind of already know everything, like there's no
And this,
shockers or clutch my pearls, I mean,
well, I was pretty shocked the other day whenever that Ursula tried to make it out that that Bryce and Eric were having an affair. That was pretty big.
yeah, I caught the
that
very
was-
end of that one. I was
that
like,
was-
what just happened? What just happened?
Well, I don't think anything happened, because if there had been any text messages that even sounded really like that, I think that they would have read them out loud, but they never did. And so that kind of makes me, I don't know. But I'm just going to say, if Eric were to be gay and married, that would put a whole nother dimension of stress on a marriage that you can't even talk about.
Right.
You know,
I can't even imagine.
I mean, it happens though that people, they think, well, I'll just get married. I'm a Christian or whatever, and I don't want to, they think that they can make it work.
She cusses like a damn sailor. I'm just like, good Lord, her whole family does. Oh, tell your itty bitty that Kessa said hi. Right? My cousins, they used to always, well, I had one cousin, Sarah. She would say, Kesha, hold me, Kesha. Never could say my name. I don't want to be Kesha now, for sure. She brushes her teeth with a bottle of Jack,
Oh, yeah, I remember that. See, I know about that because of Glee. That's the only reason I know about that, is because of Glee.
Really? Oh, I never watched that.
The kids had a party and got drunk, and they were supposed to be celebrating week of abstinence of alcohol at the school, and instead they got a party and got drunk, and they were all hung over. So when they were going to put on their show, they were drinking to try and get over the hangover. And so when they were putting on the show, singing that song about I whatever with a bottle of Jack and that whole thing, blame it on the alcohol. They threw up on each other on the stage.
Oh my God. I was like, it sounded like they've been drinking, like they're pros at it. That's what it
I'm
sounded
just
like.
going to say that, Glee is a pretend show, and that the stuff that they do on there, they try to like portray some real things that can happen, but they go pretty way out there to make the points. And it was, well, some people would think that it's just way over the top, but like I said, I was kind of I was ignorant about the music, and so it was like the music was being introduced to me for the first time. I didn't even know about Beyonce. Hey.
Oh Lord, to the left, huh?
Well, see, I mean, I had heard of Destiny's Child back in the, but I didn't pay any attention to it until it was on Glee, and I was, and I didn't, to be honest with you, I saw the when Bruno Mars did the Super Bowl. That was the first time I ever listened to all his music, and I thought, well, all his songs were on Glee. That's what I thought.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Yeah, I'm reading all y'all's comments. You're funny. I'm so glad y'all been here. And Donna has been a saving grace. I'll tell y'all more about it as soon as I can. I mean, besides I was sick. As soon as we ended Sunday night, my throat, my glands were so swollen. Remember I was saying that,
Yeah.
I said it a couple times during the live stream, that my throat was hurting. And holy cow, it busted loose after that, because I was like, oh my God, what did I do? I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to, it just was too strained, So I took some antibiotics, and it shortened or lessened the time, I think. But hey, I'm not a doctor either. Yeah, but Beyonce Knowles was originally part of Destiny's Child, I do believe. As far as I remember.
I just know that they won a bunch of awards. I didn't even know what songs. I'm telling you, I was out of it. The only time I know about music is the time that my kids were teenagers. and they were doing music, and I was paying attention to their music, which was Nirvana and
Teen Spirit,
and
girl.
yeah. So that whole thing I know about, not really know about, but I'm introduced to it about through my kids. But
Yeah. That's my era, you know?
well, I had just gotten divorced, and one of my kids' friends was taking music lessons, guitar lessons at the music store. And so I went down there to pick them up. And so the music guy at the music store was single, and he said, I'll take y'all to see he said, I'll take y'all to see Courtney Love if
Oh.
if you can get your mother to go out with me. And so off
You
we
want to be
went.
the girl with the most cake. I remember that song.
She didn't show up. She
Shocker.
did not. She did not show up that night. Another band, but I couldn't even hardly understand what they were saying. So I don't remember. Maybe it was Veruca Salt. I'm not sure, but because he owned a music store and the radio he advertised on the radio stations, they would give him concert tickets. And so we got to go to a lot of concerts during that period of time. We went to see Alanis Morissette, I don't know how many times, and we saw, oh dang.
Go ahead. Or what?
I don't, 311. I don't remember the main one.
I did go to 311 concert with Modest Yahoo.
I thought it was great.
Yeah, me too. You couldn't pay me to go to a concert now. Like my first concert I went to was Aerosmith with Mom and my friend Lisa. Anyway, I was gonna tell y'all something else, but I don't know if I can. That's why I'm like, wait, let me check that first, and then. But I pulled up what Love Always Truth asked, and I had heard this too. And so I just put it in the GPT to see what it says. And it says, there's currently no credible evidence or official confirmation that Kouri Richins has changed her children's last name to Kouri. So according to this, it says no, not yet. No evidence. I don't know. But I did see that too.
That's
Oh, hell.
weird.
I didn't know they ended it. Okay.
Oh, they do that. Those devils over there at that
Yeah.
Utah, they do that about halfway through the day.
What kind of- Hold on.
My favorite one of those 90s people, though, was, oh, shoot, now I forgot her name. Poe.
Who?
Poe. It was like a
Oh,
Psycho. Psycho was one of her songs.
I never heard of Poe, but that doesn't mean
Yeah.
anything.
No, I'm sure if you heard her songs, you would know who
I'm
it was.
sure. Usually how it goes. I can hear me talking on your, like whenever I talk, I can hear an echo of my voice, but I don't know. It's not bad. It's not like I just hear it off in the distance. I want to play this, you guys.
Well, I'm gonna mute for a minute and for you to play that, okay?
Okay. This is from Excited Utterance, Hella Excited Utterance. And I'm gonna put the link in her link in the chat. But this, I was like, oh my God, I love her intro. It's just good. But like to hear it, here it goes.
Prisons for the rich.
Hopefully it won't freak out. Well, let's give it a minute to catch up. Freaking it out. Apparently.
In America. Get me the Michael Jackson stuff. Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? How to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely? Can deleted text messages be retrieved? Will life insurance still pay serious damage control? Country prisons for the rich in America. Get me that Michael Jackson stuff. I will never quit. I'll give one heck of a fight. I'm ready to prove my innocence.
I think I have myself muted. Yeah, I did. I mean, yeah, I was like, oh, that's so good. I love catchy things like that.
That was really good.
Right?
Yeah.
So I put her link in the chat too. She recaps, I think every day, but I'm not sure if it's every day. And she does it usually through the lens of Lauren and John, and like she had Jolene on the other night. That was really fun. But I watched this last night, y'all. I watched it like 3 times. First time because I was painting, and so I was, of course, paying attention to the walls.
It looks very interesting, I'm saying.
It is so good. It's so good. You sound like you work in a cafeteria. I'm sorry. It's just me and
Let
my
me get closer to
curiosity.
Let me get closer.
No,
Okay,
it's not bad. I love the sound. I do.
Oh, you're right. She does look like she's working in a cafeteria.
So the black and white flooring and everything, and it's always interested me once I found out about like signs and symbolisms and things like that. And look at the mask on the wall. It reminds me of Epstein's dentist, you know? It reminds me of the masks that
Alex
Hamlet's
had.
daughters have claimed that Gordon Bowen has, allegedly, death masks type things, and I'm just like, oh my God, it's just freaky. And then Butterfly, the Mormon monarch, J.R. Sweets, he talks about human hunting and things anyway, just all the weird shit, that is, it's also in the Epstein papers, or files. It's bizarre. If not proven in a court of law, it definitely is some eerie. I don't think they're coincidences. I don't really believe in that. There's just overwhelming evidence that people just don't want to hear, is where I'm at. But I want to play the whole damn thing, but this is Mind Unveiled. And I've watched a lot of his videos. He includes the Department of Justice website about the Epstein files, and he gives the EFTAs mentioned in the video. And it's just a good tool for people who don't believe, or it's a good tool, I think, or wake up video for those who believe that they actually ended mind control experiments. I don't believe that's true either. So I'm gonna play it. Shut up.
Every caterpillar goes through a moment of complete dissolution. It doesn't become a butterfly.
I think that's how he's getting away with not having one of those blue banners, where it's like satanic panic or some stupid shit. Because he didn't enable captions. And so maybe I don't know, I'm trying to read between the lines, I guess, where maybe YouTube can't pick it up, what's being said. And I'm like, if so, that's kind of crafty. And I might follow suit.
Fly. It first becomes nothing. A liquid. A formless thing inside a shell. And then it finds itself.
I'm sorry.
Changed. Something new. But entirely itself. What you don't know is destroying you from the inside out. Knowledge is our only defense against mind control. It's time to wake up. What if I told you MK Ultra never ended? The secret CIA project that ran on American soil from 1953 to 1973. We're all told that it ended in 1973. The Church Committee supposedly exposed everything in 1975. But here's the thing. What if that was a cover-up? a cover-up for a much larger and much darker operation, the kind that the American people could never be allowed to know about. From the surviving pages we know, the government was doing personality erasure experiments at McGill University. A Canadian government settlement proves that it happened. A 1953 letter to Sidney Gottlieb proposing experiments on what it called presumably unwilling subjects, including, and I'm quoting, implanting false memories.
Oh, wow.
The CIA called that proposal extremely fruitful, and CIA officers attending satanic rituals and combining a hallucinogen called BZ with voodoo ceremonies to produce weeks of amnesia. That was documented in a 1977 Department of Defense report. That's confirmed history. You can read all of it. But if you've watched parts 1 through 4, you know why I'm bringing this up.
I gotta watch those.
There are parallels to MK Ultra that are showing up in what Epstein was actively researching and funding. That's the natural next step in this investigation.
Yep.
But this isn't a traditional MK Ultra video. That's already been done 100 times. I'm not trying to repeat it.
All right.
But let's just remember the context here. So if in 1962, you walked up to an American on the street and said, "Hey, did you know the CIA is secretly experimenting on citizens? Yeah, they're dosing people with LSD without their knowledge, and they're running personality erasure programs in university hospitals." What do you think that person would have said? They obviously...
Those are just hippies. That's just Charles Manson. He started a what? A cult. Do you understand? Okay?
He would have called you insane. They would have said there's no way the government's doing that, and that's a conspiracy theory. Well, now we know that they were wrong. It was happening. They just didn't know. So my question isn't that complicated. If a program like that was running in secret then, what makes you think you would know if something like that was running right now?
Exactly.
Because here's the thing. That part came after 1973. If it continued, it would have been a specific focus, not general psychological experiments. Something more targeted, perhaps even on a larger scale. Trauma-based conditioning, starting early enough in childhood that the brain itself forms around it.
I literally was looking into, or actually it popped up in my algorithm. It was a therapist, and she was explaining when you don't remember a lot of things from your childhood. That's something personally, like I don't remember a lot of things from my childhood, or I don't think it's a lot of things, you know? Anyway, she called it trauma amnesia. And then he brings it up and I'm like, oh shit. You know, was I MK2? I mean, and so it's just so, unless you're really digging into the stuff, you really aren't aware of it, you know? And by design, I believe. And I'm just having to comment because fair use, you know.
The purpose of creating people who carry programming that they don't know they carry. For insurance, for blackmail, for intelligence, for control. But the real question is, what is the blue butterfly?
And John, I want to know, Beach Bum had sent me your song a while back, and if you give me permission, I'll play it. I've been meaning to ask you that, but just now thinking about it while we're here at the same time. So what is the blue butterfly?
By the end of this video, you'll see it.
Uh-oh.
I'm talking about a secret project that was wiped from the internet. And I'm going to show you that it never ended. This is Project Monarch. The name Project Monarch is not in any government document. The name itself may have been invented, a label invented to describe something real that operated under different internal names. But that's what makes this interesting. Because if the name is fake, then why is the topic censored? Let me show you. First, search MK Ultra. Right? You'll get Wikipedia, you'll get articles, it'll explain everything. Confirmed, documented. Alright, now search Project Monarch. Notice the difference.
Huh.
You don't get a Wikipedia article talking about a program, you get a specific woman's name. And the first line of the page doesn't describe the history of it. It describes her as a conspiracy theorist who makes claims about a supposed government program. Then there's an academic quote already loaded on the page from a political
I'm sorry.
scientist who specializes in conspiracy theories as a cultural genre. So positioning to destroy her credibility before you even read a single word of what she's written. This is actually different for other conspiracies.
Thank
Search
you,
any other
John.
conspiracy, you get debunking articles, science explainers, cultural analysis. Sure, it might be hard to find the videos, but the normal treatment for something outside the mainstream. Project Monarch doesn't get that treatment. There's not one article on it. It gets something more specific. It gets redirected to a single person with a preloaded discrediting mechanism.
Yep.
Everything else is essentially wiped on Google. Basically, the result isn't this is dumb and not real. The result is here is the person you shouldn't believe without even understanding what she said. And then some random butterfly results.
This is so true. This is so true. And this has happened with things I've looked up. Okay. And I mean, I've even gone to DuckDuckGo and just other, what do you call them? To search engines to try and find information or more information. And it's just like whenever Dr. John Matthias, like his has been pretty wiped. And I mean, I understand this is kind of one of those things that some people who I believe are in the know tend to do. They pay for people to clean up their existence, their internet existence, on purpose, or maybe for privacy. I don't really know. But I mean, again, just with Dr. John in mind, thinking you're going to come onto YouTube and present your credentials. You want to be looked to and respected as a forensic psychologist who is, has met with or testified over 500 times or whatever the hell the story is. And that you want us to believe you and you want this credibility, but you want it without any proof, any verification, any kind of anywhere we can go to see critics, or if there's anybody that's displeased, I mean, I think that's fair. And then not only that, but for like the way Lauren shamed Christina for inquiring into University of Las Vegas to kind of check the credentials, right? Then they made fun of her for the PhD, blah, blah, blah. I mean, just I don't think that is outside of what's to be expected by your audience. I just think if you're pushing your credentials and that weight, then you deserve to be open. You just should expect it. But that's just me. But there's so many things in this that I'm thinking, oh my God. I want to say it was John's blog, Dr. John's blog, or whatever it was, website, where he was meeting with, what do you call them? CEOs, bigwigs, at basically one of those wilderness camps. Okay. So just keep that in mind. Also keep in mind Lori and Chad and just kind of how like Charles Manson was created and then scapegoated as a cult, and Chad and Lori as a cult. It's just so minimal, and it happened in a vacuum, and these things aren't created, that's just their one-offs. And that is far from the truth in my opinion. But I mean, I can see things in my own life. I can see things in so many other cases that I've looked into. And it's just, this is so crazy. But I believe it's true. And that's just me. I'm not saying every aspect of it. I'm just saying it really seems like what's happening.
Okay, but what's strange is Google knows exactly what you're looking for when you type in Project Monarch. But look at the rest of the results. A butterfly science center, An app, a monarch migration tracking study, it's not even acknowledging the conspiracy. It doesn't do what it does for every other conspiracy topic, giving you these skeptic articles. It does one thing and one thing only. It sends you to Kathy O'Brien. What you might not know is that Project Monarch is a pre-internet topic. It was being discussed in 1995. That's over 30 years of material.
God, I'm
There
old.
were entire YouTube channels devoted to this before the 2010s filter. Hundreds if not thousands of videos. So if you remember the old internet, you know this genre was everywhere. Album covers, music videos, celebrity photo shoots, the butterfly imagery on everything. Now if you try to find it, it's been erased. So the question is, what if MKUltra didn't stop in 1973? What if it evolved for the purpose of creating people who were not aware of their programming? This is what the internet has termed Project Monarch. The claim is that Project Monarch is a secret subset of MKUltra that continued after it was officially shut down.
I'm gonna do the. Oh god dang! Just trying to vary it. Do variations of it so I can not just be jacking this dude stuff.
The focus is called Alt.
Oh Jesus Christ! It's just too much for my computer to handle at the moment, or something. I cleaned it up, so I don't know what the hell is wrong today.
Separate personality states that can be triggered.
All right, just tripped it up again. I just got to really mess things up a great deal. But it gives us longer to, look at his tattoos. Oh my God, come on. When I go back over there, it's going to trip out too. So
And controlled independently from the person's primary
I knew it. Sorry.
conscious identity. The result is a person who doesn't know they carry it. The symbol the internet associates with all of this is the butterfly, specifically the monarch butterfly. A monarch is a ruler, a king, someone with total authority over those beneath them. If you were online in 2010, then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, it's everywhere. The butterfly, the checkerboard floors, the one-eye symbolism, the kitten print. Then around 2016, the genre just started disappearing. But keep in mind, the internet didn't come up with any of this.
Nope.
Before YouTube, there was a woman named Candy Jones. That was her stage name. Her real name was Jessica Wilcox. She was a successful model and a radio host. Under hypnotherapy, she revealed she had an alter named Arlene Grant, a separate personality that had worked for the CIA without her primary identity ever knowing about it.
That's bizarre.
Her husband documented everything. The book came out in 1976, before the internet, before Reddit, and YouTube.
Before I was born.
And then there's the woman who comes up every single time you search this topic. But she didn't find this on the internet. She lived it. Her name is Kathy O'Brien. Yes, the one result that comes up when you search this. Well, let's take a look at what she actually says. In 1995, she published a book called Transformation of America.
I've listened to this on audiobook on my way up to Lori's sentencing in Arizona, just a year ago, almost. Crazy, huh?
Written with her partner, Mark Phillips. What's interesting about this is, it's not like she posted this on some blog. She literally submitted it as a formal congressional disclosure. And the title isn't Transformation of America, it's Transformation. Also, her co-author Mark Phillips spent decades as a DoD subcontractor in behavior modification research.
Behavior modification research.
He signed an oath of secrecy. That's the man who co-wrote this book, the man who opens it with a thesis. The thesis is bigger than just one survivor's story. He's arguing that mind control operates at two levels. The hard tier is what happened to Kathy. Trauma-based conditioning starting in childhood, compartmentalized identities. We're talking about controlling people, from abuse victims to politicians and celebrities. The soft tier is what's happening to everyone else. You. You are under a trance. Look at the cover of the book. It's a map of the United States with radio waves emanating across it. In her book, she says, quote, "To every American unaware of the mind control atrocities prevailing in this country, what Americans don't know is destroying them from the inside out." End quote. So Wikipedia has her titled as a conspiracy theorist.
Y'all remember hearing about, I want to say, is it called Oak Island or Beaver Island or one of those islands? It's in Michigan. And this is, I don't even know how to say that. Muskegon. I don't know how to say that, but Muskegon. Okay.
But you can see what they're doing. They're trying to show you the most craziest things that she says. But here's what Wikipedia left out. If she was in a room with handlers running documented trauma-based conditioning, then what she experienced was whatever they staged her for. Performances designed to create memories so bizarre that no one would even believe them.
That is in the Epstein files, making a story so bizarre and unbelievable that no one will believe it.
The most effective suppression is when the witness tells the truth, and the truth sounds insane. What she described was not abstract. She named specific programs, specific handlers, specific locations, specific politicians, childhood trauma conditioning starting before age 5, compartmentalized personality states that could be triggered and controlled, a network that ran through military intelligence, through entertainment, and through political circles. But here's what specifically matters for this video. She described the conditioning architecture, and it has a template. A specific framework that programmers use to structure the alter system in child subjects. Are you ready to go down the rabbit hole?
Are y'all ready to go down the damn rabbit hole? Are you ready to go down the damn rabbit hole? Oh my gosh. I'm just pausing for a second. They add more hay while we are digging in the haystack. Looking for the damn needle, huh? I read the book when I was in Hawaii in like the 80s. It was considered a conspiracy theory. I remember people are telling me, oh, you're just crazy. But look, it's true. You deserve a pat on the back. Okay? Because you're not crazy for reading material that people have dubbed as being crazy, because that's what's being put out there, right? Even just 5 years ago, it was like, oh, how am I going to talk about this? And I was also trying to understand at the same time. And so it's like, I don't know. It's been just my own personal struggle too with how am I going to even talk about this? Because it's not that this is just something I found interest in, just off the cuff. This is something that happened to my family. I went looking for answers, and here I am. I followed their evidence, the things that happened to them that have come out in court, that have been said by Lori and or Chad and people in and around their circle, right? And so people can label me whatever they want. They have. And I attribute some of that to Lauren and John, okay? Specifically Lauren. Because it's like, I don't know what was said behind closed doors, but I don't know. There's too many things that have been said that validate my own feelings, my own experience, and that have been like, hey, she just wanted me to keep an eye on you and keep you on the rails, like what? Like, it's not your job, or is it? Okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. As a handler, as somebody who, maybe not necessarily a handler, but just somebody out there to discredit what I'm saying, because it's not only about their belief system, but it's about their network, the network. Okay. I wasn't a good little victim.
The blueprint
On the rabbit hole.
is Alice. Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland from 1865. She said this was not a metaphor. This is the literal programming framework used across facilities, across decades, producing people whose primary identity has no access to what was built underneath it. Kathy O'Brien went public in 1995. She and Mark Phillips submitted it directly to Congress as former disclosure. And Wikipedia calls her a conspiracy theorist?
All right.
Doesn't even mention that. Okay, but this is the part that matters for the timeline. When she went public in 1995, there was already an organization whose entire function, whether you think that was intentional or not,
Why is it doing
was
that?
to ensure that testimony like hers
Oh, what the hell? I ain't got time.
could never be taken seriously in court.
Catch up. Childhood trauma, memory, or invention. I mean, I see this being debated right now today, like on Faithful Latter-day Saint channels with those who are also faithful in the church, but are pro SRA victims. You know, they're trying to give them a voice. And then it's just, to me, it's like a privilege at this point in time when all this information is available and out there. And, you know, you're just deciding whether you want to believe it or not. Like that, what a place of privilege and just luxury. Just, I don't know. And then it's like, I don't know. I don't get that part. Hopefully it'll stop skipping. Let's try.
The False Memory Syndrome Foundation was founded in 1992. Phillips names it in the book. He called it a well-funded organization with very questionable agendas.
Now, I'm going to read this because the False Memory Syndrome Foundation has come up in my own research with the Hamblin case. The FMSF was created by Pamela and Peter Frade, after their adult daughter, Jennifer Frade, accused her father of SA when she was a child. So, the FMSF described its purpose as the examination of the concept of false memory syndrome and recovered memory therapy and advocacy on behalf of individuals believed to be falsely accused of child S abuse. So it's like, they're like, oh yeah, little girl, you're going to accuse us. We're going to go create this foundation. We're going to testify as experts in so many court cases and discredit you victim. Okay. You alleged victim. It's so diabolical and so shitty. And I mean, it's just, the audacity of these assholes is beyond belief, in my opinion. But yeah, listen to this part.
The academic confirmation that two CIA MKUltra researchers sat on its founding board didn't come out until years later. They named it before anyone had documented why. Two of the researchers on its founding board had something specific in common. Both had previously worked on CIA.
This is Jolly West, Dr. Jolyon West. And it makes me wonder about Kanye West, you know, because I mean, Dr. Jolyon West or Jolly West, he had an association with Kanye West's mom. Anyway, it just makes me wonder. I don't know. Just one of those things. Maybe somebody else has it figured out and I just haven't found it yet, but it's just interesting. He had a lot to do with Scientology.
MKUltra sub-projects. And one of them, remember that 1953 letter I mentioned at the start of the video? The one proposing experiments on presumably
cults. West was active in studying the creation and management of cults. He was considered an expert in cult behaviors. This is why I find it so fucking suspicious with people like, I know I'm probably going to hurt Donna's feelings, but it's not on purpose. I just look at them with a very skeptical eye. Rick Ross and Stephen Hassan and others who have come out before them. There's the one that John DeLynn has had on his channel when he was looking into the satanic ritual abuse claims in the church. His name, I'm trying to remember it, Massimo Introvigne. Okay. I've had people from one of Lauren's moderators come put in my comments a long time ago or a while back, you know, you need to look into Massimo Intervigne, and I'm like, I did. Or actually, they told me to look into Mormon Stories podcast, the research, and I'm like, yeah, I did.
Willing
And
subject.
what that person, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. What Introvigne Massimo has done, he's an adversary, but working like it's controlled opposition is what it is. Okay. They're here to spin the propaganda another, like in an opposite direction, kind of like the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. Okay. And so it creates this out for people like Dr. John Dehlin to cling to and stay neutral, if you will. You know, like it can't prove it, can't disprove it. You know what I mean? Like it to me, it's just it's so it's so evil and diabolical, but it's also so effective, as are the labels like conspiracy theorist and satanic ritual abuse. Satanic, you know, the satanic panic. These things are created and termed specifically by the CIA in order to counteract the claims that are coming out.
The one the CIA called extremely fruitful, that was him, the same man. He was also separately appointed Jack Ruby's court psychiatrist in 1964.
Wow.
He declared Ruby mentally incompetent.
Wow.
The foundation provided expert witnesses in court. Academics who
I'm looking at her earring right there, and I'm thinking, there's the figure 8 or the infinity sign right there.
testified that trauma survivors' memories are inherently unreliable, without ever having to engage the content of what those survivors were saying.
Mm-hmm.
That ran for 27 years. But you know what's crazy? The one who testified in trial after trial that recovered memories cannot be trusted was a funded member of a research network that Epstein personally bankrolled.
Wow.
She testified as the first defense expert at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial against Epstein's own victims.
Mm-hmm.
The foundation dissolved on December 31st, 2019.
Ain't that something? Ain't that some shit?
The same year Epstein died,
Wow.
supposedly. This is the denial machine. But for now, what can we actually verify? In 1995, at a formal government advisory hearing called the ACHRE, the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, 3 women testified under oath about CIA childhood mind control experiments conducted at Tulane University. A law professor named Alan Shefflin went on record afterward and said, quote, "Some of the information provided is absolutely true and could not have been derived from any published source." End quote. That testimony was excluded from the final report.
Oh, look, he's doing the devil horns. I'm just saying, I'm not saying everything's intentional. I'm just pointing out things, okay? But the way he's holding that paper right there.
Official reason? The subjects were too young. No, I want to talk about the person with the largest voice talking about this right now.
It broke my internet. All right, let's let that catch up.
Very interesting. Very.
Do y'all really think so? I mean, it's like I'm not making this shit up. And I don't know how to talk about it. It's crazy.
And I don't understand why nobody else is paying attention to this, hardly.
I think people are starting to. And I mean, a way bigger where I feel more comfortable even trying to talk about it, you know, because it's like, oh my God, this touches every facet of every human life, period. And it just makes me wonder what life would have been like without this nefarious conspiracy against humanity, period. Would Tylee and JJ, Charles, Tammy, Joe, would they still be here? I think so. Would there not have been Charles Manson? I think so. Would there not have been a Chad and Lori Daybell? I think so. It's just, it's heartbreaking too. It's enraging as well. Depends on what day it is, right? I don't know. I'm gonna push play and try.
Candace. Candace Owens has said things about this topic that no mainstream figure with her reach has ever said. In February of this year, she named Project Monarch directly on camera. She said what began as Project Monarch in Germany ultimately became MK Ultra in America. She said there's zero reason to believe it stopped. So even she's saying this operation never ended.
I think he was created, yes.
But here's the thing. Something isn't really sitting quite right with me. I just want to point out some things that you said because it ties in directly with what I'm investigating. I believe we're actually looking into the same thing. So her new series is The Bride of Charlie. In her opening episode, she calls it The Wrinkle in Time. She framed the origin of Monarch in Germany. The implication is that it's foreign, imported, something that infected America from the outside. This is documented history. Operation Paperclip brought Nazi researchers into American intelligence programs deliberately. MK Ultra was built here, funded by American money, run by American officers. But it almost feels like the video makes this point of origin at Germany because, well, think about it, it moves the responsibility to the other side of the ocean. Okay, not that weird, but I noticed that. And then she made an episode a while ago called Project Looking Glass. Now, immediately that title caught my eye without even watching it because if you know this community, that title suggests Alice in Wonderland programming. The looking glass is the transition mechanism between primary identity and the alter, which is exactly what O'Brien was talking about. I suspect that someone on her team knew this and used this video as a means to cover the subject up. I'm not saying that's true. I don't know,
That weird.
but I'm saying that's what it seems like. Because look, she opens it with something real. She's going through the claim that Charlie Kirk was surrounded by handlers his entire life, people who shaped everything about him from the beginning. That is real and a valid thread. But then, out of nowhere, the episode pivots to a CIA program based on technology stolen from ancient Sumerians that let operators view future timelines. So CIA time travel.
I was like,
what's going on here? I thought she was going to talk about Project Monarch. This is the part that doesn't sit well with me. Listen to what she says in this episode.
They hate light. Alyssa writes, Kathy O'Brien would be a powerful interview. You have a platform to give her a stronger voice. I just finished her book, Transformation of America. Yes, I've heard about Kathy O'Brien. There are so many people that I could speak to. I know about Project Monarch. We've spoken about it on this show as being the precursor to what the Nazis did here, which was all about traumatizing children.
So you do know about her?
Yeah.
And you just so happened to mention her in the Looking Glass video? You know about Project Monarch.
Not gonna talk about it though.
But I don't see why you haven't connected this to Erica.
Correct.
Is Erica and Alice?
Yes.
Now here's what Candace is actually investigating right now. She's looking at Romania, specifically at Erica Kirk and her charity, Romanian Angels, which operated in Constanța, Romania.
I'm sorry. This, and I know that this has gotten back to Web Sleuth even because you can kind of tell, you know, and let me just say it. Mike King has just recently talked about going to Romania. It's something about some kind of freaking copper pots his wife wanted or something, whatever. But come on. Lauren lived in Romania. She studied there and in Israel. I don't fucking think so. Okay? I've got questions.
Beginning in 2012. Romania is in the Epstein files. There's a JP Morgan wire instruction where Epstein personally directs his banker to send $10,000 to Banca Transylvania in Iași, Romania, for, and I'm quoting, the girl from Romania. In another email, he writes to billionaire Tom Pritzker about the girl from Romania that you met at my house. and asked if there's a starting position at one of the Pritzker's Hyatt hotels. Now look at Erica's charity work in Constanza. She personally thanks a U.S. Army colonel by name in her own promotional video. Colonel Otto Buscher III, who commanded the Black Sea Area Support Team at Mikhail Kolgany Shanu Air Base. In 2019, a former base translator filed a criminal complaint alleging Buscher ran a prostitution and trafficking ring out of that base involving girls as young as 16. The investigation was closed because the NATO Status of Forces Agreement gave jurisdiction to the United States. He was never prosecuted. This is the colonel she's thanking on camera for helping deliver gifts to orphans? In January 2026, Erica launched her speaking tour at Harvest Christian Fellowship, Pastor Greg Laurie's church. 4 months earlier, 22 federal lawsuits were filed against that church alleging that former pastor Paul Havsgaard sexually abused and trafficked children at church-sponsored homes in Romania from 1998 to 2008.
I'm just, it's bizarre. And it's like, oh no, but that was debunked. No, it wasn't. I don't believe that shit. I won't. Not saying I won't, but, and I don't believe in any church called Harvest. They don't mean it in a good way. Okay. Harvest to me, in my opinion, is nefarious. It is also inverted for nefarious purposes. In my opinion, I'm trying to think of why I was going to, it has something to do with like, Rosh Hashanah and the time whenever JJ and Tylee both, were murdered. AKA sacrificed, however you want to look at it. I don't know.
The lawsuits cite the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. Church leadership was warned in 2004 that Havsgaard was a PDF. They kept him because he was, and this is from the filing, too important to fundraising.
Yeah. Remember Tim Ballard? I mean, Operation Underground Railroad, he was very important to fundraising. And I mean, they just, OUR just kind of took him off the thing, gave him a Jeep Wrangler and some money and, you know, paid him very well. And just saying, like, that was created and inspired by President M. Russell Ballard, who was connected to Disney, who was connected to Bob Hope.
Now here's the part Candace almost found. Her Romania
and the Romneys
research led to a DoD contractor. And she's reading this company description aloud on camera. She says, disruptive cyber technologies for applications in relationship to the way humans think. But what's weird about it is, after reading this, she starts randomly laughing and calls it a word pretzel. It almost seems like her script told her to laugh there because that reaction made no sense. It wasn't a word pretzel.
Right.
Disruptive cyber technologies in relationship to the way humans think. That is a description of programmable cognition. That's what this video is about. She was staring directly at it and she laughed. Okay, but that company is called Easy Tech International. It was founded by Lori Fransve. That's Erica Kirk's mother.
Allegedly.
So listen to this and tell me if you think it's weird.
Relative to sustainability of critical infrastructure protection. Blah, 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 supercalifragilistic, big word, sustainability, big word, sustainability, vocabulary word, and ta-da, technology, tech, it's so high-tech, you have to have a highly technical BS mind to think that that makes any sense. Like I said, these people are not smarter than you, not lower than us, they're just more corrupt, but that's absurd, nothing, it's just a word pretzel. We're in a pretzel, she's saying a lot of words, and she keeps throwing in sustainability, in the middle text, sustainability, sustainable functional way to monitor the sustainable functional technologies, and working with the Department of Defense to do supercalifragilistic things. Okay, Lori. Okay. Love to interview her or Erica to deeply understand it. I just want to get real cerebral with them, you know? Explain it to me like I'm two.
Well, it does make sense.
We got 3 minutes. Oh. I scared it. Come on.
Let me explain it to you.
Oh.
So by episode 3.
What the fuck? Let's give it a break. Why does it keep going? That was weird. It's paused, but yet it kept going.
She reveals that Lori is Erica's mother. Lori runs DoD-connected companies. The family's chasing government defense contracts. Fort Huachuca is an intelligence base. There's a web of shell companies. Then, by episode 6,
Shell companies. That sounds familiar from the LDS Church side.
she reads the literal description of mind control technology, disruptive cyber technologies for applications in relationship to the way humans think.
Wow.
From the company's bio, and she's doing this on camera, and she just laughs it all off. You had all the pieces. The DoD contracts, the intel base. Now the company description that literally describes programmable cognition, and you're just gonna laugh?
And divert it.
Either she doesn't understand.
This is what Lauren does. She does the same thing. Okay. She will make the biggest deal of something that makes no damn sense. In my opinion.
Understand what she's reading, or she was told to move past it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no third option that makes sense here. Erica's public narrative is that she was raised by a single mom. Her mother founded a DoD defense contractor. Her mother runs the E3 Tech Group, which builds EMP hardened technology for the Department of Defense.
I didn't know she was connected to the University of Cincinnati. Oh my God. I started digging into just BYU and the Honor Society, those kind of things. Because I've got one that's going to be entering college soon. And I'm like, please just don't join no damn fraternity. Okay. Until I can totally research this angle. Okay. So that's where I'm at. Something to do with universities. And go ahead.
I forgot now. I'm gonna.
All right, I hear you. But I mean, I watch Heidi Love with, oh my God, I can't think. Operation GCD. His name is JJ Vance, not to be confused with JD Vance. And he was Mormon at one point. So was she. And he talked about this. Go ahead.
Erica has a new job too, if you didn't know.
Yeah, I saw that when I went to go Google about BYU. Department of Defense, appointed by Trump. Anyways.
Scary, Mary, scary shit.
Okay, it's time to go back to it is scary shit. Let me go to KUTV. And we're ready. Okay. Well, not ready, but Donna, will you watch and let me know whenever KUTV is back on? I mean, I see they have a live feed pumping through there, but nobody's on it yet. So I'm just going to keep pushing.
Tested at Fort Huachuca, a military intelligence base. Her father was a program research director at the same company. Her grandfather, Carl Kenneth Francevay, was a U.S.
I looked into this shit. Oh my God.
Army captain with a Silver Star and a Bronze Star, who served as vice president of manufacturing at the American Bank Note Company, the firm that printed currency for over 100 countries.
It's about to get crazy.
So 3 generations, defense, intelligence, and currency? Before she even married Charlie Kirk.
Oh my God, I'm thinking of Lori in her blue dress too. Or was it a blue bikini? I forget.
Erica was in the entertainment industry.
In a white dress.
Miss Arizona USA 2012, a Trump-owned pageant. She's even in a country music video. She worked as a model, an actress, and a casting director in New York and China. At 24, she appeared in an EMP documentary alongside former CIA Director James Woolsey. So in her mother's exact field.
She had one.
She starred in an unreleased film called November Renaissance about nanotechnology, mind control, and programmed assassins.
Wow.
Parts of that film were shot at Fort Huachuca, the same military intelligence base where the mother has DoD contracts.
Not to mention, it's got movies. Like, this is what Lori and Chad were into too, okay? There was actually a movie created off of one of Chad's books about the beans. I'm not playing. This is some weird shit. I mean, and you have like Jason Mel in all the movies. You have Glenn Beck in all the movies. And just going to movie premieres, The Reign of Fire, No, this is not coincidental.
Right country, Right target. The CIA can time travel, but the idea that Project Monarch is happening right now, affecting every single American, is completely insane, right?
Mm-mm.
The thing is, what if this is beyond Erica?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine being born into this.
And imagine it's all the way to what I say, my family, like, regular people, just people living life, unaware of any of this shit, not involved much with the military. I'm just saying some people in my family lineage are or were in the military, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, we're not like Department of Defense. We're not like any of that. Lori's dad just don't like to pay taxes and, sovereign citizen type shit. But I think it's affecting them too. I think that's why what happened.
System.
Not blaming anybody but them, but just what factors into the making of.
And I'm not saying she's innocent. I'm just saying, I think you and Erica have more in common than you realize. You both came through the same pipeline. You want to solve this? The documents are here.
Mm-hmm.
The EFTA IDs are on the screen. And it's not from Germany. Not time travel. If you're free to follow where they actually go.
All right. I think we're back.
Ms. Nestor, what's the plan?
Ready to go.
Who's defense counsel's first witness?
What the hell? Why are we way back here? Where's the live button?
Can we have just a minute?
Yeah.
We have a couple of options.
Understood.
I'm gonna pause for a second. Wait, this is wrong. This ain't right. Hold on. I looked at the wrong thing.
I have it up and you have it on too, is what happened. I'm sorry. I messed you up.
Oh. So you have it up there?
I have it up there, but I don't know how it's
Okay,
working.
good.
We'll have to check it.
It's great. It looks great. All right. Thank you.
For messing up.
We should probably do that in front of the jury.
Mute yourself.
I just want to make sure you've consulted with your client about this.
Absolutely.
Is now an appropriate time to get a waiver of Ms. Richins' right to testify on the record?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Okay. You've consulted with Ms. Richins about her, or advised Ms. Richins about her right to testify, correct?
At length.
Okay. Ms. Richins, may I ask you 2 direct questions?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to testify at trial?
Yes, I do.
Are you following your attorney's advice and waiving your right to testify at trial?
Yes, I am.
I accept your waiver. I find it's knowing and voluntary.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Is she about to
Anything
freaking
further on the
testify?
record, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
She
Mr.
waived.
Bloodworth, how would you propose we proceed from here for the rest of today?
So let me backtrack a little bit on your earlier question. I think I should then rest in front of the jury.
Understood.
The defense can then rest in front of the jury. I think then for the rest of today, and I propose tomorrow, the court recess, and that we begin,
Good God.
the parties can work on jury instructions perhaps today or tomorrow, but then we instruct and close on Monday.
My face is not telegraphing any opinion one way or the other. I'm just waiting for a response.
I don't think we have a problem with that. I thought, we were thinking it might make sense to get the jury instruction conference out of the way, and then,
I agree with you. May we do it tomorrow? Give the counsel, both sides, a chance to talk to each other about any additional instructions you think might be necessary, narrow any differences or discuss any differences you have regarding any of those, and we can have that conference tomorrow.
yeah, yes, that's fine.
Okay. So we'll talk about scheduling about that. Just want to make sure we're all comfortable with the jury being out in the wild between now and Monday morning, yes?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. All right. Are we ready for the jury? Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Man, I thought she was about to testify. I was like, oh, God. So glad. And that's crazy. So it's not going to be like 5 weeks, right? It's going to be, they're going to be closing. Am I getting this right? I'm a newbie.
It seems like to me that's right because
Yeah.
they're not calling no witnesses.
The state needs to rest
That's
in
what
front of the jury. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Beach Bum said that, and I was like, oh, yeah, you're right. Y'all so
Both of them.
smart.
Wow.
Yeah. We're trial professionals. No, we're not. We're trial goers, attenders, we're trial tourists. We're trial. Just picking. Of course.
We're amazed.
I can't believe they're going to not come back on until Monday or Tuesday. It's alleged that my mom might be there Monday or Tuesday. No defense. No defense is a defense. Pulling the day bell. There you go. Hey, Big Bird. Hey, Big Bird.
I told my mother this might be what they would do this morning.
That's wild. I mean, 5 weeks to like,
Please have a seat.
yeah. Sounds like they truly have nothing. Agreed. Wow.
Have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, the state rests its case.
Very good. Ms. Lewis?
Your Honor, after consulting with our client, the defense rests.
Understood. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is some legal work that I need to do with counsel in this case to get from here to the next stage. Rather than use your time inefficiently with you in the courtroom, we're going to do the following. We're going to recess for today. You will be on your own in the wild between now and 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning. I cannot emphasize this enough. Between now and 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning, please do not say anything about this case to anyone. I would understand if you had to tell somebody that you have to be back here at 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning. Other than that circumstance, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not allow anyone to attempt to talk to you about it. It will take affirmative effort and diligence. I need you to use that same affirmative effort and diligence to make sure you avoid watching, listening, or reading anything about this case from any source whatsoever. And please do not do any search, research, query, anything of any kind between now and 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning. Please travel safe. Enjoy your weekend. I'll see you at 8:30 a.m. on Monday. Please rise for the jury.
I repeat, do not come on to difficult research. Do not. Oh my God. Do not Google walk the dog. When you tell people not to do something, I'm
All right,
like,
folks, have a seat.
oh, let me find out.
May I propose the following? That counsel have an email exchange or a phone call, say 4 p.m.-ish today, about the state of the jury instructions and whether you think there need to be any additions or amendments. And then, to the extent there are, please send me an email or file something in the docket and let me know that you did. And then what time would you like to get together to talk about the instructions one by one tomorrow?
9:30?
Do you want to do it a little later, just so I have time to look at whatever happens?
You suggest?
Late as possible.
Want to do it at 1?
Yes.
Sure.
Mr. Bloodworth?
Sure, sir.
All right. So you're all at least going to compare notes by the end of the day today. And if you file anything additional, you'll let me know by email. And I'll plan on being back on the record with you all 1 p.m. tomorrow. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else today?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis? No, Your Honor. Okay. Ms. Richins, 1 p.m. tomorrow. The court is in recess. Thank you. All rise.
Sorry, I couldn't get to my my thing in
That's,
time.
I mean, who would think they're moving at light speed now, as slow as they have been?
Right.
So,
What's happening tomorrow?
it looks like they will have court tomorrow starting at 1 p.m., but it's going to be where they talk about the jury instructions.
Where they're going to
If
do
y'all-
the okay.
Yeah.
I remember that.
So it's, we can do it if you'd like. I mean, I don't mind doing it if you. It will be the jury instructions. Sometimes that's a little bit boring, but it's very important for us to know what the deal is. So
I think if we made it through all this other rigmarole, then we can do that too. I think it's less
Yes.
boring, that kind of stuff. Like I thought that jury selection was boring until I actually streamed it, and I was like, oh my god, this is fascinating.
Yeah.
It's so
Okay.
important.
Lester says, "Listen, we want to hear the jury instructions." Detective's daughter does too. So, yeah.
Okay. So what
So
I'm gonna
that's-
do, if you can kind of entertain people until I'm gonna schedule, and then we can redirect.
Okay. All right.
I just have to schedule it first,
Okay.
or I can play more of that video. It's up to you guys.
So what are we going to redirect it to?
To tomorrow's, whenever
Oh,
I
I
schedule it. That way
I-
it'll be scheduled.
Okay.
And
I
then-
didn't know about this.
Yeah.
See? Can you play the video while you do the work?
Yep.
'Cause
Not
I
saying
like
it's gonna be great, but just say, let me see. Let's see. Let me
Detective's daughter says, "I bet they won't deliberate very long."
You don't think so? I wonder. Let's place your bets now. Place your bets. I know a lot of you think that she is guilty. I've been, watching comments. I don't always comment. Okay, so I did.
I feel like she's guilty, but I'm not sure they proved it.
Right. I
So-
feel that way too.
I'm hoping they
Um,
have.
She is too. She's hoping they haven't.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm closing some of my tabs so that hopefully
Okay.
it'll help expedite this. All right.
Okay.
And 1, 2, 3, go.
I'm gonna remake
Follow them.
mine.
Now let me show you the real Looking Glass, a modern 2026 example of how Project Monarch is happening today. This is why we need to keep this knowledge alive. It's
Hold on. God damn it.
Will it catch back up and restart on its own?
Yeah.
Well,
It's just I'm
time to
using
wake up. Once you see the blueprint,
maybe. Well,
you can't ever go back.
Let me see where I'm at. Here. Okay, let me refresh. Crash out a refresher. Well, I didn't mark it, but I copied it. 203 seconds. I don't understand. I cleared up space. I have like 30 gigs space.
it may not. It may not be. We may find out later tonight that the whole country had problems. So.
But that's not a lot. I have from. We must have them a lot.
Well, I'm just saying because it's weird that we're both having these kind of problems, and
Yeah.
I
Oh,
was
here we
so.
go. Somebody asked what her tramp stamp was, and I don't really know. Butterflies, huh? Yeah, butterflies. Wing, 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 or a flower. Shit. Could be butterflies though. I remember when I was this small. Those were the days.
Tanya has a little fluid or something back there like that.
I have a freaking Japanese tattoo that it symbolizes strong woman. It's in Japanese. I'm like, what the fuck are you thinking? Like you're American. Lady.
It could say anything since that.
I know. I used to go, when I'd go eat sushi, I'd be like, what's this say? What does this mean?
It says free sushi. I want extra.
Yeah. Exactly what it says. All right, let's try this. Come on.
She's even in a country music video.
All right.
She worked as a model, an actress, and a casting director in New York and China. At 24, she appeared in an EMP documentary alongside former CIA Director James Woolsey, so in her mother's exact field. She starred in an unreleased film called November Renaissance about nanotechnology, mind control, and programmed assassins. Parts of that film were shot at Fort Huachuca, the same military intelligence base where the mother has DoD contracts. Right country, right target. The CIA can time travel, but the idea that Project Monarch is happening right now, affecting every single American, is completely insane, right? The thing is, what if this is beyond Erica? Imagine being born into this system. And I'm not saying she's innocent. I'm just saying, I think you and Erica have more in common than you realize. You both came through the same pipeline. You want to solve this? The documents are here. The EFTA IDs are on the screen. And it's not from Germany. Not time travel. If you're free to follow where they actually go, follow them. Now let me show you the real Looking Glass. A modern 2026 example of how Project Monarch is happening today. This is why we need to keep this knowledge alive. It's time to wake up. Once you see the blueprint, you can't ever go back.
Oh.
Have you guys been seeing Alyssa Liu? At first, honestly, I thought nothing of it. She has good energy. It was a creative performance. I mean, there's no reason to deny that. She just won gold at the 2026 Winter Olympics. First American woman to win individual figure skating gold in over 20 years. So this is going viral right now, but I want to talk about the gala performance. This is the one that's really going viral. I'm sure you guys have seen it. The one that gets the edits. She skated to Stateside by Pink Panthers, and she copied the choreography from the music video. Notice the blue dress. Her name is Alyssa. 5 letters. That's etymologically linked to Alice.
Erica.
Now you may think that's a reach. Well, let's do a breakdown of Pink Panthers' new Stateside video, because by the end of this video, it will be clear as day. So this is what America represents. This is literally happening right now. This is what we're promoting at the Olympics. If you don't believe it, go watch the Stateside video if you haven't. Pink Panthers is presented as a sexualized robotic doll, posed behind glass in a shop window, on display, lifeless until the music starts. Guys, this is clearly MKUltra. You know what to look for now that I showed you in part 4. If you're in denial, go watch part 4 first. The thing is they've gotten way better at hiding it, but still, they're just too on the nose. This is Alice programming. You see the checkerboard floor? 2 secret pillars?
Remember Charles?
They know you know. They're just being more creative with it, taking you behind the veil, behind the stage. Instead of black and white for the checkerboard, they did red and white, and the black and white instead gets added to the cross. Notice the keys in the background. It's the same symbolism. They're just using proxy swapping. Regardless, this is clearly sexualized. What's the issue? The issue is the sexualized doll imagery mixed with MKUltra imagery. and it's being promoted to young women through Alyssa, they are singing a song, and subconsciously, they are programmed, but the
Sorry,
surface level personality is not aware of it. In the room,
Sorry, I was uploading something. So
there are several phallic symbols. And notice the blue star. Now you may think that's a reach if I told you that's hinting towards the blue butterfly. But wait. This entire music video is disorienting, fast-paced flashes, and subliminal sexual imagery that you can only see frame by frame, like with this blonde on the pole. Go watch the video, that's only up for a few frames. Is it right? I don't know. Yeah, you're taking my control. Listen to the lyrics. They're telling you, literally, girls being trafficked around the world, mind-controlled sex slaves with alters, hidden personalities, aka Project Monarch. That's what this video is encoded with.
what is it called? Jury questions or jury instructions? What are we? I don't, because they're not reading it to the jurors tomorrow. They're reading it to them Monday, but these are going to be what they're reading to them. So what do you call that? This is the behind the scenes, y'all. That, you know, like what the defense and prosecution have been doing for days in front of us. This is the behind the scenes stuff. Are you around, Donna? Where'd you go, Donna? That's okay. I'm looking it up.
I'm here. I just thought I was unmuted. No, that's good.
I mean, which one? I asked you. Is it instructions or questions? Because if
It's instructions. Instructions. I forgot what I even said. I was muted.
Okay. All right.
Instructions.
Okie doke. Let me go fix my thumbnail.
This blonde woman, Zara, represents Pink Panther's alter trigger ego.
Oh, about the black and white checkered floor. Y'all remember where my Uncle Charles was murdered, right? And how in the entry doorway there's the black and white tiled floor. I mean, that's just one of the more glaring symbolism things that I can point to, that a lot of people have pointed to.
When activated, she becomes Alice. Notice all the postcards. The postcards, those are the real story. She's being pushed around the world. This is the American dream. The lyrics aren't even that coded. She opens freezing outside. Her coat, her identity, her cover is inside. She left it behind. She's exposed. She's going stateside, flying to America for a guy.
This is wild. Must have heard me. Actually, I just am inquiring. So I guess every time my computer has to work, it's like, yeah, no. It'll come back.
But it's stateside. She's entering a new state of mind. And they connect the two on purpose.
Holy shit.
You can be my American.
Tomorrow is Friday the 13th.
Lovely.
Is it?
Yes.
Today
Yes,
would
ma'am.
have been, I was married on the day today. Back in 2005. Isn't that crazy? All right. I know.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's Friday the damn 13th. Oh my God. Kouri, girl, kiss your ass goodbye.
Who's the American? She's British, being transported. The American is the handler. She wants him to be her identity anchor. I tracked your plane ride for when you're in tonight. She's monitoring his flight schedule? That's subject tracking before the handler's arrival. Never been abroad before. Now I'm knocking through your door. Naivety, first time crossing. No one treats me this way. That's the recruitment line. The grooming. Are all boys out here that...
Sorry. It'll come back. Allegedly.
the same? Yeah, because it's not about individual men.
Oh my God. I'm really tired of this shit. for having my own tower just designated to this computer only is wild.
It's a system, and she's flying intercontinental, not just to America, across the continents. They had the audacity to make Alyssa dance this in front of millions of people. Don't believe it? Then explain to me why this video is filled with butterflies. You can't run from it. This is Project Monarch. At the 1 minute mark, the entire music video gets flooded with butterflies.
I have another
Right
question.
around the time, the blonde girl comes in.
Look at the black and white polka dots too, and the checkered floor, and look at this swirly thing. That's usually, according to the FBI.gov website, this means child SA. Anyways. And the keys. Look, okay, yeah. Whoa, I'm seeing a lot of symbolisms here. Symbology. Okay, but I have a question. And apparently because my chat GPT hasn't caught up, maybe I need to, I'm just trying not to open so many windows or things, but like I had to tell it that the state rested. I'm trying to get it to title tomorrow.
Oh, I see.
And tomorrow will be day 14, right? And according to, let's see, East Idaho News updates, it says judge tells attorneys to have a conference call at 4 p.m. today to talk about jury instructions. Okay, so that's when they'll talk about it, I guess. Counsel asked to meet with judge tomorrow at 1 p.m. to discuss jury instructions. Nothing further today. We will talk about it all tonight on Courtroom Insider at 7 p.m. But, okay, I'm just going to copy and paste this into my damn thing. It's just not caught up yet, you know?
Yeah,
like it's,
okay.
and I'm trying to maneuver. And so that's what's causing me my computer to overwork its pretty little head, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I guess it takes a lot of stuff to do that right there.
I guess. You know, when you push search or you make it work or download something, then it's like,
yeah.
At least that's what I'm noticing. But anyways. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for helping me through that. Hopefully I'll have something soon. I'll let you know. You know I will.
Alice, the trigger personality. Her altar for her sexual doll state. That's not metamorphosis. That's mind control symbolism. Don't you get it? This is so much bigger than just the files. This is the mass sexual programming of women. A girl named Alyssa, Alice in a blue dress, with striped hair, at the most watched sporting event on earth, performing a song built around sexual monarch control.
It'll come back. All right, the legal blueprint, finalizing jury instructions.
And the entire world watched it and applauded. She's so amazing. That shows you how layered this is. This isn't new. It's been in your face for over 60 years. Alice programming. However, what you just saw with Pink Panthers belongs to a specific category of programming. The Alice programming has a wide range of application, but for sex programming,
all right. Should be the last one.
The internet has a specific name for this type of programming. It's called kitten programming.
Yes, this is Lauren,
The
y'all.
programming has a hierarchy.
Sorry, gotta come back over here. This Lauren always dresses in the cheetah prints and the just animal print, okay? It's called beta sex kitten. And I'm like, oh my God. When I first heard that, I was like, this is weird. But just because it's weird doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You know what I mean? So I know things are weird. This world is weird. Holy shit, it's getting weirder every day. But I even talked to a person, and I forget her channel name, but me and her talked a long time ago. I went on her channel, Intergalactic Storyteller. And she is who mentioned the beta sex kitten stuff. And I was like, what? But look at Janice Cox. She dresses in the same kind of animal print stuff too. My mom does too sometimes. So, you know, anyways, it's interesting.
Like a monarch. not just for the masses, but also for celebrities. Let's start with the first mind-controlled celebrity, Marilyn Monroe. Now, what's interesting is this personality was an entirely separate being from Norma Jean Mortensen. She referred to Marilyn in the third person. She said Marilyn would appear when she chose to let her out. It seems quite clear, even with the information available to the public, that she was exploited and subjected to mind control by powerful handlers. To what degree is for you to decide? In her youth, there were reports that she was SA'd as a teenager and forced to move out. This is around the age of 11. Now, this isn't evidence, but I thought it was strange. There are some photos online of her as a child, with people describing it as a very Alice-like dress. It's not an Alice dress, but it's similar. Before she was famous, she worked at a burlesque house in Los Angeles. Anton LaVey, who would later found the Church of Satan, was the house musician. His own biography documents the relationship. Basically, the conspiracy community believes that Anton was a Hollywood programmer, and he did the same thing with Jane Mansfield.
I knew it was going to do that.
Who was known as the working man's Marilyn Monroe. Interestingly, both Monroe and Mansfield were a part of a Blue Book model agency. Blue Book. So she was recruited as a model. Take note of that because this story is the same story. And from there, they completely transformed her. Look at the before and after.
And we are scheduled. Now I got to do all the other stuff. It'll come back. I'm just working it.
Her whole aesthetic changed. And now she has
my computer's a lot like me.
as the platinum blonde, right? The first dumb blonde. You don't think that was by design? The gentlemen preferred blondes, right? The full Monroe story is insane. By the mid-1950s, Monroe's world had narrowed to 4 people. Her acting coach, Lee Strasberg, 3 psychiatrists, Margaret Hohenberg, Marianne Criss, and Ralph Greenson. Her housekeeper even described her days as her doctor's appointments and her acting lessons were virtually all she had to look forward to. So contact with her biological family was blocked. Relatives who tried to reach her were turned away. The visits escalated in frequency, and she deteriorated. When she died in August 1962, her estate was distributed as follows. Lee Strasberg, 75%. Dr. Marianne Criss, 25%. Her will was contested by her longtime business manager on grounds of undue influence, but the challenge failed. The people who
At least it stopped so I can comment, huh? It's just helping me out.
Isolated her, controlled her, and ran her sessions legally owned her in death. But this is the crazy part. She actually left a document, and it's called The Surgeon Story. Apparently, she wrote it herself, and it's in poem form. Some describe it as a nightmare, but her family researcher describes it as her account of a programming session with Strasberg and
Think about this with Tim Ballard with that little excerpt that was included. This, I was like, oh shit. Now I'm not saying it's identical, but just the way it came about, and also Jody Hildebrandt. Jody Hildebrandt's King Charles, the Tiger, or whatever the fuck that is. Gordon Bowen, okay, where he's riding a black horse and saying Jesus's name and just weird shit, okay? Think about these things in that context. And like, there's Tom Harrison, doing this ketamine treatment allegedly with Tim Ballard. And okay, you see what I'm saying? Oh my God. Let me see.
Researcher describes it as her account of a programming session with Strasberg and Hohenberg specifically. Read what she wrote. Best finest surgeon, Strasberg, to cut me open when which I don't mind since Dr. H has prepared me, given me anesthetic. She doesn't mind? She's been prepared. That's compliance language, not nightmare language. Everything in the room is white. In fact, I can't see anyone, just white objects. And there's absolutely nothing there. The only thing that...
Sorry. It reminds me of that song, In the Black Room with White Curtains, or White Room with Black Curtains. I don't know.
came out was so finely cut sawdust, like out of a Raggedy Ann doll. The patient, existing of complete emptiness. Sawdust where a soul should be. She writes about herself as a doll, complete emptiness. In 1961, Dr. Chris convinced Monroe to check into Paint Whitney's psychiatric ward. She was told it was for rest. Well, it was a locked ward.
Think about Lori going to the
She
state
actually wrote to Greenson from inside, saying, I felt I was in some kind of prison.
Okay, I don't know if y'all can hear me whenever I jump in like that, but think of a Lori when she was incompetent, too.
Prison for a crime I hadn't committed. When she wouldn't comply,
It'll catch up. Come on.
2 men and 2 women carried her by all fours to the 7th floor. She was the world's most famous woman in a padded cell, put there by the psychiatrist who would inherit 25% of her estate.
That's wild.
But there's one more insane detail. Monroe had 2 failed pregnancies. The official account is miscarriage. In Lena Pepitoni's book, Marilyn's own words tell a different story. Quote, don't take my baby. So they take my baby from me, and I never saw it again. End quote. Does that remind you of anything? Remember part 1?
Mm-hmm.
So let's break down more celebrities with this pattern.
What he's
Step 1.
Because like I didn't watch part 1, but I know that he's talking about the girl in the Epstein files who, so sorry, Jeffrey, these things happen when your body had never been given time to properly heal. So it came out in the toilet and I didn't know what to do. So I just flushed a tiny little fetus. You have made me numb and I hate you for this. I hope I never have to see you again. I am not your personal incubator. Where is the baby? Where is Ghislaine? Okay. I mean, y'all remember those? There's been a couple of these where she's asking where her baby is in the Epstein files.
So let's break down more celebrities with this pattern. Step 1. Discovery by a handler figure at a young age. Step 2. Construction of a named persona. A separate identity with its own name, its own costume, its own...
Okay, what, and because I forgot, I know it's something black, but what is Tim's alter ego name? It's something black. Brian Black. Right? Am I right? I think so. And it reminds me of Leon Black, the Leon Black guy, that they keep talking about in the files. But I need to look that name up specifically. And it's not just Tim Ballard, but look up Brian Black to see if that's in there.
Behavioral profile. Step 3. A butterfly and/or Alice symbolism appears. And the branding, the tattoos, the album artwork, the imagery, it shows up after the handler relationship is established. Step 4. A public dissolution, a breakdown, a hospitalization, a very visible unraveling. Step 5. Institutionalization, conservatorship, legal control, or even death. The butterfly marks step 3. Not freedom, containment at peak control.
Okay, I did it.
Here are the most famous women in the music industry that you all know who fit this pattern exactly. Whitney Houston was signed at 19 by Clive Davis, who kept a controlling hand in her career for decades. She had a suspicious death in a bathtub at the Beverly Hilton in 2012. And that night, a Grammy party was already running at the same hotel.
Doesn't that sound like it? I mean, whenever I was listening to this last night and then watched it again, I mean, it sounded like they were partying and reveling while she was dying,
It continued as scheduled. Her daughter, Bobby Christina, was found in a bathtub 3 years later. Mariah Carey signed to Columbia Records at 18, and she later called it a music prison. Security cameras in every room, armed guards, zero freedom, total control of her image.
Saw the one eye
She
symbolism.
named the estate where she was kept Sing Sing. And when she finally left, she named her comeback album Butterfly. We all know the Britney Spears story. Well, she got a butterfly tattoo in 2003.
Wow.
She described herself at the height of her commercial control
Look at the swirlies in her name, you know, the portals or just the swirly shit. Spirals.
as a sort of child robot. Beyoncé publicly named a second personality she accesses on stage. She called it Sasha Fierce. And she described exactly how the switch works.
One eye.
Usually, when I hear the chords, when I put on my stilettos, then Sasha Fierce appears. In my posture and the way I speak, and everything is different.
Duality.
Rihanna was 16 when Jay-Z signed her to Def Jam.
16 years old. Okay. Look at this triangle.
Under my umbrella.
Ella. Hey.
Do you see the meaning? In Miley Cyrus. This is probably one of the best monarch examples if you know her full history. Obviously, she's Hannah Montana. That's her Alice. Stefani Germanata has an entire hierarchy of altars.
Duality.
Her music videos contain clear occult symbolism.
See that smiley face right there? You know how Ashley Banfield wears the smiley face all the time? You can kind of see it in there. Anyway, I never noticed it till just now because it's in my face, but...
Her performing altar is called Lady Gaga.
Ugh.
And above that, she's Mother Monster.
Age.
So an entity that sits above the performer. She literally tells you, go rewatch Bad Romance. The music video shows an asset kidnapped, drugged, and sold to a buyer. Over 1 billion views. Kesha's case is the most legally documented handler-asset relationship in recorded music history. Her 2017 album, Rainbow, ends in butterfly imagery. Nicki Minaj has a male altar she calls Roman Zelensky.
That it reminded me of Roman Polanski, is what I thought was said last night. I was like, oh my God, son of a bitch, you know?
In 2012, she also released a song called Marilyn Monroe, and the video shows her embodying Monroe.
And you know how the other night Dr. John was talking about Kouri Richins and he said something about method acting. And I was just like, oh my God. Oh my God. That's what this is. You know, it's the performative part of it where you're stepping into. I'm not agreeing with him. I'm just saying it's interesting the things he does bring up because I think he's part of this program, this network, if you will, in my unprofessional opinion.
Taylor Swift built a decade-long persona.
Look how a baby. She was a freaking baby. You know, like I saw this last night and I was like, wow, a baby. In all of them, but just a baby.
As the innocent country pop girl next door. In 2017, she staged its murder. The Look What You Made Me Do video opens in a graveyard, a birdcage, a clone tower of all prior Taylor cells, each one eliminated. The bridge is the direct announcement. The old Taylor can't come to the phone right now. Why? Because she's dead.
I mean, hello. And I mean, again, I think of all the things. Okay. I think of even things Lauren has said recently where, you know, she's being defensive and saying she's not dark, but then she's saying she's embracing her dark side or whatever. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is weird. It's weird. But I don't think these things happen in a vacuum. I just think we need to become aware of all the ways in which they communicate. Other people communicate. You know, we have a lot of people following these body language channels and things like that, these experts, but yet if I say it, people are like, and that's conspiracy shit, and I'm just like, go screw yourself, whatever. I'm not saying it is fact. I'm not saying it means this person is dark or evil or, enemy. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to point out and sharpen what I believe is another language that we've been told is not reliant. It's not relevant and or you can't make judgment off of that, and I'm not saying make judgment off of it. I'm just saying factor it in,
1 billion views. Billie Eilish. She released her first single at 14, was signed to Interscope at 15, and was 17 when Bury a Friend was shot. In it, multiple sets of hands in black rubber gloves inject unlabeled syringes into her spine. She's dragged across the floor. The song is written from the perspective of the monster under your bed.
Oh, you know who wears a lot of this chain stuff? And I mean, I know about the chain stuff because of Tim Ballard, Operation Underground Railroad. They use the chain symbolism, breaking free, liberating and things like that. But Chad Daybell, in his closing arguments, there was a presentation, and we got to see it because, cameras were actually allowed in Chad's, not in Lori's, but Chad's. And on the presentation, whenever John Pryor was closing, it had symbolism and it was chains. And I'm like, who picked the fucking chains? Who puts that in their freaking murder, triple murder trial for death row? Who puts chains? And so I'm like, did Chad make that? Did Pryor make that? Like who, why would you do that first off? And then it tells me why they would do that. Because they're part of the network, it's the network. Anyways.
The song is written from the perspective.
Oh, but Savannah Guthrie, she wears a lot of necklaces, chains, a headband with chains. And I'm like, I'm just factoring all this stuff in.
Of the monster under your bed. Melanie Martinez. She built her entire career on this template. The Crybaby album in 2015. Then in 2019, K through 12, children sent to a facility where they're medicated, monitored, and shaped, checkerboard floors throughout.
Mm-hmm.
Wide Awake from Katy Perry.
I'm wide awake.
Is that an inversion of Eyes Wide Shut?
Everything's an inversion with these people.
2012. Over 1 billion views. In the video is an explicit Alice
Look at the floor.
in Wonderland sequence. A Wonderland maze.
And the portal thing, like the mirroring thing, like the mirror, that's a portal. How that's in a temple. They've got mirrors facing each other in temples. There's Chad and Lori, James and Elena. He documents this in his quote unquote novel text or whatever to Lori about kneeling across from one another in a ceiling room. And that's when they become James and Elena, I'm telling you.
A child self waiting inside. Poison fruit. A mirror. And then a butterfly garden. Rihanna, S&M, 2011. Checkerboard rooms. A handler leash. Bondage throughout. Banned in 11 countries. This mind control destroys the sacred feminine within the female victim, turning them into nothing more than a piece of meat.
Mm-hmm.
Is this what America stands for? It's not just women either. Men have gone through beta programming as well.
But then he goes to Candace. I'm like, what's he saying? But I get it when you'll see.
Think about it. She named herself after the agency. Candace Intelligence Agency. The crew neck is $60. Okay, but who's her husband? Her husband's closest friend is Andrew Tate. Probably the second most famous accused trafficker in the world. There's a
Sorry, I'm opening up windows.
photo of Farmer and Tate on the wall of Tate's Romanian mansion.
It'll come back. Come on. I guess I overworked it.
So they're friends. We'll take
Doo-dah, doo-dah. I'm letting it catch up. I closed a couple tabs. So Andrew Tate, right? Am I right? Come on. Come on, baby.
Tate's father was a U.S. Air Force intelligence linguist at Field Station.
Linguist. Quit being weird. First tat, butterfly edition, full tat, and now
in Berlin, part of the Five Eyes Echelon Network.
Right here. This dude does nothing but Illuminati signs. Okay.
He publicly claimed CIA. Keep in mind.
Oh my God, this is so fucking stupid. I get very aggravated, obviously, because it's been doing it and I don't know how to remedy it. And it's frustrating. Let me close another tab. I just found one that I don't need to have open. Emory Andrew Tate Jr. Died 2015, was an American chess player who held the title of International Master. He's the father of internet personalities Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan Tate. Emory Andrew Tate Jr. was born in Chicago, and now where John was born, on December 27, 1958. He grew up in a family of 9 children. His father, Emory Andrew Tate Sr., was an attorney, and his mother, Emma Cox Tate, ran a truck leasing business. Interesting. Tate Jr. learned to play chess as a child. He served in the United States Air Force as a sergeant, where he excelled as a linguist. Remember how I was talking about the non-linguistic programming, NLP? Tate learned Spanish as an exchange student in Mexico. He was, quote, chosen to participate in the Indiana, Skedinona, I think that's what you were talking about, University honors, oh my God, honors program in foreign language, Spanish division during the summer of 1975, and spent 2 months living with a Mexican family. Familia.
Andrew moved to Romania. And when the charges came out, they went, an entire movement was built. The old self dies. Community replaces family. Higher.
With Jody Hildebrandt, this was the concept. The relationship has to die in order for it to be reborn. It's the same concept going on here.
Hierarchy with levels you ascend. Chemical modification. And at the top, the monarch. The red pill pipeline. It's the same architecture. It's just for men. Want to be in the club? Want to be the top G?
Think about Paul Hutchinson, y'all. He's a billionaire. And I mean, Lynn Packer reported it was alleged that he has a sex room in his house. I mean, whatever, but you can't have all these other accusations or be having these Y parties, or what did he call them? Chromosome Y chromosome parties, or whatever the hell. I'll have to find that again so we can drop our jaws for that again. And I mean, he was posing as a rich person, a rich guy on these alleged staged Operation Underground Railroad stings. Come the fuck on. I think so. They were actually, in my opinion, this is what was going on. They were actually doing these things. They were actually trafficking women and children and men, boys. It doesn't matter. They have no bounds, no boundaries. Okay. And we're videoing it, and then they make that a movie, and then they make money off that movie, and the exploitation never ends. It is just exploited every step of the way, and they count on our ignorance. They count on our empathy and compassion. When you look at people who forgive these PDFs and everything and rebaptize them into their church, or just don't say nothing at all. And so the abuse continues on. It's a protection pipeline. And I mean, that's what's happening. And then they're taught to forgive and forget, and just, you're being too harsh. You're being too harsh. But everybody, when a victim comes forward, they are freaking brutalized. They are victimized over and over and over and over and over again. Re-victimized is what I meant to say. And they're not believed. And it's backwards. It's inverted.
And by the way, this isn't a beta male take.
Look, he's in the Black Eye Club. That means he got his ass reamed. Literally. Allegedly.
The irony is, red pill content is actual MK Ultra beta programming. I'm just giving you the esoteric take. And it doesn't stop there. It's all over Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
The Manchurian Candidate is the best example to start with. What's insane is the first version even tells you that this is Alice programming.
Frank Sinatra. I just noticed the name right there. Frank Sinatra. I know I've seen this in relation to M. Russell Ballard. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and remind myself about it, but
So it's undeniable. That's the template. If you want to see this clearly, then watch.
Think about Trisha, how she wears her B. That B, it's a brooch. She also has a necklace. I'm trying to figure out my own surroundings.
Watch the 2004 version. A politician engineered to become president with no knowledge that he's been
Red, black, and white is also symbolic. I'm learning.
programmed. One phrase spoken aloud, and he's gone. A separate personality surfaces, carrying separate memories, executing instructions the primary identity will never remember receiving.
Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, Lori and Chad, Tim Ballard, Jody, Ruby, David Hamblin, David Levitt, Gordon Bowen, Ken Krogh.
The 2004 version was science fiction. The original is based on real MK Ultra history. Silence of the Lambs, 1991. The cover is a death head hawk moth covering a woman's mouth. A young woman being conditioned, shaped, and used by an older male genius who understands the human mind at a level no one else does. He gives her information in exchange for pieces of herself. That's the handler dynamic. Dollhouse, 2009. Human beings with their personalities wiped and reprogrammed for clients.
Right?
Given names from the NATO phonetic alphabet. Alpha, Sierra.
This blew my mind. Alpha, Sierra,
Victor, Echo. And they don't know their own triggers.
Delta.
Fox.
Think about that. We had Hurricane Delta. Oh my God.
Canceled it after one season. Black Swan, 2010. A dancer loses herself in a role, and a second personality emerges that can do things her primary self cannot. Special abilities. The transformation is treated as an achievement.
This is the mask thing. What did I just say earlier about Dr. John when he said, oh my God, method acting?
Anita's bedroom has butterfly posters and a white rabbit next to the window. Those aren't random design choices.
Mm-mm.
A clock.
I mean, the symbology right here with the triangle. I don't know, black and white, the eyeball. I don't know. I'm just looking at it.
Cork Orange, 1971, Kubrick. The government straps Alex down, forces his eyes open, drugs him, and subjects him to aversion conditioning until his personality is fundamentally altered.
Okay. Remember whenever I read y'all that transcript that was included in Tim Ballard's lawsuit of the session that was Tom Harrison allegedly and Tim Ballard? And think about the priesthood blessings that he was given by Ken Krogh and Tom Harrison. You can look at them as priesthood blessings, or
they don't punish him. They reprogram him. And Kubrick showed you the exact method, step by step. That was 1971, 2 years before MK Ultra was officially ended.
Allegedly.
The Butterfly Effect, 2004.
Ashton Kutcher. Okay, come on. I mean, he's problematic in every way. And I mean, he's, in my genre, in my generation, I mean, he was like on Punk'd and that 70s show and things like that. So, I mean, I never looked at him like this. Okay. But just got to let go of these people that we were conditioned to idolize. I mean, and he also has an anti-trafficking nonprofit. He knows Tim Ballard. Marisol Edwards is also a Scientologist. She and Tim Ballard, they've gone on missions together, and she's tried to normalize the whole, oh, we were married before in a past life so that we could get away with this couple's ruse and we can victimize with it, allegedly.
Man discovers he has suppressed entire traumatic episodes from his childhood with no conscious memory of them.
Stranger Things also. Think about that.
When he learns to access those memories, he finds versions of himself that he never knew existed. The whole film is built on one idea. The childhood events you don't remember are the ones shaping everything.
That's that amnesia stuff I was telling you about, the trauma amnesia.
Okay, now there are so many more, literally in the hundreds. We're not going to break it all down right now.
This is wild.
We're just going to go straight to the movie that lays it all out for you. Because there's always a movie that lays it all out. Sure, you could say that all of this was just creative design choices.
Have y'all watched
And sure,
it?
let's admit that the butterfly is a popular design. Absolutely.
Mhm.
We can acknowledge that, while also being fair. Let me show you a movie that straight up tells you the secret.
Here we go.
I'm not the one telling you. This movie did it in 1973. You know what it's called?
Huh.
Papillon.
Papillon.
Steve McQueen. It's the French word for butterfly. On the surface, it's a prison escape film. A man wrongly convicted, shipped to a penal colony in French Guiana, who spends the entire film trying to break free. Most people who watch this film walk away thinking it's about the human spirit that can't be caged. The butterfly is the man who survives. That's been the standard reading for 50 years. But the film tells you something else entirely if you listen to what the characters actually say. 37 minutes in, another prisoner explains the local economy. There is a species of butterfly on the island called the blue morphus. The prisoners catch them, and a man named Richter buys them from the guards. The butterfly's wings, okay, and this is a direct quote from the film, are used for dye in making American currency. So the prisoners catch the butterflies, the operator sells them, the guards get their cut, and the product becomes American money.
Isn't
Now
that
look who's
wild?
catching them.
Oh, I moved. I shouldn't have. Bye, Detective's daughter. Thank you for being here. See ya mañana. Oh my God. Today.
Papillon. A man with a...
Sorry. I came back to like check on it and it started right when I did that. Papillon. We say papillon here. Papillon.
I never saw that, but I may look it up now.
Yeah, it was before my time.
butterfly tattoo on his chest. Hmm.
Come on. This is bullshit. I pay for premium. Might as well give me damn ads.
A man who was convicted for killing a pin.
Feels like it's gonna do it again. Yep, there you go. Mother. All right, let me just pause that for a minute. Isn't it interesting though? I mean, I'm just like, there's so many things that I've been able to just kind of see the same themes, if you will, like in my own family's story. Girl, you come in blasting in. That's
Sorry.
Wow. I always bitch about my wind tunnel. And whenever I'm trying to pre-record or something, and that's why I have not uploaded a lot of things, because that damn wind noise I have. Are you there? Or did you mute yourself? I thought maybe you just turned the fan off.
I muted myself to turn the fan off.
Gotcha.
Good
Well,
heavens.
and look, here's I'm gonna read it. It's just a little quote from George Orwell. It says, "During times of universal deceit, telling the truth becomes a revolutionary act." Right?
Yes.
Never a truer statement.
Because I keep thinking about Tyler Robinson every time that Miss Nestor opens her mouth. And just what little I know about it, it is going to be something to untangle up there.
But
And
she, I mean, I know she gets on a lot of people's nerves, but for some reason she don't get on my nerves. I don't know why. I have no idea why. I don't know if it's because, like, it seems like when Kouri Richins happened and all that, it's like I was like, oh yeah, she's guilty, but then as time has gone on, I'm just like, whatever, I just kind of, it is what it is. I don't really, I guess I'm not invested as much. And I mean, I hate to say that. It doesn't, compared to my family's cases, no, I'm not as invested, so it's like just whatever the jury decides. But then I look at Richard Allen and I just think, okay, well, the jury decided there too. I don't think they were right. I don't think they were presented the right information, or the correct angle of it. They might have skewed it, made it look a certain way. If not, they really did. They also have treated him poorly, very mind controlly, to try and break
Yes.
him, in my opinion, to like make him fit into their narrative, whatever it may be. I'm not God, I'm not the judge or the jury, but I mean, I want justice. And I mean, not just because of how people are framing the information or how it may look. And I mean this for Chad and Lori too. I don't want them behind bars if they're not guilty, because it's not fair. It's not just for the victims. It's not just for society and the community at large. Like, if you're convicting the wrong people, or wrongfully convicting them, period, then what are we doing? And it can happen to you. And so I try to imagine, like, oh my God, what if I was framed that way? Or, what if she didn't really do it, or whatever, fit that in the scenario of whatever, at the time. And it's like, could they angle things a certain way? I mean, I just kind of question things like that. And so I don't know if I'm just looking at it like with a more open mind. I don't know. Because I don't want to jump in on the tribalism, like just
I think that it's
like the Dems do. Like, they're like, oh yeah, it's like they come with their pitchforks, and I used to be right there with my pitchfork.
I mean, it seems like this is an odd case in that had it not been for those sisters, they probably would have not found them as fast. They might have found them, but it would have took them longer without all that information from that private investigator and stuff. So it is.
They weren't even looking at it as like a crime. And I mean, I understand that happens, right? And
like with Tammy.
I'm not trying to undermine their gut instincts, because God knows my gut instinct. The moment I heard that my Uncle Charles was murdered, I was like, it was murder. It is murder. Go get that bitch. It's murder. He was murdered. So, I mean, I can't. I've been there.
Well, no, I understand how you feel. I do understand how you feel. And y'all got the private investigator too. But y'all didn't go, y'all told no lies about Lori. She was bad enough on her own. Whenever they got up on the stand and said, she just acted like a stick and she didn't even comfort me and she wasn't even upset. And then she came out there crying and hugging and all that stuff. It made them look like liars. And that's no good.
Yeah. Right. Oh, you're talking about the sister, Katie?
Yes.
Okay. I remember that. Yeah. I mean, because she kind of, and I mean, again, I'm on this side, I'm on the same side as, oh my God, family member, multiple family members of mine were murdered. Um, just like them, you know what I mean? Like, but I also think that it could just be one of the things that is happening all across the nation where people are being killed by fentanyl. You know,
Exactly.
you don't know what you're getting. I mean, I don't know. It's just it's like there's got to be a good guy and a bad guy, and I don't really too much. I think that we need to be restructured completely because is our system just? Is it really justice? And if so, for who? What is justice? I don't know. Very deep.
It is very deep, and I've heard a lot of people say recently that it's not justice, that it's a law, that it's not the justice system, it's just a law system.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see that because I mean, is it's not. I don't know. Again, do I agree with Corey? Nope. Do I agree with how things are or presented? No. I don't agree with how they were presented with Lori and Chad. It is a theory. It's the state's theory of how, Lori and Chad would have gone about it, how Corey would have gone about doing this, and what the motives were, even though you don't have to prove them. I mean, it goes into all these things, and so, but with Lori and Chad, the kids didn't kill themselves. Okay, Tammy didn't kill herself. Charles didn't shoot himself. You know what I mean? So it's like we didn't have this
Question.
situation, right?
Right.
Now people are questioning whether Alex did that. I mean, but he's one of the perps, so nobody really gives a shit, myself included. I mean, it just pay the Pied Piper. You play, you pay. Um, so I mean, it makes me wonder. I have a lot of questions, and I don't agree with everything that's happening. I've just always known that there was a system that took care of this, and then I've been learning over these 7 years how the system works, and then how the state presents a theory. They provide the evidence. I mean, but I also watched Lauren do the 9-hour live stream where she presented her quote unquote evidence, and how it was bullshit. When you go back and you look at it, you're like, that is not evidence. You've just spun it. You've twisted it. You've omitted. You've cherry picked. You're taking like your statements and people that you put up to doing these declarations for you who weren't even there. It's just hearsay. It's just what you have said. So it is your evidence for sure, but it's not correct. And I've seen people like, I mean, you've been here, you've seen what happened. I mean, they took a little dip, but they're back on top, and I mean, whatever. People are rewarding this behavior and they wonder why the fuck we're in the situation that we're in. That's why. Mm-hmm. Anyways.
Well, it's pitiful, is all I know.
It is. Look, I did make this. I want to show y'all. Hold on. Hopefully it'll fucking play. Oh, damn.
We found it.
Oh, God.
Celebrating the life.
Oh, my God. Come on. I'm about to restart my computer.
Celebrating the life.
It's not showing.
We found it.
It's her brother opening the thing, and then it's her family. Anyways. It's just being weird.
Celebrating the life. We found it.
What's the point of having this shit if it don't work?
That's the truth.
Right. God dang it. Let me try this again. Oh, don't play now. Bitch. The other one started playing. I'm about to just reboot. Your device needs to restart. I did redirect, but I mean, I wanted to kind of finish this too, but I understand. I'm
You
not
want
doing
me to? Well, I
What?
don't know what I think. I was going to say I could stream it, but I might could stream it either. So
Here, I'm gonna shoot it to you.
okay,
I'm just gonna put the link in the chat anyway.
Okay.
So
okay,
do that, and I'm gonna restart. And there it
Okay.
is. Okay, and
oh
yeah,
come on.
gracias. I really appreciate it.
Okay, how what? No, where are we at in it?
Oh shit. We are at 50:49.
Okay.
Good call. Oh, I hear yours cranking. I was going. Ring. Oh gosh. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
His stated crime is literally eliminating a handler in the trafficking world. And his partner, Dega, is a counterfeiter of government bonds. The author Henri Charrière later admitted that Dega never actually existed. He made him up. Dega is an alter, a second personality invented by the primary to handle the money, to provide the cover story, to be the face that interacts with the system while the operator stays hidden behind it. This is coded monarch programming. And Charrière told us himself that he created one. In the place they sent him to break his mind, it's called Devil's Island. That's where the facility is. And the warden spells it out. We are not priests. We are processors. A meat packer processes live animals into edible ones. We process dangerous men into harmless ones. This we accomplish by breaking you physically, spiritually, and here. Then he points to his head, his mind, his identity. That's monarch programming, right there in a Hollywood film released in 1973. The same year, CIA Director Richard Helms ordered the destruction of all MKUltra files. So, a man with a butterfly on his chest catches blue butterflies that become American money. His financial partner is a fabrication. The facility that holds him openly describes itself as a processing operation designed to break the human mind. The blue butterflies are the product. The operator's the one with the mark? So is the movie called Butterfly because he was released into the world with a tattoo that identifies what system made him? This film came out 53 years ago. How do you explain that? The blue Morphous butterfly funds the American dollar? What is this film actually saying? And if it is, what does that tell you about who's been catching them? There's another piece to this. The checkerboard floor. Go look at production design across major music videos from 1985 to 2010. The black and white checkerboard floor appears with a frequency that cannot be accidental. Madonna, Michael Jackson, Katy Perry, Britney Spears, countless more. The same visual across decades of elite entertainment production. This is obviously Masonic. It goes back to 1717, and the first codification of it in Masonic text is from 1727. It's the foundational floor of initiation. And it is the floor of the Looking Glass world in Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass. Alice steps through the mirror and enters a world organized as a chessboard. She's a pawn. The Red Queen tells her she starts on the second square, and if she reaches the 8th, she becomes a queen. So she doesn't pick her path, she gets moved from square to square, meeting whoever occupies that space, following rules she didn't write. The whole book is a chess game, and Alice is a piece in it. It's the Masonic initiation floor, Carol's chessboard. It's the same thing. The subject moves through a controlled grid and doesn't know who's playing. This is the Project Monarch template, and it goes back to 1865. when a mathematics professor at Oxford named Charles Ludwig Dodson, writing under the pen name Lewis Carroll, published a book for children. Carroll was a member of the Society for Psychical Research, an organization that formally investigated occult phenomena, theosophical claims, and paranormal experience.
So I'm talking for just a minute because of fair use and we don't want to get in trouble. This is very interesting how it plays into the Alice in Wonderland story. How many of y'all have checkerboard floors? I got a checkerboard bathroom downstairs.
He owned dozens of texts from the occult tradition. The checkerboard in the Alice books, the Masonic mosaic pavement, was not a coincidence of the Victorian tile fashion. Carroll was a member of an institution that knew exactly what that floor meant. Aleister Crowley, who by the 1910s was running one of the most significant initiatory magical schools of the 20th century, made both Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass required reading for his initiates as sacred text, as maps of the initiatory process. What's interesting is mainstream academic psychology already agrees with this. They just never asked who might use that map on purpose, because they're not going to connect that Kathy O'Brien, the woman who testified in 1995 about being inside the program, breaks this down a little bit differently, as someone who was taken through it. But her breakdown doesn't use Jungian language, it uses programmer language. The rabbit hole is the induction sequence, the technique used to initiate the dissociative state. Going through the looking glass is the transition between the primary identity and the alter. The caterpillar asking, "Who are you?" is the identity dissolution stage, where the subject's sense of self is systematically destabilized before a new identity is constructed. The Red Queen is the punishing authority. The Mad Hatter is the handler. The Cheshire Cat is the controller behind the handler, the one who gives instructions and then disappears. She said this was not a metaphor. This is the literal template used across facilities across decades. The academics mapped it from the outside, but she described it from the inside. And in the same tradition Carroll was reading, a woman named Alice Bailey was receiving transmissions from a figure she called the Tibetan that would eventually fill 30 volumes of esoteric doctrine.
Hey. Are you having a hard time too? Let me try again. I don't know where you're at though. Let's see. Okay. Let me look for Lucius Trist.
5709.
Alrighty. Thank you. Oop. Okay. Oh, goddamn. Whatever. I said whatever, bitches, and the bitches, whatever. I don't know. It's like a conspiracy. I'll let it catch up. Just let me look at my settings too.
Last night I was watching a video.
She founded her publishing house in 19...
Ah.
Go ahead and play.
I'm just letting it do. It stopped.
22, and called it the Lucifer Publishing Company. She renamed it to Lucis Trust in 1920.
Yeah. We'll talk every other word. Ridiculous.
5. Not only was she the first to use the term New Age, but Luce's Trust today now has consultative status at the United Nations. Its meditation room has been in the UN building since 1952. I just find it interesting that her name is Alice. And notice this on her wiki page. Her autobiography states that at the age of 15, on June 30th, 1895, Bailey was visited by a stranger.
Huh. Moroni? Nephi? Lori said that Jesus Christ visited her. Or at least who she thought Jesus Christ was. Chad Daybell said that too. Ooh. Get it together, man. I can't be in a trance because this is steadily interrupted. Get it together, YouTube. Fucking bullshit. I'm pausing it for a second. I got plenty of space. You know what I haven't done? I haven't cleared my cookies.
Cleared your cookies.
My cookies.
Get up.
Hold on. Let's see here. Oh, and I also have to pull up that email that Beach Bum sent me of John Smith to play his song. I forgot about that.
Okay.
But I mean, it's going to take me a minute. I don't know. Let's take. Oh, I need to push play. Let me try. Let's try.
A tall man dressed in European clothes and wearing a turban.
Wow. Oh.
Who told her she needed to develop self-control to prepare for the certain work he planned for her to do. This turned out to be the creation and publication of 19 books, together with educational and meditation work that reached practically all the countries of the world. Carol read the occult text, Curly made the Alice books sacred reading for his initiates, Bailey named her publishing house after Lucifer, and all three traditions share the same symbols: the checkerboard, the looking glass, and the butterfly. Just a coincidence? Here's an interesting fact. It's Greek etymology.
Paused again. Okay.
These damn people can even make butterflies.
The word psyche, spelled out, has two meanings in ancient Greek. It means soul, and it means butterfly. But those aren't two different definitions. It's the same word.
Think about this with what Dr. John preaches. He said something about a ghost. You can't feed a ghost, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, this, if the psyche is translated as soul, I lost it. And the soul dies.
Describing the same thing. Homer used it to mean the ghost of a departed person. The soul.
Of a departed person. Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow Daybell also, you know, this, oh my God, it's like the same it's like a zombie, you know, but the only thing I'm not hearing right here is being not reincarnated, but being possessed or whatever. It's just, I don't know. I thought about this last night and I can't remember what I thought of.
Soul leaving the body. In Greek mythology, the soul was depicted as the butterfly leaving the body at death. The goddess Psyche, the personification of the human soul, is depicted with butterfly wings. The connection between butterfly and soul in the Western tradition is supposedly 2,000 years old. Am I a man who dreamt of being a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming of being a man? The monarch butterfly's migration maps the soul's journey. The caterpillar becomes nothing, completely dissolves inside the chrysalis, and reconstitutes as something capable of flight. The program didn't invent the symbol was already doing the work. Okay, but it gets crazy, because in 1945, Walt Disney hired Aldous Huxley to write the screenplay for Alice in Wonderland. Aldous Huxley, who had written Brave New World. Huxley wrote the treatment and the draft. Disney rejected it as too literary, but used the same source text for the 1951 film. Walt Disney was an FBI informant from 1940 until his death in 1966.
Oh, Walt.
Disney released Alice in Wonderland in 1951. And the CIA launched MK Ultra in 1953. Keep that in mind. A great example of the Alice template is The Wizard of Oz, 1939. You guys know the movie, so I'm not going to break it down. But how does it start? A traumatic event. A tornado.
Crazy.
And when it's over, she wakes up in another world. Kansas is the baseline. Oz is the altered state. Over the Rainbow moves her between the two. She's guided down a specific path toward a man behind a curtain who controls everything. And to get back, she clicks her heels 3 times and repeats a phrase. There's
3
no place
times.
like home.
Oh my God.
Do you get it? 3 repetitions, click, then the subject returns to the baseline. Remember how the movie ends? She wakes up in her bed, and the same men from her dream are all standing around her, staring down at her. The men in Oz were the men in her real life the entire time. She just didn't know it.
That's wild.
And keep in mind, the girl who sang Over the Rainbow, Judy Garland. She was 16. MGM had her on amphetamines to keep her awake for 18-hour shoots and barbiturates to put her to sleep afterwards.
Crazy.
They controlled what she ate, what she weighed, her entire life. She died at 47 from an overdose.
47, huh? I'm glad.
O'Brien documented Over the Rainbow by name as a trigger phase used in programming sessions. The 1939 film gave an entire generation the same internal landscape. Okay, but what makes this so insane is this connects with the files. Jeffrey Epstein named his trust the Caterpillar Trust and the Butterfly Trust, set up in sequence. There is a wire instruction document in federal court submitted bank records where money moves from the Caterpillar Trust directly into the 2013 Butterfly Trust. The caterpillar feeds the butterfly. The conditioning sequence made into a legal financial cascade. EFTA 014-23947.
Yes, ma'am. Oh. That's crazy. This is wild.
The Butterfly Trust had a JP Morgan suspicious activity report filed on it for $1.08 billion.
Billion. B. What a B.
Flagged for sex trafficking. Ghislaine Maxwell, whose own Deutsche Bank account was called Butterfly, was the original founding beneficiary. She was quite...
Yeah.
quietly removed in November 2014, 4 years before any arrest, as civil lawsuits began to mount. Then there's this, EFTA 016.
Bullshit.
0651, an FBI tip log with some reporting they were taken to Epstein's island by boat and given what they described as chemically induced amnesia. EFTA 0193598, a message from February 2014, where Epstein personally texted Joy Ito about trying TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, for what he calls, and I'm quoting, trauma amnesia. Trauma amnesia is the specific mechanism described in Monarch survivor testimony. And look at this. On September 14th, 2014, Peter Thiel forwarded Jeffrey Epstein a memo from his personal physician at Thiel Capital. Subject line, quick feedback from my on-staff health expert. The memo analyzes GHB versus benzodiazepines with specific focus on stage 3 and 4 sleep.
Now think about think about the GHB angle and stuff. I know just a little bit was found in JJ's system, but just that to me is alarming in itself that it was even found. Okay. And that they felt the need to bring it up in trial. So it makes me wonder too with Tim Ballard and the ketamine thing. And like Donna was saying earlier, it's not always drugs, you know, they brainwash the shit out of us. We don't even know it. We're not aware of it.
Is where memory consolidation occurs. GHB.
Now I'm about to delete my cookies, so I'm just like, I wonder if they're gonna make me sign into everything or if they'll wait till I close out. So y'all are my guineas, okay? Y'all are such good sports. I'll be back if so.
It explains, is a potent initiator of those stages. Benzos suppress them almost to zero, impairing memory through direct neurological effect. The memo advises Epstein on how to manage sleep and memory architecture using these substances. Thiel's note above the forwarded memo: last night was a lot of fun, as always. EFTA 023-87645. His physician address: Thiel Capital LLC, 1 Letterman Drive, The Presidio, San Francisco.
Presidio.
The same Presidio where Michael Aquino's Temple of Set was headquartered?
Yep.
The same place with the daycare? And in 2016, Epstein's Circle was meeting with psychedelic researchers to plan DMT experiments on this agenda. But this is the craziest part. The victims. 3 women connected to the Epstein case. No documented coordination between them. And all 3 independently chose the same symbol? Juliet Bryant, an Epstein trafficking survivor who testified publicly on CBS News, who described waking up paralyzed on a table at Zorro Ranch, surrounded by people in hazmat suits.
Come on.
She named her memoir Blue Butterfly. A writer named Sarah McCarthy turned her account into a full memoir. Trine Day, an established publisher, signed it in May 2025. The pre-orders were going live in September. The release date was April 13th, 2026. But on January 26th of this year, 77 days before publication, Trine Day canceled the book. The stated reason? Sustained physical and electronic harassment of the author. Brian's own testimony is still on Amazon. The layer underneath was what got canceled. Virginia Giuffre sued Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. She named Prince Andrew in court, and she won. Before the case became fully public, she posted publicly that she was not suicidal. She died in 2025.
Yep.
Her public profile image on X was a blue butterfly. Sarah Ransom is a British survivor who has spoken publicly about Epstein's network. She has a blue butterfly tattooed on her arm. In the documented research on these programs, the final tier is called Omega, the self-destruct protocol, triggered when the subject tries to expose the system. 3 women, supposedly not connected, independently chose the same symbol. And that pattern doesn't just appear in Epstein's network. We saw it in Hollywood, the music industry, and the programs that came before him. That is a lead.
Oh, right here. It says these payments were justified as hotel expenses, tuition, and rent. Oh my God. The email about the Epstein paying for a girl's tuition. Was it to BYU or UVU? I don't remember. Yeah. Let me catch a screen grab of that.
I'm not telling you what it means. I'm telling you it's there. What if Jeffrey Epstein wasn't the origin of all this? What if he was a node?
He is a
A
node.
visible and eventually expendable piece of something that had been running for decades before he appeared.
He's scapegoat.
Kathy described the same template in the 1960s happening on Mackinac Island, Michigan. Remote island, controlled access, powerful visitors.
Remember this where they have the landing strip? It's just a grass landing strip, and there's like it's not really easy to get to this location. But okay, You're about to probably crap your pants because I did.
Blackmail operation. The governor at the time was George Romney. Blackmail operation. The governor at the time was George Romney.
Ba-doom. Okay. George Romney. Why would George Romney be attached to that? Why is Lauren attached to Mitt Romney some way? Why is Frank Vandersloot? Why? Why is M. Russell Ballard when he was alive? You know, like, what the fuck?
Mitt Romney's father.
Yeah.
The survivor literally called Mackinac Island the Epstein Island of its day. So obviously it would seem that Epstein did not design this architecture.
Mm-mm.
Here's what the system is. 3 layers. The first layer is the product. Young women, and in some cases young men, conditioned through trauma early enough that the brain forms around it. Compartmentalized. Programmable. They perform on command and don't remember.
This is why they're doing the SRA, the sexual abuse, okay? To split the minds. This is the whole goal.
They can't testify because of the architecture of what happened to them was built to prevent that.
It's too crazy. Too crazy, Cam. That's so crazy and outlandish. That's been debunked.
The second layer is the client. Senators, CEOs, royals.
Yeah. Senators, CEOs, people in the black book.
Foreign leaders, intelligence directors, people whose decisions affect entire countries.
Mm-hmm.
You bring them into contact with the product, you document everything, and now you own them. They can't expose the system because the system owns them.
Mm-hmm.
Epstein wasn't just catching powerful men by accident.
And this, I think, is what's meant by the shadow government, shadow church, shadow.
He was selecting the men who would run this country in 10 years and making sure their secrets were already on file before they got there.
So who did it before him? And I also heard that there was a understudy under Epstein. So who is that?
This is how the entire system runs. The third layer is the culture. Mass public programming.
Here we are.
The music videos, the album covers, the artists who go through very public breakdowns, fragment publicly, emerge with a new persona on the other side, and become
Lauren
bigger than they ever were before.
Mm-hmm.
The culture layer normalizes the symbol. The symbol attracts the audience. The audience contains the next generation of product.
Forgive and forget.
Then, the product serves the clients. The clients stay owned. The system stays running. Jeffrey.
Does he not look like freaking John Travolta when he was younger? I'm like, wait, why are they showing John Travolta's picture? But that's Jeff.
Epstein's whole mainstream story is that he was a predator who got lucky with rich friends.
Yeah, no.
Well, he was an intelligence asset running a leverage operation, and an FBI document in the public files confirm it. That one fact explains everything. The Maxwell connection. The island running for 20 years. The investigation found him, but couldn't put together what he was embedded in.
Mm-mm.
So the idea is...
There's nothing in the Epstein files. You know, we couldn't charge. There's no crimes.
MK Ultra did not end in 1973.
Mm-mm.
It evolved.
Sharpened.
It morphed. And honestly, I worry the system realized they didn't need to just have individuals in the club. It could just cast them and program them. Celebrities with trigger personalities they don't know exist. The only way to stop this is with knowledge. It's time to wake up. If you have any information, if you found something in the files that I haven't talked about, or if you know something that changes the whole picture, please reach out. That's what the community's for. The documents are in the files. The EFTA numbers are on screen throughout the video, and everything I showed you is sourceable. Go look. Get ready for part 6, because this was just the introduction. Please share and help me get this out there, guys. Thanks for watching, And all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Right? Oh God.
I was gonna see.
I didn't mean to do that.
That was pretty.
It was good.
Yeah, it was good.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about it to say that every point was exact or anything, but
Well,
it's really plausible.
A few things he said, I don't know if that's true, and then I'd look it up and it would be. So
I guess maybe it's more like how we perceive or like what our perception is of things, I don't know. I wonder, I just put his link in chat and then it'll post it twice. It'll post it twice because of YouTube and Facebook, right? I'm linked to both of those. So it denied it on both, said that it was rejected for whatever reason. An error occurred. Wait a moment and try again. Let's try. Maybe I'm not signed in because I deleted, probably.
Last night I tried to tell this a while ago, but I don't remember. I probably was muted. But I watched this video by Baron Coleman, and he was talking about Erica Kirk's mother and her business and stuff.
Oh, yeah, the Catholic guy. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, well, it got took down before morning, and then it's back up, but I don't know whether they edited it or what they had to do to it, but that's pretty crazy.
It could have been like a copyright thing, kind of like Goel shared Saturday Night Live clip from NBC, and it showed that NBC took it down, so once you correct those things, kind of like with Hidden True Crime, that's who took my video down, but
right.
I wouldn't afforded a way to remedy it,
Crazy.
Yep. They won't let me post anything, so it's probably because I'm logged out. Anyways, I'll have to go put it in the description box.
You want me to put that video with a? Okay, let me see.
If you can.
I will.
Yeah. America is under a trance from Mind Unveiled, and I can't give you the link. But
that's okay. That's all right.
Appreciate you. The yin yangs, huh? And it's 3:50. No, is that the right time?
I know I had it. Oh, here it is. I was going to say I know I had that up too. So. Okay.
I have to go watch parts 1 through 1, 2, 3, and 4. I want to for sure.
Yeah, it shows it now. Good. I put it in for you. See?
And just support him. Because I've watched other things where he showed about Santa Claus and just all kinds of just all kinds of things, just like the underground tunnels and things like that. I don't remember all his things, but I really like his work. He's easy to listen to. He's not like overbearing. I don't think he's not very, he just presents it and he asks
questions. And doesn't really call people names or anything like that either.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about, like politically.
Yeah. No, and I don't think anybody should do that. I hope I don't. I know I say names, but
you know what I'm saying. If you're,
I don't. Not to my viewers.
Yes, we
or,
try. We try.
We're all in this together. Damn. It's not a competition. It's just like, come on. We all have a job here. We all have a role and a job, and we all have pieces to this puzzle. And I think that's one of the reasons they can't stand for us to loiter, if you will. They don't like our kind of loitering.
No.
Looting, because then they start shaking. They're like, oh shit. And then that song, Let's Start a Riot. A riot. That song has been playing in my mind lately. And I'm like, oh my God.
Well, I go around like, fight the power.
Oh my God, right?
Yeah, that's really old.
It is. Oh, that reminds me of Boys in the Hood back in the day. That movie, Boys in the Hood. Dun, 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 dun. We played it in band, not because we were given the music to do that, or but we
Right.
just figured it out because we were
That
smart.
was that's
But
right.
you know what our first whenever I was a freshman and I was in band, I was not in color guard just yet. I started color guard after that, but in band, and so I played the saxophone, right? And it was Wizard of Oz.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And we won. We went and competed in Disney World, and we won out of 90 other schools. And we were the what do you call the grand marshals or whatever for the parade at Epcot. Um, anyways, we did that twice through my high school time.
Well, that is
I
good.
think it was my freshman year and then my junior year. My junior year was Live and Let Die, basically 007. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, that would be good too.
But just
Hayden
think
said,
about the programming part, the Wizard of Oz,
"Oh my gosh, I hadn't even thought of it."
in Disney World. I want to go take a shower.
I've never been to Disneyland, and
Jameson.
and also, hey, you remember that movie that we were thinking about watching sometimes called, uh, uh, what was it called? Heretic.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at the very end of that movie, I happen to know this not because I've seen the movie, but I've heard about at the end that there's a butterfly scene
Oh.
because
Wow.
the girl thinks that her missionary friend,
It's
I'm rolling
dead.
up, is dead, and that she has come back to her by way of this butterfly.
Reincarnation, my mother cracker.
Yep.
Man, I want to watch it. I do. I was
Maybe.
told to get a kick account or whatever, but I mean, I know we can do it on here. Maybe we can do. I don't know if it's big enough to where we can do a members only. I know we can't put it on YouTube, so that's what I'm saying. I'd have to get like a. I know Discord you can do stuff like that. I know this kick account you can.
Yeah, a lot of people are doing kick accounts for things like that. Yeah.
Right. So maybe not to just make it like a forefront or anything, but just to kind of have to do those kind of things that maybe we can do that with members only or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll
because sometimes there's things we'd like to see that pretty much
together.
would get thrown off of the dang.
I'm always thrown off, man. And Jason, I'm sure he's like, God dang it, I can't like nothing, because I'm like, well, he was telling me about Reba McEntire last night about how her dad was at this rodeo or something and I'm not going to be able to say it right, but this guy
was.
jumped in front. Go ahead. You probably tell
I don't
her.
know. I don't know. I was just gonna say, I don't know what the story is. I was just encouraging you.
Oh, I'm just like, anyways, some guy who jumped out and saved her dad a long time ago. Okay. And they never could thank the guy who basically he was charged by a bull. Okay. Anyway, saved her dad's life, blah, blah, blah. Well, he said that at one of the, what is it called? The Tonight Show or whatever, Jimmy Kimmel, or see, I don't even watch the shit, so I don't even know. But he was saying that she was performing, or she was as a guest that night or whatever. And I mean, this is years and years later, decades later, and she ended up running into the guy who said, who saved her dad that time, and like Jimmy Kimmel just let the show go. They didn't cut the cameras or anything. They just watched them reunite. She recognized the man. And this is Reba McEntire, and I'm like, she was performing fancy, and I was like, well, imagine that. Anyways, and so he tells me stuff like this, and he's all emotional, and because that's just normal. And here I am, and I'm just like, I don't trust anything they say. I'm all cynical and shit, and it really sucks. I'm like, I just got to keep my mouth shut.
I feel the same way. It's like I'm a Debbie Downer on anything
Me
anybody
too.
wants to bring up. I'm just like, oh well, wait a minute.
Here, honey, here's your wet blanket. You know, it sucks. It really does. But I mean, I also can't stand it, and I can also see how we just admire and revere these people, and you know what I mean. And that's because we're good and good in humanity. We don't think like them. They not like us, you know. And
David
so
Copperfield.
yeah, him too. I went and saw him in Vegas. He climbed a damn wall.
Well, they said that in April will be his last show because he was in the Epstein files.
Oh, you know, they can go fuck themselves, really, and they do. They will do it again. You know, no baby oil. All right.
Crazy. It's just crazy. But also I keep hitting on that part. I've got to look that up again of who it is that works for Jimmy Kimmel that is also somehow related to the Erica Kirk story, because that's two different sides of the political thing.
Jimmy Kimmel also comes up in our story because Jill Kimmel, who did stand-up comedy with Alex. We on New Year's Eve, we learned this when Jolene came on. You know, that's her circuit, and you know, comedians and things like that. And she was in Arizona, you know, like, and so Jill Kimmel, she was on Dateline. That's Jimmy Kimmel's sister. Not to mention Ruby Frankie's sister, Bonnie Holeen, talked about doing Jimmy Kimmel challengers. I don't remember, but I'm just like, what? It's weird. It's just a lot of the same kind of people networking. And anyways, they give
that's
one
what
another credibility.
That's what he does for Jimmy Kimmel. This guy is a booker. He books, you know, acts that come in.
I've had people book me for like what? I went on Cuomo. I didn't even know who the hell that was. Now I'm like, oh Lord.
I don't mind hearing him talk. I don't think he knows everything for sure.
I mean, his brother is the other Cuomo, and I'm like, I don't trust any of them. I just don't. I don't care if they come off nice or not nice or whatever. If they lean a certain way, if they preach a certain way, you know, like whatever. That's just that's their gimmick.
I wouldn't let them babysit.
No. No, there you go. That's a good way of using your discernment, I guess. I'm gonna see if this plays. Just let me try.
Okay.
I fixed my damn cookies, but apparently not. Oh yeah. Of course I was gonna. Oh, damn. Sorry. The bridge the other night. Shit. Allegedly. I'm gonna have this fixed, okay? I don't care if I gotta hire somebody. This is ridiculous. And it must be something that I just need to click, you know, or just pay attention to, and I just don't know what it is. Because this is some bullshit. It don't happen to nobody else. I'm gonna click on something else and then bring it back.
So like we're pivoting to.
I mean, it's gonna. Yeah, I was gonna say it's not even going. Whatever. I'm done. Fuck it. Fuck it. Going live. Fuck it. So now it's playing. You see what I'm saying? It starts playing.
Now we're doing the boobs that do that.
Yeah. The boob smash onto a screen. that was funny. I did clip that. I did clip that. Enmeshment. There you go. That's a good word. Skerinona. So I like the fact that you're looking into Jim Jones and that whole situation. I know a little about, you know, the Manson thing, Jim Jones, did I say George Jones? If I didn't mean it, if I did. I'm sure him too, you know. I mean, there's this what's his name? Wayne Cox here in northern Louisiana, who has affiliation with in fact, Kathy O'Brien, I want to say, talks about him in her book about him being a handler, country music. I mean, country music is huge with this kind of rhetoric, this kind of mind control stuff. And I find that very fascinating, because you look at country like it's just more innocent, and it's it's not. And I mean, it's just weird. It's a weird world we live in, and it's like perception, levels of perception. Just it's like you're coming out of a deep, deep, deep sleep, and it's there's different levels of waking up. You're just staring off in the distance. You know what I mean? And then you're like,
Yes.
oh crap, it's 8 o'clock. I need to get my butt moving. I don't know. It's just those kind of things. And I think that we're all just in different levels of awareness, because it's the same world. And that's why you have the people who have their blinders on. They just won't look. And it's more comfortable for them to call people names, label people. And that way they can just attack the character, dismiss them, and say, oh, their opinion means nothing, or their experience means nothing. But again, that's like a very entitled place to be,
Isn't it? Huh.
yeah. Like, oh, the privilege of getting to choose whether or not you believe somebody's real experience or alleged experience because of a court of law that's not going to be put out there in the way that I mean, the way a documentary or something, puts it out there. You can say all the things, but in a court of law, you can only present certain things. And it's just
Right.
technical.
I know that Dan and I would be arguing about something sometimes, and he would say, well, I don't believe this, or I'd say, well, you know what? It doesn't matter what you or me believe. It doesn't
Right.
matter a bit. What matters is what the law is and what the jury says. It don't matter. We can believe all we want to, but that doesn't
Yeah.
make it truth.
And want one hand and shit in the other one. And I always say, and then clap. You're like, shit everywhere.
But that reminds me, I noticed that the judge does that. He claps before he starts.
Oh, yeah, he does. Huh.
And so does Colby does that too. Whenever he's gonna start, he claps just before he starts talking too.
Like, okay. Yeah.
And it may be that he's doing that so it'll be a spike in his sound, so we can look for that in his too. I don't know why he does it, but I noticed he does
His
it.
programming. This is Kick right here. Love always. I don't know. This is my first time opening it. I've just only heard of it recently. So it's
Cluminati that used to be on YouTube that lost her channel. She's on Kick.
I think Jay too. That's
Oh,
where I
okay.
heard it from. Did you hear
Okay.
about that Arctic Fox guy? Oh my god.
Yes, I did. I did hear about that.
Oh.
And see, I have watched those predator hunter shows before, and
Really?
oh yeah, they several of those YouTube predators. In fact, I've seen them walk up and catch Mormons and Jehovah Witnesses walk right up to the place and go in the building with them. But apparently that guy was pretty popular. He had as almost many subs as us.
Yeah. He's been
And,
in my channel, in my chats before.
I was gonna say I thought he had. I recognized the name when I saw it.
Yep.
That
And
he
for him
supposed
to just, woo, that was, I mean, I'm just like, hello.
and I when I heard about it immediately, I wanted to go see if he had covered, JJ
he
and
did.
them.
Well, I mean,
But-
I'm talking about, he covered Sebastian, right? Because he lives
Yes.
right by there.
Yes.
And it's just like, what? Like, I don't, and I mean, wherever, but I mean, this is where the kids aren't, missing people. They're not where you're at, But
Well,
I mean,
see, what we're
he's
talking
invested
about,
himself into
this-
the community.
he was on dating sites and he was
Mm-hmm.
talking to people that were much younger than him, that were underage. I think they said they were like 14 or something, and he's
The
like
guy, yeah, the boy
40
was.
or something.
He's 49.
49. What does he need to be talking to a 14-year-old about?
Yeah, he was like, "Well, I was just being like a mentor." Whoa, 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 whoa! You were telling some really inappropriate things, and I kick your ass. I will kick your ass. My kids are, you know what I mean. You got Roblox, you got Fortnite, you got all these Discord, and just ways for these kids to talk and just get in with these predators. And
I know it.
This is kind of where it started with Silas. Okay, this is what started the last round of craziness.
And,
People
adults should know this too. Adults might not be talking to who they're thinking they're talking to either with this, talk. Exactly. I just
we don't know
I,
who's on the other side of the keyboard.
I've tried to tell my kids that too, and I don't trust anybody. So I haven't even people I know. If they send me something that's kind of crazy, I'm like, oh, maybe that's somebody. They must have got hacked.
Is that you, Polly? Is that you? Right. What's our safe word or whatever? Yeah. I mean, you don't know who you're talking to, and they think, and because they're vulnerable, they're kids, they don't know any better, and so they're like, "That's my friend." Oh, because they said so. Like, and
they're like, you don't think I could have a friend? You don't think I could have a friend on my own without you approving? That's,
I do. I think you could have plenty, but you don't know who that is. And I mean, that's where we have to be the mean parents, I guess. And just, we have to be involved in our kids' social media presence, online presence, for sure. We have to. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that shit. It just is disturbing to me. Like, I don't know. I guess I've kind of experienced a little bit with our older one, but not with my own children, not that I know of.
I feel like this is what happened to Sebastian. I feel like that he was on an online game and talked to somebody and went to have fun with them or something.
That sounds really plausible. That sounds like that age group, that, what's happening, what's going on, devices. And I mean, with the autism, I mean, it's like you get obsessed, not obsessed, but, well, kind of. I mean, you kind of get stuck on certain topics and you're only interested in those topics. So you go around people who are interested in the same topic. And there's people on the other side who are not so nice, or their intentions are not right. They're preying, Prey. And it's just, that's scary to me.
Well, I mean, today, I don't even know what happened, but there was a shooter in Michigan, I think, or something. But you don't know that you're not talking to some terrorist that's going to tell you to go blow the school up or something.
I saw where Ghislaine Maxwell ran Reddit. I mean, Maxwell Hill was the name. I mean, come on. It's just, I don't know. You don't know who you're talking to. You're not there. That's what I keep saying. Like, you're not there. Wasn't there. I don't know.
They don't look like that. I don't have enough energy to be as mean as them.
But that's just it. And they use that to their advantage too. They prey on our gullibility, our naivete, or whatever the hell that word is. I mean, yeah, I think it's just way more prevalent than we are willing to admit.
And also, I heard this, I'm not sure, I think I heard this on Mormonish discussions, but there's a guy in Utah who got arrested for child abuse because he was holding his daughter's head underwater to the point of drowning her because she wouldn't clean her room good enough. And she told somebody, and he got arrested, but it hasn't been to court yet, and I'm anxious to see how that turns out. And he does it to the rest of the kids too, according to what they found out. Who ever thought holding your kid's head underwater would be a good punishment?
I don't know. But it's a balance that we have got to get a hold of, because these people who are pushing just these ideas, these where kids have more rights than parents, you know what I mean? And then it's like a push pull. It's like they're trying to give more independence to children, and I mean I'm all about that, but not to the extreme, you know, like it should be a balance where you're correcting your kids or you're parenting your kids, but not beating them. You know what I mean? Not torturing them and shit.
Right. I mean, who
Okay,
would think?
come on.
And I have a real problem with people. A lot of people, whenever I was a kid, blah, 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 blah. We were perfect, but the kids nowadays
No.
are not. I hate
We
that
weren't.
too because we weren't perfect. And I tell you for a fact, my parents' group wasn't perfect.
Exactly. Nobody's given a freaking manual. Nobody is perfect. And I mean, yes, Jason and I, he's like back in the day, you know, and I mean, I get it. But we also, you can't compare the two.
Mm-mm.
You know, like, I don't know. Like you said, nobody's perfect. It's just, I wish I knew the things. Like, I didn't learn these things till Tylee and JJ went missing and the murder and, you know, just the murders and all that happened. Like, I learned through this trauma, basically. And because I was forced to look at it. And at least in my world, I was
Yes.
forced because I was like, what the hell's going on? And I wasn't getting the answers. And so I went looking for the answers. And holy shit, you know, I bit off more than I could chew. This I want to show y'all too. This is not a video, so okay. But I mean, this is something. Here is this guy To Catch a Predator, Chris Hansen. Here is this guy Schlepp, who went to CrimeCon, and he's busting people in Roblox, basically. Okay, and remember I showed y'all with him with his attorney on East Idaho News with Nate Eaton, and his attorney was doing weird shit like this. Chris Hansen does it too. Oh, hold on. He just does it. See how his hands are normal, and I mean he just kind of and then he stops. You know, it's just it's weird. I don't understand. And it's like only whenever certain things were said. You know, I hate these. I hate the way it takes double the space. Anyways, it's just something I'm running across that I've been wanting to show you guys. And I mean, again, I'm still digging into CrimeCon. I'm still digging into just what is all this, you know? But it seems to be like an exploitation network that contribute to the missing children. Okay. And then, and the trafficking, if you will. That's where I'm at. And I'm trying to make sense of it and how the media plays a major role in this.
They have took the fun right out of CrimeCon as far as I mean, at the first time, you know, I thought, oh, that would be, you know, that might be fun or whatever. But the more you see, the more it's just a little sick.
It is. I'm looking for something real quick. I want to show you because this is. Let me find it. It was, you know, whenever all this stuff happened with Lauren, and like on Everyday with Jay, and she was just kind of digging around, right? You just going to look at CrimeCon, what it stands for. I don't know why I didn't pull up. I pulled it up before like this. Let's see. Wooden block. Let me try wooden block. I'm trying to do a keyword search so I can show you what I'm talking about. Because to me, it's what encompasses CrimeCon. If I can find it. God dang it. Let me type in CrimeCon.
It's right away too, isn't it?
What?
Okay.
What's right away?
CrimeCon is right away. It's in the next month or so, isn't it?
I mean, it's twice a year. It's
Is
just,
it? That's too much.
All right.
They're making bank.
Yeah. It's just fascinating. But again, you know, and I mean, think about how Law and Crime just dissolved basically Court TV and bought it, you know, and that sucks for Lauren.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. That happened yesterday. Like that. I mean, they didn't just buy it yesterday, but the acquisition took place. It was official.
Well, I just sure didn't know that.
I am looking. It's
They're
not coming
cons-
up this time.
they used to have, there used to be laws about so much consolidation of, that's why we stopped having Ma Bell be the telephone thing, that South Central Bell couldn't hold it all, and now we're trying to cram everything
Monopoly.
back. Yeah,
Like a
monopolies.
monopoly. Okay. Yeah. I mean, and my uncle, the one that worked for the DEA, also worked for Bell South. I'm just like, okay. Also died in a plane crash. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What are we doing today?
It probably worked better when it was Bell South.
Yeah. I can't help but just, I don't know. I'm just like, oh God, this is all bad intentions,
Exactly. It's like it's more like a financial thing than actually to help anybody.
Right. It's just like it's given to us like it's this beautiful thing that's going to save people, and it's opposite of that. If it's anti-trafficking, y'all, I can promise you it's trafficking.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
So if you just invert those things, then you should be a-okay.
I think Kara put up a new video today about Tim. I don't know what it was about, but
yeah, I saw that. Something about he admitted to having sex all over the world, right? There, Tim is a liar. You cannot see how their website is red, white, and black, red, black, and white. Anyways,
I wonder.
I'm looking. A lot of CrimeCon here. A lot of CrimeCon. Oh, Mike King. Man, I need to do something with his information that I found. It's just I need help making sense of it, Mike King is an internationally recognized criminal investigator. Did you know that? Right? And author with more than 40 years of experience in law enforcement, intelligence, and public safety technology. Yeah. He began his career as a street cop in Ogden, of all places, Utah, eventually rising to chief of staff at the Utah Attorney General's office. Trained by the FBI in profiling, Mike served as co-chair of the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, or VICAP, and created UTAP, the Utah Criminal Tracking and Analysis Project. He is a founding board member of the Cold Case Foundation and has consulted on hundreds of complex homicides, missing persons, and cult cases worldwide. You know what, though? Has he ever said Chad and Lori were a cult? Not really. I mean, he does, but he doesn't. Like, he doesn't stand, like, he plays both sides. It's not affiliated with my church, but it's also not like, I don't know.
He also had something to do with the that Warren Jeff stuff over there,
Yes. He was in the fucking tunnels, Donna. I saw him in a video on a news story in the tunnels. That one of the wives or whatever gave him the keys. And I'm like, whatever. Whatever, dude. After retiring from law enforcement, Mike became the global. I freak out when I hear, no, I don't freak out, but these are words that just trigger me and just boop onto my radar. Global Director of Emergency Communications and Fraud Solutions at ESRI or ESRI, leading worldwide strategies for public safety. Call out. His contributions help shape emergency response systems across the US, NATO, the UK, and Ukraine. Oh, so not only Romania, but Ukraine. Okay. Mike is the creator of Profiling Evil, a YouTube and podcast platform with over 225,000 subscribers and 20 million downloads. He's a frequent law enforcement expert on Court TV, Dr. Phil, News Nation, The History Channel, and has appeared in global media, including 60 Minutes Australia and History's Greatest Mysteries. No, thank you. I don't trust this dude. I don't. haven't for a long time, and then I started digging into them around this time, and I was like, "Oh my god, what is the hell what am I looking at?" Um,
he exposes what he wants to and don't
that's it.
expose what he don't want to.
That's it. Just like what he was saying, that guy was saying about, or Mind Unveiled is his name. That's what he was saying about Candace. She's got all the information, but she's only exposing what she wants to expose, not the actual, the root, like this is sourced right here. But, and Lauren does the same thing. Trisha.
And also, what's his name? Charlie Kirk probably knew about it too. That's the thing. And I know that's going to be, Candace loves Charlie Kirk. So, when you're digging on something, when you're digging on something, you got to put aside that.
Yeah.
For the truth, when you're trying to find the truth.
CrimeCon. Few cases have touched the true crime community as deeply as the loss of Abby Williams and Libby Derman. This is from CrimeCon. This year, we are honored to welcome back their loved ones, Becky, Patty, Tara German, Josh Lank, and Anna Williams, as they return to the CrimeCon stage to share their journey. And so, like my parents, I believe, when they're invited, or Colby, you know what I mean? Like, you're invited, you're there, you want to share your story. You want to talk about them. You do. Like, it's very healing to do that. And it's like under the guise of, we're going to exploit the shit out of you. We don't even know it. It's like it's like these networks and these podcasters, these news anchors, they're part of the network. And they pass the victims around as if it's like a potato, and they're like, okay. And they just kind of bounce them around. And I think in a way, this is a way of being a handler. Okay. Like when you sign up, or when you're approached by a documentarian or whatever, and they say, okay, well, we want you to take part in our documentary. You say, okay, they send you a waiver. You waive your rights to speak about any of the stuff. So you have to be quiet. What is that?
That's wrong. That's not therapy. That's not therapy. That's what that's not.
And shut the fuck up. And it's going to only come out the way we spin it. And so I understand what Colby's frustrated about. I understand. I see it. Trust me. It's just I'm figuring out how these kind of play into the, how one feels into the other, Anyways, it's bizarre.
I hadn't even thought of that. I really hadn't.
Because we're not aware of it, right?
Is your mom under those kinds of rules still?
Whenever her and Larry participated in these kind of things. But like, I was approached even after all this by someone and to participate in a documentary, but things happen. And I mean, not saying that I'm still not, but I just haven't signed anything yet. So, but I've thought about this because of these things, because of just kind of researching behind the scenes, I guess, digging around and looking at CrimeCon critically and going, yeah, well, why? Because it's just weird to me, because all these people freak out about CrimeCon. I know y'all have seen it, where people like, look at Joe Schmo, look at Megan, look at Lauren.
It looked like they were having a good time. I mean,
Wish I had people like following around like little ducks,
But it's like a fan club for YouTube channels of crime.
But it's like it goes into this glorification of the criminals, of the crimes, of this kind of rhetoric, like Datelines. It's sensationalized. They make it more salacious. Yeah, there you go. Than need be, and they only consult the crime victim or highlight or, elevate the crime victim whenever it suits them. Or they use that as a mask. They use that as like I've seen people do this. I mean, Lauren's done it, where they will do something out like, oh, I laugh so I don't cry. You know, these are just such horrible stories. Oh, I had to see the autopsy photos and blah, blah, blah. No, you didn't. You did not have to. You know, like you chose to, and you're choosing to talk about it, and then you're using it for sympathy. You're using it so people will open up their freaking wallets. You're using this, you're manipulating. It's like, it fucking sucks.
I sort of feel that way when I want to show people things too. I'll hear something and I don't want to hear it again, but I've heard it the first time and I want other people to hear it. But I still, it's like, oh man, I got to hear this again while I'm playing it for y'all. It's like once you hear it, you don't have to hear it again. It's just like it's stuck there.
Mm-hmm. That was a comment from somebody who was at trial with these people, with Megan and Lawin Klein. But I made the true crime community waiting for hidden gems to realize they were duped too. We'll wait. Anyways. But I mean, yeah, it's just a big, it's, I don't know. I don't quite know what to make of it. Oh, look, Susan's dress. Look at Lauren's shirt. That's that beta shit. You see the black and white in there? Look, she's in the black and white. She's got the animal print. Anywho. Weird. I love black and white together too, so. I'm like, what am I? Am I in a cult?
My downstairs bathroom is tiled black and white tile. Not just the floor either. The dang sides, the walls, the tub, the shower. It's a lot of black and white. It makes you dizzy almost in there.
Oh wow. That, I mean, it's very Freemasonic, you know. It's
and I wonder, maybe the people who built this house were Masons, you know.
Yeah. I mean, could be. Very well could be. Yeah. Oh,
it's a lot of it's a lot of tiles, all I'm saying.
My grandma, oh, here it is. Found it. This freaks me out because this was a vendor at CrimeCon, and I think we were watching JLR who had went there, you know, I think, I don't know. I was on Everyday with Jay when she was snooping through CrimeCon stuff. And there was this woman here showing this Jenga block. It's for Jenga, the game. It's a game. Okay, so it's a game they're selling, packaged and selling at CrimeCon. And it says, she picked a block and it says, if your child were kidnapped, would you prefer they were killed instantly or tortured daily with the possibility of rescue? Think about that as a crime victim family member. You know?
As a game. That's a game?
Yeah. And this is at the very place that is allegedly elevating crime victims of violent crime. It's no. Not no, but hell no.
You know, my granddaughter.
We're getting the wrong fucking message here.
My granddaughter has a problem with people pretending to do things. Like they're pretending that they have death in the family or pretending that they have some need to go to court. I don't know.
Lying? You know, lying? Yeah.
She's like, she hates it when people pour, they like talk
Pour
about
mouth.
going glamping. You like, they'll show them at, you know, with an old beat up car and an old shed, and that's a good to take a picture. She said, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to fake being poor? Or, you know, I was just at it.
I call it poor mouthing. Toe mouthing, you know, like
yeah.
Me and Jason talked about this last night. I'm like, that's toe mouthing, you know. I mean, they're like a pity party, like, oh my God, please. Yeah. Yes, it's a manipulation. It's total manipulation, you know. It's to make everybody perceive them as poor, pitiful Eeyore, you know. My opinion. I can have one. Allegedly. Yeah, and this is Love Always is who got me there. CrimeCon is owned and produced by Red Seed Ventures LLC, a digital media company founded by brothers Christopher and Kevin Balfe. Haley connected with Glenn Beck and, of course, Mormons. And I've been down that rabbit hole ever since, girl. Ever since. Thank you. O'Reilly was named as potential donor/sponsor for Tim Ballard's 2016 Whiteboard Prophecy. Just saying, Glenn Beck already was so Okay. Was so, I guess. And then Love always says Balfe has also been credited with producing some of Beck's projects, including the Glenn Beck's Common Sense Tour. And he's actually in Lynn Packer's, presentation, the operation, uh, oh, he calls it the OUR op-ed is what it is, that Lynn Packer has reported on. And Glenn Beck is in there in a couple of the things. I'm looking as we speak, but I want to go back over these things
I do
because
too, and
knowing what
I
I
mi-
know now. Go ahead.
yeah,
Sorry.
I was just going to say, I miss old Lynn Packer. He needs to make us a video.
He does. He really does. But I mean, he really made a lot.
Yeah, he did.
That I think, knowing what we know now, could go back over. And I mean, 10 years ago, 10 years ago, 9 years ago, nine. And you see right here, Homeowners Association. This reminded me of Lauren's family. The alleged Rico.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, I need to go back and look at this video because I'm like, I don't know anything about the damn HOA, but I wonder if it connects somewhere. And then Utah penny stock fraud, kind of the same thing. Okay, we need to look at that again. Flim flam, flim flam, flim flam. My bad. I'm looking for the one with Glenn Beck. Hold on. Here it is again. HOA Hill Farms HOA Part 2. I just and here too. It makes me wonder. Anyways, where's the one Beck? Oh, Becky. I think it's where he uses blue slides. So I'm trying to figure out which one. It might not just be about Glenn Beck. Let's see. It might be this one, but he has Chris Balfe on here. Chris Balfe sued Glenn Beck. No, I'm sorry. Glenn Beck sued Chris Balfe. Chris Balfe and Kevin Balfe, they went off to create Red Seed Ventures and CrimeCon, basically. Okay. So whenever I'm saying that Mormons back CrimeCon, Trisha's denying it, and I'm like, do your fucking research. Do your research. Looking.
I suspect that everything that makes money is owned by Mormons.
And I mean, it's not. It's still the network, It's still they are given their lending credibility to people in the same network. So it's like whether they're Brotherhood, Freemason Brotherhood type shit, or I don't know, fraternity brothers. I don't know. I'm not here to decipher that, but it's like, because I mean, the whole goal is to go to one government, one religion. So does it really matter if they're Mormon or Catholic or atheist or, like it's the brotherhoods and those type things. I don't know where it is. Damn kids.
And
neighborhood kids were screaming. Like, what the hell?
This guy that I know, who's a Mason, I don't know him that well, but he told me, because he's trying to get on disability, and so he hasn't got a job. And I said, well, what happens if you can't pay your Mason dues? And he said, they pay it for him. Hey, I got to talk to my cousin. Come on, okay?
Okay. I mean, look at this right here. This is whenever Tim Ballard, Paul Hutchinson, Sean Reyes, and Eduardo Verestigi.
Jimmy.
Hey, I can hear you. I can hear you. Okay. Nope, I can still hear you. Donna. There you go. Sorry. I mean, okay, so they were knighted.
Wow.
Girl, what are you doing?
I got a phone call, and it was my cousin, my uncle's son, but it was a butt call.
Okay. Yeah, how is your uncle doing? That's what I was about to ask you.
Well, they're supposed to move him to a nursing home for rehab, but they only give him 3 weeks because of his insurance. What do you do with somebody if they're not rehabbed in 3 weeks?
Exactly. I don't
Well,
know.
he
Oh,
can stay there, but it'd be like $250 a day.
please. My God. This
So
is
I don't.
wild. I don't understand this part. We got
I,
to take care of our elderly, man. Oh my God.
exactly. Exactly. That's the problem. All right. I'm sorry I interrupted. Go ahead.
No, you didn't. No, that's so devastating, you know? I mean, not only is your health, you know, like you just had a freaking stroke or strokes or whatever. I mean, I've watched Jason do this and I still watch him do this, you know, tackle it every day, just adjusting to life with this new body, with this new mind, with the way things will operate now versus how you were in an able body, you know? It's frustrating and it's hard to watch. And I mean, it's just sad. It weighs on my heart. Um, but yeah, Love always says it's people using religion to hide behind corrupt business practices and tax exempt status. Yep, yep, yep. And then they're like, "Oh, they just want to take our tax exempt status away." And you're like, "Oh yeah, that's exactly what we want. No, we just want you to not be corrupt. How about that? We want you to not hurt our children and our elderly and the vulnerable and you know what I mean? Like the disabled people. Like, quit preying on us, okay? We can't afford fucking groceries as it is, okay? Or they'll do this too. I've seen this. I've seen this happen so many times where people are on disability and they file for and I'm sorry, they apply for food stamps or some kind of governmental assistance, okay? And I mean, it might be $25 a month, okay? But they need it. They need groceries. But yet, whenever they raise the I'm sorry, the Social Security disability benefit, the pay every year, they'll raise it and it's just enough to keep them like only getting $15 in food stamps or 20 or none. It's like they raise it, but then they adjust it over here to receive benefits or anything. And it's just really fucking disgusting. It's really gross. It really is. They should be ashamed of themselves with their multi-billion-dollar freaking empires and shit, you know? It just pisses me off. I'm starting to get pissed off here lately.
They don't care about us.
No, we are just cattle. We are just they're yeah, you know why we're here. But anyways, knighted. 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 Knights Templar. Or knighted as a Templar, my bad. I mean, yeah, let's see. We got affiliations here. So people are like, why are you talking political? Because they're fucking associated. Okay. I can't help it. And I mean, this is coming from somebody who's, my dad hardcore, loved Trump. And I'm just like, okay. So I just kind of had to gradually kind of mention it, and just nudge. And I mean, to me, I'm just like, your grandson was fucking basically I mean, if you and I can't say that Trump did anything, I'm not saying that, but with this type of people, with this type of mindset and behavior and action and the way they just prey upon people, in my opinion, allegedly, I'm basically saying that the person that you are worshiping and idling is who killed your grandson. Okay? That's basically what I'm trying to in
He's
a nutshell.
covering it up. They're covering it up. Covering it up is the same as taking part in it.
Yeah, being silent is it's complicity, for sure. QAnon, that ends up being freaking John Mappin, TPUSA UK. It's really crazy, all this shit. We need to, I might do this Sunday, y'all. I'm gonna make sure I can, Senator Mike Lee. Senator Mike Lee, Ballard's staunchest Capitol Hill proponent. Met him in the airport. I was like, hey, you're going to go run for Senator Mitt Romney's seat. Yeah, here's how you do it. You got John Mappin over Q. Epstein was also involved with that too, right? I heard he was, then I heard he wasn't. So I'm like, whatever. I'm sure he was. I don't need hard evidence. I'm kidding. I know I'm not going to understand it completely, I know I'm not going to get every answer, but I'm going to get, and I have gotten quite a bit of answers on my own. You know, you would think a journalist, a hungry journalist, would have found all this shit because it was very easy for somebody like me who's incapable of comprehending the incomprehensible or whatever the fuck she said. Okay. Apparently, I'm smarter. Okay. I just didn't go to school. And I don't know if she did either because I want to say Christina or who was it? Christina or Janice had made a comment and, you know, in one of these channels, you know, that I want to say it was Christina that couldn't find any kind of record of Lauren going to college. So whatever. There's that, you know. And then y'all say follow the money. You do. You follow the money, and then people get pissed off at you, and they can get pissed off. I guess I don't know. I really don't know what to tell them. Hope it don't happen to you. That's all I'm saying. Or your family, you know. It's wild. But it's go ahead. I mean, I was just bitching.
I was just joining in that it really is wild, and it's just like I said, the people who know about it and are hiding it, it's just as bad. And why would you want to? Even if you weren't taking part of it, I mean, what's it going to cost you?
People, Donna, they're good people. He's a good man. Okay, I've seen this over and over again with people vouching for these kind of assholes in their church. Okay, they are. Oh, he's a good man. He's a good man.
Yeah, that's how come I don't have a walking partner anymore. Those little old ladies I used to walk with, that's what happened.
Right?
He was just...
They're like apologists.
And it's like no amount of evidence would satisfy people.
It could be their own kids and grandkids that got murdered or whatever, and they would just think it's just has nothing to do with religion or it has nothing to do with the Mormon church. So, I mean, that part was effective with Lauren and having influence and ties to my parents, you know, because now I've got to come up with ways to show mom how, yes, it does, you know, like, so it's effective. It is very effective. And I think that's why people like Lauren are going to be there. People like Susan Hendricks are going to be there to write the books and put out the public narrative. Because the network is who they are and who they owe allegiance to, who their allegiance is with.
You know, Lauren looks different every time you see her. It's like a totally different person every time you see her. Her hair looks like it's a different color or length or...
Yep, one day one eyebrow will be way up in her hairline, and I'm like, what? Jason's like, each points it out, not me. And I'm just like, oh, you are right. You know, it's bizarre.
Months and months before we ever said anything, I said in our private chat, I said to Tracy them, I was like, what's the matter with her face? There's something the matter. But no, I was like, we're not going to talk about it because that's not very nice to talk about how somebody looks. But I definitely noticed it when it happened. I was like, what?
It's like, I don't know. And not everybody sees it, Donna. It's weird.
You know, about 6 months or a year, and I'm not saying this about her, I'm just saying this about this person. 6 months or a year before Bruce Jenner came out as
started transitioning.
But see, I didn't know anything about that. But he came because he came to and gave a speech at a company I worked for, and he put me off terrible. I just didn't like him. You know, there was something about him just rubbed me the wrong way. Mm-hmm. And you know, I'm open to all kinds of whatever people want to do is all right with me. But it was something weird. It was something weird about him. Besides that, yes, I was like,
it had nothing to do with his sexual preference or anything like that.
No,
it was to do with who he was.
Right, and it was supposed to be a motivational speech too. And I couldn't figure out what it was supposed to motivate, you know. It's like,
maybe sometimes it motivates you to get the hell out of there.
I guess it did. I guess it did that.
But y'all see this right here where it's the padlock And the chain. And this is Chad. This is John. The closing statements. I found it.
Yep. OUR.
Castings. And
I don't.
OUR uses the same. Mm-hmm.
I can't even stand to look at the logo for Under Armour because because to me it looks like the chains of that.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to look. Look at this one. He does that the whole, pretty a lot of the time. Whenever he had Lauren on. Whatever. I'm nobody. I'm just here. Look at this black and white checkered. Okay.
Hey, look, I let everybody in on my let's see, on my owl today.
I saw it. I was like, "Oh, Don, you got the damn owl."
But nobody thought it was a big deal, so it's okay. I'm sure I'll break it pretty soon.
It's the symbolism. We got to look into that. Not because of that. I'm just saying because the owl pendulum. The Chad.
Right, and even in that movie, in that video for They Ain't Like Us or whatever that video is, at the very end of the movie.
Who? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about. Oh, crap, what is his name? The song I'm talking about, Not Like Us.
Yeah, the song, yeah.
Okay, the guy who sings it. At the very end of his video, you can see the top of his head and it moves over and it's an owl in it's an owl there.
Huh.
Like he's going to knock that owl off of the video. It's like he's going to knock the owl off of the whatever is there. It's symbolism in that. It's symbolism in that too. Just to I don't know what, but
yeah, it's hard like even picking out things here because it's like, hey, I use a lot of red, white, and black, and I'm like, I ain't no damn PDF file.
I love those. Kendrick Lamar, that's who it was.
Kendrick Lamar. Thank you. I use it for people like this because that's what they do. That's what they do. They're part of this network. That's what they do. Remember this?
And what's his name's already married now. They said that Ruby Frankie's husband is already married. Probably got somebody pregnant by now. I don't know.
This is for Tylee. This is what I'm saying. It's a group effort. I believe there's more people involved in the actual murders. I believe Tylee was human hunted. I really do.
That was brought up in that Coleman Lamar. What's his name? Baron Coleman video last night. The one that got took off.
Yeah.
They brought up human hunting.
Yep. Because it's in the Epstein files too. I've listened to Jesse's the Voter. I've listened to J.R. Sweets. They talk about this. It sounded really bizarre. Like, how the hell could they pull that off? But then just looking at the areas where kids go missing, especially around national parks and stuff, and you look at Zorro Ranch and, it's basically just no neighbors, just state government owned property around them, so like an island. It's basically a land island. I don't know what this Carl Crusher from a long time ago, but I don't know if it'll play. Oh, it's not nothing anyways. It was disclosed that shortly after the arrest of Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt, he and his vlogging wife, come on. He's from Rexburg, so I've been interested in what he has to say.
Yes.
And people like raise like Jim Caviezel right there. I saw somebody make a video. They couldn't even say his last name, but they were like, he's been talking about this forever. I'm like, he also played Jesus Christ. They're like reacting. I mean, I'm sorry, reenacting. Um, they are mocking that. They're mocking Jesus. That's what that is. That's what Passion of the Christ was about. But what the fuck do I know?
You know, I heard them talking so much about Heber, you know, when they were in, there's a place, a city, a town called Heber in Utah.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought about that and I thought, well, you know, that's where my in-laws are from, Heber, Arkansas. And so I looked it up to see if Mormons founded that town, and they did.
Oh, sure.
In Arkansas, even.
You know who founded the St. George area? Hamlin's people.
Mm.
You
And
know that he's related to the Levitts down the line.
I noticed they had a thrift store that the Mormons, it doesn't say it's the Mormons thrift store, but when you hit on
Deseret Industries.
I don't remember what the name of it is, but I know that my mother-in-law and them have been in that store. That's what I'm saying. They wouldn't, if they knew they were, quote, buying to support the Mormon church, they would never shop there.
I know. I told my mom, I'm like, I don't want to go there. I don't know. I took a picture of my TV. I guess the comment. I don't know. This was Annie's too. I don't know what this is for. Somebody had sent that to her, I guess. I thought it was something else that I was going to read, but not the same thing.
I don't want to, say her name out loud, but we haven't heard from her in a while.
Yeah. It's been a while. I mean, I hope she's doing well.
I do too.
I'm saying it would be this whole thing if we could just put our shit aside. I mean, we'd be a force to reckon with. But, you know. Look, crime fun. Look, Larry doing it. I'm like, Mom. I did ask. I did. Look at this. Look at that. See this symbolism there?
What is that? Is it supposed to be the
spiral, the swirly, it's basically saying, hey, it's telling other organizations that, hey, we support trafficking, sexual abuse of children. Okay. That type of stuff. And then you're like, no, that's just a fingerprint. Okay, maybe so.
It didn't look like that to me. It looked like a wood print, you know, but I mean, all of it's the same. You know, like how.
Yeah, in the eye of the beholder.
Whatever, you know.
Do you remember this? Whenever get that. I had like a couple little still shots or whatever slide of this is whenever Brandon got shot at and you heard it. And it's like I went through it and it did bang like that. And he was like, what was that? And I was like, I did that. Anyways, it was kind of stupid. But anyways, it was fun.
No. Well,
stupid funny.
Good times back in the day.
Yeah, I guess. I don't really know.
I don't know either. I tell you one thing, if they've got handlers, I could use some help over here.
Right? Yeah, don't sit there in the damn bushes.
I don't. Yeah, y'all need to get out here. I got some work for y'all.
That's just like whenever they left the Jesus card in my house. I'm like, why y'all didn't come whenever we were like chopping down lumber and all that shit, you know, after the hurricane? Why y'all didn't come then? Here's that attorney. Here's that attorney. He was doing that. Oh, and look at that. The spirals, whatever.
Everything they do is that.
Mm-hmm.
I've used that design before, but I didn't even know what it meant.
Charles Fallow's death. Brandon. Oh, wow. Oh, no. That's fine. But look, she's doing the double sixes.
Yep. Hayden, when she painted her parking space, I was thinking, I was thinking butterflies would look good on that damn thing, but she sure didn't put none on it, and I'm glad.
If watch this judge, if it'll play. I'll just let it go. You'll see her do a sign. I did see the judge do one today, but I didn't go capture it. I was like, yeah, I don't feel like it. It was while you were on, before I came back here. That was the first time. But I mean, it's not just the judge, it's the lawyers that do it too. They communicate. Remember how I showed you guys whenever Lori was extradited and she went and appeared for the first time? She walked in front of my parents and Colby and everybody, in
Yes.
Idaho. But before that, there were a couple of the detectives, and they were like, there was that one Chuck Consitus or whatever, and he was like majorly doing all kinds of symbolisms. But I was like, well, maybe they're communicating because Chad's there, and maybe so. Again, these are just things to just consider. It's not like, hey, this is what this is. They're nefarious. I'm not saying that because I don't know that.
Two, one thing that Candace is bringing in is these gifted programs that kids are in too.
Yeah. Yes. GATE. That's with Looking Glass. They're talking about the GATE program. Yeah. Look, and one eye symbolism.
It was called Spotlight in Mississippi.
Spotlight? Oh wow, I didn't know that.
And my kids did not make it to Spotlight. Thank goodness.
Thank God.
I was very disappointed because I thought they all deserved to be in it, but thank goodness they weren't gifted.
Yep, I know. Well, we have one that is, and so it's like, oh shit. Look,
One of Tanya's friends was gifted, and they took her out of school and sent her to a whole nother school someplace. I don't even know, but she's a doctor now. I don't know what else she's doing besides being a doctor, but it was really sad because it was one of Tanya's best friends, and she's just scooped out of school and sent to a whole nother place, And I was she was Tanya's friend, and the mother I went to school with. So we had cool little things we did together and stuff, and that blew all up.
Huh. You know what I found last night was, and I mean, it may have nothing to do with anything, but I'm just saying what I freaking found. It was, okay, you know how Lauren has appeared on Mormon Discussions with Bill Reel, Radio Free Mormon, and they asked her about Bonnie Cordone, and she was like, oh yeah, we're looking into it, the FOIA files and stuff like that. Well, I found, where's it at? Last night, I'm just looking for it.
I'd like to send, I don't know, I play with Radio Free Mormon, or I have before, like talked to him in the chats, and I'm friends with him on Facebook, and I feel like writing him a little private message.
They don't acknowledge me, so.
Well,
I gave up a long time ago, basically.
Well,
here it is.
I say terrible things, like, for instance, Radio Free Mormon was a dancer before he became a lawyer. And so I always tease that I would love to see him in his tights because he was a ballet dancer.
Tiny dancer.
Yeah. So I flirted with him about being a ballet dancer.
You pick at him. You poke at him.
Yeah, I said, I want a picture. I have to have a picture. Well, you're not getting a picture.
Tell me I can't. Okay, hold on. I should be getting to it.
And plus,
because that's her grandson is who died. Interestingly, but
yes, and they've said that it was weird. I forgot now the story, but yes, I do.
So that's they were going to Disney World or something, and the child died. But he had like bruises and just.
They did not try to get help from him.
No. But there was something interesting that she was quoted saying, and I'm going to find it here in just a second, which made me wonder. Okay, is it this side? Here we go. Although Sister Cardon is admittedly, quote, just getting my toes wet, she told the Church News she's been amazed by the miracle journey, miracle keyword, the university has been on and the unique education the university provides to students. This university is a hidden gem, she said. It made me do a double take. I'm like, a hidden gem, you don't say.
So what's the miracle?
Miracles is something that, I mean, they all talk about, from Lori and Chad to, I've heard it more from Tim and Tom. They really talk about miracles, and I don't know what they mean by that. I just know it's one of those dog whistle words that they're communicating with each other for sure.
Because true miracles,
yeah, it's not
true miracles. True miracles have not been, happening on earth or even proclaimed to happen on the earth since Bible times.
That's what I'm saying. This is part of, I think it's that conspiracy language, where they're talking to each other, signaling, basically it's just a dog whistle. That's how I look at it.
It is a misword.
Not just a gem, but a hidden gem. That's so weird. And she's not even talking about Idaho. She's talking about over here in Virginia, Southern Virginia University, which again, this is around a university. Okay, so I'm just no. That's why I'm just starting to kind of look into the honor society and things like that. And plus, I need to learn about them. This cum laude, magna cum laude, and summa cum laude, or laude, or however the fuck they say it. This is like BYU. It says such as some institutions use non-Latin equivalents, while certain other institutions do not use honors at all, such as Massachusetts Institute or MIT, Yale Law School, and Stanford Law School. But you know how like the honors, BYU has a strict honor code, right? And that's who Adam Steed had to run up against because of what Jody Hildebrandt said. So it's like, scalp honor, get it, like the honor, anyway.
So but the honor society is supposed to be, isn't it supposed to be about grades and performance?
It is.
Yeah.
It is, but it also goes into these fraternities, these sororities. The honor society of Pi Kappa Pi or Phi or whatever the fuck you say it, or is an honor society established in 1897 to recognize and encourage superior scholarship without restriction as to the area of study. It was the fourth academic society in the U.S. to be organized around recognizing academic excellence, and it is the oldest all-discipline honor society. It is a member of the Honor Society Caucus.
Good heavens.
Caucus. Anyways, I'm just wondering, and I have been wondering, and I've been needing to look into this stuff, and I don't know it yet. But I mean, again, I was looking at Bonneville because I'm trying to finish my damn visuals on my damn video so I can get it the damn out. And because it's about Bonneville International and just how it plays into, like I said, covering these stories. How, M. Russell Ballard, whether he knows it or not, he created digital missionaries. Listen to this. Listen, Linda, listen. Let me turn the little speaker on. Because it's interesting. I find it interesting. We won't be here much longer. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, it's connected. All right. The LDS Church runs a slick, two-sided media operation to get its message out, hitting both the regular and the faith-based crowds. The commercial side, which is Bonneville International, is their 100% church-owned commercial radio and TV company. It's how they sit at the mainstream media table and make some cash. The soft power side, which is BYU TV, this network is everywhere. Cable, satellite, streaming apps. It's not a direct religious channel. It's a top of the funnel missionary tool. offering family-oriented programs to make the church's values look brand safe to a huge, diverse audience. So this takes us to the Ballard Doctrine. You're all digital missionaries now. Elder M. Russell Ballard's 2007 speech basically dropped a massive mandate on all church members. The call to arms. Ballard said the church couldn't stand on the sidelines while critics defined them. He urged members to add their voices to the worldwide conversation using all the new media, blogs, Facebook, etc. Decentralized defense. This Ballard Doctrine was the push to create an army of digital missionaries, a strategy that unintentionally empowered everyone, including the good guys, the entrepreneurs, and the fringe ideologues. The church even uses arm's length groups like the More Good Foundation to train these digital missionaries, which gives them plausible deniability for aggressive apologetics and narrative control. Then the Vallow Daybell crisis, the heresy firewall. The Daybell murders were the ultimate PR disaster, an internal theological meltdown used to justify killing children and innocent spouses. The church's crisis strategy was brilliant and brutal. Step 1, excommunicate the heretic. Chad Daybell was removed for promulgating teachings contrary to the church, not for the murders. This defined him as an apostate first and a murderer second, setting up a heresy firewall to protect the core doctrine. Step 2, the legal gag order. A first presidency letter, quote unquote, reminded local leaders not to talk to the media without central legal counsel. This was a systemic gag order that filtered all information and contained local damage, even infecting the local jury pool, the source of the twisted theology. The bizarre, murderous beliefs of Vallow and Daybell didn't come out of nowhere. They were perverted mainstream ideas, light versus dark, and zombies. The church's symbolic idea of spiritual light amidst darkness was twisted into a literal clerical rating system. Contrary to popular belief, my research has demonstrated that this rating system is not solely the product of Chad Daybell's distorted thinking. But I digress. Creating the justification for murder as a righteous casting out of an evil spirit. Separation of wheat and tares. The mainstream teaching is that only angels at the end of the age do the separating. Vallow and Daybell, believing the end was here, usurped divine authority and acted as their own reapers to eliminate the tares. You can hear it right here in Nate Eaton's interview with Lori Vallow Daybell, or Lori Daybell as she likes to be called, around the time of her Arizona trials. She talks about separating the wheat from the tares. And she also sent that message to Colby too via CrimeCon. Anyways, that's just a little bit of it. I hate doing voiceovers. That's what I'm saying about the air. You know, you can hear my little sprayer in the background. It'll every 9 minutes, you know, and I'm like, God dang it. Anyways, I need like a sound. I need like a studio. Anyways, it's like I could hide under a blanket and just close all the noise out. Go sit in my closet. Anyways. All right, y'all. I know I've kept y'all way too long. I know I'm late to the party, but I appreciate you guys being here and just being part of the conversation and for, you know, just being here through the Kouri Richins crap. And I did set it up to where when we end, it'll redirect. I know, you know, we won't go live until what? I think I have it set for 2 p.m. Central, so 1 p.m. Mountain. Okay. But anyways, Lauren does it. I got trapped in that thing last night. Redirected. I was in the middle of painting and I couldn't get up, so it just goes silent. And I'm like, God damn it. You know? Anyways.
It's fun. It's so funny.
I wonder if it gives your video a boost in views or something, because, you know, even if they just spill over into it, you know, when the video ends, everybody that watches it will spill over into it. So I wonder if that counts as a view before you even go live. Anyway,
I don't know.
These are questions I have. Protection, everyone. Yeah. Strength and healing, protection to everyone. Thank you, Sieti Nona. And then Love always says, I'm so happy I caught crushed today, Donna. Thank you so much for all you're doing with the Richins trial for sure. Thank you. I did not feel good after Sunday, and probably didn't feel good till Tuesday, and I mean barely. And then the other stuff going on, and oh my god, it's just been hellacious. So crushed it. Now we just need to crush my damn computer. I didn't watch The Office, but I did watch, the clip or whatever where they're like beating the shit out of the freaking computer. I can see myself doing that. Anyways, thank y'all for being here and supporting her, Poor thing. She didn't know. She just kind of gets put up to these things.
Oh, this is cool. I wanted to do this.
It is frustrating though, I mean, they do a lot of things around.
Yeah, they do. And I'm probably going to ice my computer down before I start tomorrow. It's like, damn it, that computer. But I do know that when they get hot, they start messing up. They do. So
mine don't get hot. I don't know.
Well, see, my computer and my screen and everything is all one piece.
Yeah, mine's like that in the bedroom.
And they do get hotter faster, one that's all one piece like that. It's really, I love the computer, but unless you put a fan on them pretty regular, you'll burn one up.
Interesting. I mean, I like every now and then I'll blow it out on the inside, like with the air can, or sometimes I go outside and blow it with the blower. It just depends on what I'm doing. How much mess I want in the house, yeah. There's a lot of black dust that it attracts.
I'm sure that I don't even know how to get into mine.
Well, they have vents and stuff. You just spray.
Yeah.
But
they don't have good enough. They don't have big enough vents on these things.
They charge like $18 for a can of air. I'm like, oh my god, I'm in the wrong business.
I know that's right.
Yep. Anyways, all right. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah.
See you tomorrow. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Right. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, Joe, and Eric Richins. Love always wins. You guys are proof. Bye.
Cause you're under pressure, under pressure.
Pressure.
You're cooked.
Pressure.
Like your shitty ass book. The pressure is real.
The pressure is real.
The pressure is real.
Pressure.
You're under the pressure. Drowning in the pressure. You're now under pressure.
Pressure.
Pressure's got you by the tongue, and it's over now. You're under pressure. The pressure, pressure.